Chapter 32. In a fit of anger, Chao Zixin left Yu Shu behind and walked west. But after 100 steps, he felt that his anger was ridiculous. What was the point of being angry at a child? Besides, the child didn't know the way. He was the one who brought her here, so he couldn't just leave her on the street. So shopkeeper Chao turned around and went back to look for Yu Shu. He didn't see her under the memorial arch, so he asked a pear vendor at a roadside stall. They made a lot of noise just now, so it was hard not to attract attention. The vendor pointed to the east side of the road and said that he saw the boy carrying the box go that way. Chao Zixin hurriedly went to look for him. He looked all the way and just happened to miss Yu Shu, who had entered the Kong's exchange shop. Meanwhile, Yu Shu walked around the east part of Wanxiang Street and didn't see Chao Zixin, so she was ready to go home. She wanted to slack off, so she asked for the price of a carriage on the street. When she heard that it cost 20 copper coins to go to Changmin Street and that she had to wait for a carriage full of people, she immediately gave up the idea and walked back step by step with the box in her arms. She didn't know that on Wanxiang Street, shopkeeper Chao was fuming with anger because he couldn't find her. The way back was shorter than when she came. Fortunately, Yu Shu didn't have a bad sense of direction and could remember the road she had walked once. When she returned to the servants' room in the Ji family's compound, the sky was still bright. It was the first time she walked such a long way with her small body, so she inevitably felt weak in the legs. She poured a bowl of water at the table and drank it all in one gulp. Then she threw the box at the end of the bed and laid on the bed with her shoes on. She was exhausted after walking for an afternoon. After lying on the bed for a while, Yu Shu recovered and called out, Xiao, twice. When there was no response, she got up, walked to the door and shouted, Aunt Lu, where is Xiao? Aunt Lu was not in the yard, so no one answered her. Yu Shu smoothed her hair and closed the door. She changed her dress and went out to wash her face with a basin of water. As soon as she opened the door, she bumped into Yu Xiao, who was pushing the door open. Where is he? Yu Xiao looked unhappy. He waved a small paper bag in his hand and said, to ask Uncle Saturday for rat poison. There were several rows of houses in the compound. The Uncle Saturday that Yu Xiao mentioned was a gardener of the Ji family. He lived in the house at the back. Aunt Lu would cook for him when she was free. She took good care of the siblings and was one of the few servants in the Ji family who would treat Yu Shu and Yu Xiao well. Why do you need rat poison? There are rats in the house? Yu Xiao walked into the room with a sullen face. He walked to his bed and tiptoed to pick up the oiled paper bag that was hanging on the bed beam. He returned to the table and sat down. He opened the paper bag, revealing the scattered pieces of dessert and winter melon inside. He took out some of them, crushed them, and mixed them with the rat poison. Yu Shu clearly heard him grinding his teeth. She looked back at the wardrobe and found that the 2 packets of dessert that Yu Xiao put on the top of the wardrobe in the morning were gone. After thinking about the reason, she laughed and pulled a chair to sit opposite Yu Xiao. She rested her chin on her hands and joked, I don't know who said that the poor rats in our house are not willing to come. Look at you, they came. Yu Xiao snorted at her and took the bag of rat poison. He walked around the house and scattered the rat poison, under the wardrobe, under the 2 beds, and in the 4 corners of the wall. He did not miss any place that the rats might pass by. It was obvious that he was very angry with the rats that stole his food. Yu Shu looked at the pieces of sesame and winter melon in the oil paper bag and secretly sighed. She wrapped the paper bag and was about to throw it out. When she walked to the door, Yu Xiao, who had finished scattering the rat poison, pulled her elbow. Where are you going? Yu Shu saw him staring at the paper bag in her hand and said, I can't eat it. I'm going to throw it away. Don't throw it away. Yu Xiao raised his voice and reached out to grab it. Yu Shu raised her hand and dodged him. She smiled and said, It has been bitten by rats. If I don't throw it away, should I keep it to eat? I broke it off. It is clean. Why can't I eat it? Yu Xiao anxiously stamped his feet and jumped up to grab the bag of snacks. Yu Shu, who was well aware of the rat's weakness, would not give it to him. She kept dodging and being chased around the house. In the end, she ran out of strength. Panting, she reached out and pushed him away. Relying on her long arms and legs, she raised the bag of snacks so that he could not reach it. Okay, don't make trouble. I'm serious. Do you think that the place that has not been bitten by rats is clean? How do you know that it hasn't crawled or scratched here? They don't know how to wash their hands before eating. Whatever they get will be very dirty. What if you get a stomachache? You have to spend money to see a doctor and suffer. Just because you are greedy? Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly opened his mouth and wanted to argue, but he closed it the next moment. He turned his head angrily and said in a muffled voice, "Throw it away. It's not like I haven't eaten it before." Yu Shu reached out and rubbed his head. She took the bag of snacks out. How could she not know that Yu Xiaoxiu didn't do it because he was greedy? Yesterday, she saw him eat the snacks carefully. She knew that this child had not eaten any snacks in his life. It was not easy for someone to buy snacks for him. He had only eaten a few mouthfuls when it was ruined by rats. He must be very distressed. How could he be willing to throw away the remaining half of the snacks? Yu Shu took the remaining snacks to the garbage pile outside the courtyard and threw them away. She turned around and walked into the courtyard. She heard someone call her from behind, "Miss Yu." She turned her head and saw two servants with unkind expressions. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at them warily. The fire in Third Master's backyard had only happened a few days ago. Would someone be caught climbing the wall again and blame it on Aunt Cui? The matriarch wants you and young Master Yu to go to the east courtyard for questioning. Go in and call young Master Yu out. Why was the matriarch looking for them? After a short moment of confusion, Yu Shu had an idea in her mind. Since it wasn't Aunt Cui who did something wrong, it must be that the matter of her beating up Ma Weibo in the small garden yesterday had been exposed. This was bad. She was so happy to reconcile with Yu Xiaoxiu that she forgot about this matter. Last night, when Xiaoxiu called her older sister, she was dizzy and left without cleaning her butt. That Ma Weibo didn't go to the private school this morning. This was bad. She was caught by the matriarch of the Ji family. That old lady could lock her in the ancestral hall to suffocate to death because her predecessor dropped a piece of jade. This time, she beat up her only grandson. She didn't know what she was going to eat. Why is the matriarch looking for us? Yu Shu asked timidly. If she wants you to go, then go quickly. There's no need to talk so much. The common problem of the servants of the Ji family was that their eyes grew all the way to the top of their heads. They used their nostrils to see the road. My younger brother went out to play. He's not in the room. The 2 servants looked at each other. They probably didn't want to wait here, so they waved at Yu Shu. Then you come with us. Oh. Yu Shu obediently followed behind them. She silently thought about what to say when she met old Lady Ji later. Chapter 33. From the servants' courtyard to the main courtyard of the Ji family's ancestral residence, it was a long and winding road. By the time Yu Shu was led to old Lady Ji, it was already dark outside. Yu Shu stood at the door. The door was made of 2 opened mahogany doors. 2 curtains hung at the top of the door. The curtains were made of thin bamboo strips. Half of the curtains were rolled up and the other half was down. The top was tied with layers of red silk ropes. In the middle of the bamboo curtain hung a fan. The fan was made of jade and was about the size of 2 palms. The lines were clear and the design was very exquisite. The white jade had a bit of yellow flowing through it as if it was glowing. Such a feng shui ornament could be sold at a bazaar for around 100 taels. It was hung on the curtain as an ornament, so Yu Shu couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Matriarch Miss Yu is here. Sir, you went out to play and didn't see her. The servant was too lazy to save trouble and didn't even look for Yu Xiaoxiu. He automatically made up Yu Shu's words and reported it. Yu Shu stood at the door with her head lowered and her eyelids raised to look inside. There were 3 people sitting in the room. There were 2 armchairs placed against the wall in the innermost part of the room. One of the armchairs was empty and was neatly covered with green stripes. One end was draped over the back of the chair and the other end was draped under the chair. On the other chair sat a wealthy old lady. She was thin and had a dignified appearance. Her gray hair was meticulously combed and densely decorated with gold and jade ornaments. Around her neck hung a long string of jade beads that hung down to her abdomen. This was old Lady Ji. Not far from her sat a middle-aged woman. She had an imposing appearance and was dressed more vulgarly than the old lady, but it wasn't much worse. Under her collar was a pearl necklace with milky white pearls as thick as a thumb. Next to the woman was a young man with a round waist and a fat belly. His face was pale and smooth. When he saw Yushu at the door, he widened his eyes in shock and lowered his head to hide behind the woman. Recognizing Ma Weibo, he assumed that this woman must be the eldest grandaunt of the Ji family, Ji Pan, who was married to Yang City's county magistrate Ma. Looking at this formation, there was no need to ask what was going on. After listening to the servant's report, old lady Ji did not utter a word. She coldly looked at Yushu, who was standing outside the door. Yushu didn't take the initiative to greet him and just stood outside the door obediently. Ji Pan was the first to speak. "You're Yushu?" Aunt Chui didn't even have a chance to talk to Ji Pan, who was a high-ranking official's wife, let alone Yushu, who came from a humble background. After living in the Ji family for so long, it wasn't easy for her to know her name. Yes. On the way here, Yushu had imagined that if her grandaunt saw her, she would definitely lose her temper first. After all, she had beaten young Master Ma badly last night. She had hit him more than 10 times with a shoulder pole. Even if he didn't break, there would be bruises. Unexpectedly, Ji Pan neither got angry nor scolded her. Instead, she calmly asked, "Did you hit Weibo last night?" Yushu raised her head and glanced at Ma Weibo, who was hiding behind Ji Pan. She couldn't guess what he would say to his family when he went back. Looking at Ji Pan's sensible look, she couldn't help but have a good impression of her. After thinking for a moment, she told the truth. "I was the one who did it." With a bang, old lady Ji patted the armrest, pointed at Yushu, and said angrily, "You little girl, the Ji family provides you with food and drinks. Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you also beat the young master like a madman. Who taught you to be like this? It's so hateful." Yushu didn't want to talk back. Although the old lady's words were a little bitter, she was right. She was indeed living and eating from others now. "Mother, calm down." Ji Pan called and persuaded in a gentle voice, "Let's listen to what this child has to say. Weibo is usually naughty and active. Maybe he bullied others first and got beaten." Ma Weibo didn't tell them the cause and effect of their fight last night, which was within Yushu's expectations. Fatty was beaten up and warned by her, so he might not dare to tell his family. She was afraid that someone would find out about his injuries, so he told them. However, Grandaunt Ji's attitude made Yushu feel strange. She didn't know whether she was pretending to be magnanimous or she was really magnanimous. Old Lady Ji always had a little daughter, so she doted on her very much. She listened to Ji Pan's words and suppressed her anger. She asked Yushu, "Tell me, why did you beat him?" Since this matter had been discovered and there was more than one witness, sooner or later there would be evidence. There was no point in making up a lie. Yushu stood at the door and answered in detail, "Last night when I was eating dinner, my brother didn't come back, so I went out to look for him. Last night when I was eating, my younger brother didn't come back, so I went out to look for him. Coincidentally, in the small garden of the West Stride courtyard, I saw young master bullying my younger brother. 3 or 4 of them ganged up on him, tied him to a tree, and forced him to eat mud. At that time, I was angry, so I didn't care about anything and started fighting with them. I used too much force and injured young master. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Ji Pan frowned and pulled Ma Weibo in front of her. She asked, "Weibo, tell mother, is it like what she said?" Ma Weibo turned his head to look at Yushu, and then quickly turned his head back. Seeing that her son refused to speak, Ji Pan said with a serious expression, "Weibo, what did mother tell you last time? If you are naughty, mother will scold you a little. But if you lie, mother will let your father teach you a lesson." Hearing this, Yushu secretly raised her eyebrows. This Grandaunt Ji was the most reliable one she had seen in the Ji family. Ma Weibo's eyes turned red as if he was about to cry. He sniffled and finally answered in a low voice, "Yes, it's like what she said." Chapter 34. Although Ji Pan was reasonable, she would not educate her son in front of others. She held Ma Weibo's hand and sighed. She turned her head and said to old Madame Ji, "Mother, Since everything is clear, let her go back. It's not her fault. Weibo is too naughty. It's not a big deal when kids fight. Besides, she didn't do it on purpose. Ji-pan was angry when her son was beaten. However, she was modest and did not like to make things difficult for others. She deliberately scolded her son so that old madam would not pursue the matter further. You didn't do it on purpose. Weibo's legs are black and blue. He can't even walk properly. As his mother, you don't feel sorry for him. Old Madam Ji's tone showed that she was not willing to forgive Yushu. Weibo, come and sit here. Your mother doesn't feel sorry for you, but I do. There's no reason for you to be beaten by a servant for nothing. Old people usually shielded their children. In front of old Madam Ji, Ma Weibo was at most a naughty child. Although Ma Weibo admitted that he led people to beat Yu Xiaoxiu first, in old Madam Ji's heart, the one who was wrong was Yushu, who dared to beat her grandson. One was the only son of her youngest daughter, and the other was a wild girl who was not related by blood at all. It was not reasonable for them to be close to each other. Of course, Yushu knew this. Old Madam Ji did not ask her to explain who was right and who was wrong, but to help her grandson vent her anger. If she could vent her anger, it would be fine. But if she couldn't, old Madam Ji would definitely remember this. She might let it go today, but if anything happened, she would be punished even more severely. Old Madam Ji was ruthless to lock a little girl in the ancestral hall without food for 3 days until she suffocated to death. Secretly looking up at old Madam Ji family who was holding Ma Weibo in front of her, Yushu rubbed her left thumb and middle finger. She lowered her head and said sincerely, Matriarch, great aunt, I know that hitting people is wrong, and hurting young master is even more wrong. Matriarch, please punish me, so that I will remember this and not make the same mistake again. Ji-pan was not the only one who was surprised. Matriarch Ji was also puzzled. She had seen people begging for mercy, but it was rare to see someone asking to be beaten. She had quite a good impression of Yushu. After all, not too long ago, this wild girl had broken one of her sea heir's protective jade pieces. She had locked her up for a few days. At that time, she had felt that this girl did not know how to behave properly and was annoying. Looking at her again today, she felt that this child was a little different from that day. As for Yushu's change, old madam did not think too much about it. She thought that the punishment last time had taught Yushu enough and taught her manners, so she said bluntly, since you know it's wrong, then there's no reason for you not to be punished. Our Ji family is a big family with a big business. Everything has to be done according to the rules. Men, go get the rotten. Mother! Ji-pan called out, wanting to stop her, but Matriarch Ji ignored her. There were servants outside the door, so she wouldn't go against Matriarch Ji's wishes. She ran away and not long after, returned with a rattan. Matriarch Bing, here's the rattan. Hit man 20 times. Old Lady Ji was expressionless. Yushu looked sideways and saw someone walking forward with a rattan in his hand. The green rattan was 2 feet long and as thick as 2 fingers. She could not help swallowing when she saw it, but she still stretched out her arms with her palms facing up, waiting to be hit. But obviously she had misunderstood the hitman's intention. The first strike didn't land on her palm, but on her forearm. The strength of the strike was just right. Even though she was mentally prepared, Yushu still gritted her teeth in pain. Before she could close her mouth, the second strike came. But it was not that she had never been hit before. She still remembered that when she graduated from junior high school, she was admitted to the high school with the highest admission rate in the city. Half of the students in that school were admitted because of their connections and high fees. All of them came from rich families, and the atmosphere of competition among students was very serious. She was a child from a poor family and was very competitive. Not long after entering school, she became the target of bullying. The teachers in the school turned a blind eye. She was in her rebellious phase, and for a moment, she lost her mind. She hung out with a few delinquents who played truant and got into fights. Later, she accidentally broke one of their legs. The school was so angry that they called the police. Only then did her parents know that she had learned to be bad. Her parents bowed and apologized to the other party's parents at the police station. In order to let them not pursue her responsibility, her father, who was very proud, slapped himself more than 10 times in front of everyone in the house. He said that he did not teach his child well and that his face was swollen. The other party's parents could not stand it anymore and agreed to the police's mediation. The school also agreed to stay in the school and not expel her. Her parents paid for the other party's expensive medical expenses. When she returned home in the middle of the night, her father beat her for the first time. A faded old belt cracked open her back. If it was not for Yu Lei crying and begging for mercy for her, and her mother stopping him, her father might have accidentally killed her that night. Until now, she could still clearly remember the feeling of the belt on her back. It wasn't pain, it was a burning numbness in her heart. She still remembered that day when she cried so hard that her tears and snot stuck together. It wasn't pain, it was because she saw her father's swollen cheeks. Pa! After a short period of memory, the 20 rattans also finished the last hit. Her clothes were made of coarse cloth and wear-resistant. It was not torn, but Yushu knew that under the sleeves, her white and tender little arms must have been bruised. Cold sweat slid down her forehead to the tip of her nose, and her hands were trembling slightly. But before Old Lady G said anything, she did not put it down. Chapter 35. The beating was not over. Old Lady G probably saw that Yushu didn't cry or scream in pain, so she didn't vent her anger. She ordered the servants to take the rattan down and scolded another one. You don't have to go to the Sanju study room these days. Go to the Jingshang Hall in the West Courtyard and do the cleaning for a month. Well, she was suspended from school. Yushu didn't foolishly ask where the Jingshang Hall was. She slowly withdrew her hand and whispered, yes. The moment they looked away, Matriarch Ji put on a kind face and spoke to Ma Weibo, who was in front of her. This time, you have to learn from this. Don't hang out with those unreliable people all day long, got it? Ma Weibo's face was still a little pale. When he heard Matriarch say, unreliable, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Yushu. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, but Yushu was staring at the lacquered floorboards in the room and did not meet his eyes. Old Lady didn't respond and only thought that her grandson was still in shock. She turned to Ji Pan and said, later, go to your second brother and ask for his bell. Bring it back for Weibo to calm down. Yes, mother. Ji Pan responded to Old Lady Ji, but her eyes looked at Yushu at the door with some worry. Old Lady Ji followed her gaze to the door and frowned. She said, ugh. Follow the rules in the future. With the old lady's words, Yushu was finally relieved. She didn't let the old lady remember Yu Xiaoxiu. The beating was worth it. Yushu left with the maid who led the door. At dinner time, Yushu squatted on a small stone behind a tree outside the courtyard. She wasn't hungry and didn't want to go back. As an adult, she was embarrassed to say that she was beaten. In fact, she cared a lot about it. She wasn't the kind of person who would swallow humiliation. To put it bluntly, she was narrow-minded and held grudges. It would be fine if she was the Yushu from before, but the point was that she wasn't. The more she thought about it, the more unlucky she became. No money, no power, and no influence. In ancient times, they didn't even have a culture. They couldn't use their ability to settle down and survive. They could only stay in this small and broken courtyard, drinking bran soup and eating pickled vegetables every day. In the end, they even had to be called over to be the punching bag. She did not regret beating up Ma Weibo, that little rascal. Her temper was there. If she were to do it again, she would still beat him up. She knew how to say nice things in front of the old matriarch. However, old Madame Ji was not her parents who had given birth to her, and she was not her teacher who had taught her Taoism. The Ji family's kindness of having a meal was negligible in her eyes. It was not even comparable to the old bookstore owner who had given her a book on Changmen Street. There was no way she would let go of this humiliation. Bada! Yushu broke the branch in her hand and threw it on the ground. She gritted her teeth and showed a creepy sneer. Then she turned around and went back to the yard. As soon as she entered the door, she bumped into Yu Xiaoxiu, who had been looking for her several times in and out of the yard. Yu Xiaoxiu said angrily, "Where have you been?" I have been looking for you for a long time. Did you disappear after leaving a trash? Oh, Yu Shu thought about it and decided to tell him half of what she wanted to say. After all, she wouldn't be able to attend classes at the private school from tomorrow onwards. Yu Xiaoxiu was a child with a lot of thoughts. If she didn't tell him now, he would have to think too much. The old matriarch asked someone to call me over. The anger on Yu Xiaoxiu's face immediately turned into panic. He pulled her and said, Ma Weibo went to tell on me? What did the old matriarch say? What did she punish you for? Did you get beaten? Yu Shu's arm was injured, and she almost cried out when he pulled her. She resisted the urge to kick him, but she grinned and said, She scolded me. First Aunt was there and said a few good words for me. The old matriarch punished me to clean the pond in the west courtyard for a month. She didn't ask me to go to the private school anymore. Ah! Yu Xiaoxiu was stunned. After a while, he left Yu Shu and rushed out with a straight face. Yu Shu almost grabbed him, and her hand hurt again. Where are you going? I'm going to tell the old matriarch that you hit Ma Weibo because of me. It's none of your business. If you want to punish someone, punish me. After that, he pushed away Yu Shu's hand and was about to run out. Yu Shu didn't have the strength to pull him. She happened to be scratched by him, so she simply held her arm and howled. As expected, Yu Xiaoxiu turned around and looked suspiciously at Yu Shu, who was stamping her feet in pain. It hurts so much. Help me back to the room, you heartless brat. Yu Shu took the opportunity to scold him. She didn't care if it was real or fake. She gasped, rolled up her sleeves, and showed him the bruises on her arm. It was dark, but there was still some light in the yard. Yu Xiaoxiu was shocked by the red marks on her arm. His face turned pale, and he hurriedly took her elbow and helped her into the room. Yu Shu had a false alarm. If he really went to old matriarch Ji's place to make trouble, they might be locked in a small dark room together. At that time, there wouldn't even be someone to bring them food. This meal was for nothing. Aunt Lu was not in the yard. Yu Xiaoxiu helped Yu Shu sit down on the bed, turned around and ran out. Where are you going? Yu Shu jumped up from the bed. Yu Xiaoxiu stopped at the door and said in a muffled voice, Wait. I'm going to ask Uncle Zhou Lu for some medicine. After that he disappeared. Chapter 36. When Yu Shu woke up in the morning, Yu Xiaoxiu had already finished his breakfast and was ready to go out. She woke up when she smelled the fragrance of cabbage. She had been hungry all night. As soon as she opened her eyes, her stomach grumbled. She rubbed her aching stomach. As soon as she moved, she felt a tingling pain in her arms. She raised her hands and saw that her 2 forearms were wrapped in layers of gauze. Hiss! Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and walked to her bedside. He reached out and hung half of her bed curtain on a rusty iron hook. He said, The food is hot. Eat quickly when you get up. Don't let it get cold. The medicine is in my wardrobe. Later, I'll ask Aunt Lu to bring hot water for you to wipe and apply it again. I'll help you ask for instructions from the school. I'll wash your shoes and put them on the wall to dry. Yu Shu went to bed last night without eating. When she woke up at dawn, her head was still swollen. However, when she heard Yu Xiaoxiu's words, she couldn't help but feel concerned. She thought that after half a month, this kid finally treated her well. She couldn't help but smile proudly. She squinted her eyes and said, Got it. Go ahead and come back early. Okay. Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and was about to leave. He inadvertently glanced at the flat box at the foot of her bed. He wanted to ask but didn't open his mouth to ask. When he walked to the door, he heard Yu Shu call him. By the way, Xiaoxiu, how do I get to the Jingmo Tang? Old Lady Ji was really wicked. She punished her to clean the pond. Who knew how big it was? Jingmo Tang? Yu Xiaoxiu thought for a moment and curled his lips. It's Jingmo Tang, right? Old lady punished you to clean there? You don't have to go. You can't do the work there. Just lie in the room. When I come back from school, I'll clean it for you. Without waiting for Yu Shu's reply, he picked up his bag and left. How can I help you get punished? How dare you talk nonsense, Yu Shu complained. In fact, she was very happy with Yu Xiaoxiu's words. She stretched on the bed and sat up. After getting out of bed, Yu Shu carelessly ran her fingers through her hair. Without brushing her teeth, she picked up the steamed bun on the table and took a big bite out of it. Then, she bent over the table and gulped down a big mouthful of rice soup. The rice was too hot, and the heat made her mouth numb. She didn't spit it out and swallowed it in one gulp. She cleaned up every dish and soup on the table, wiped the juice off the plate with a steamed bun, and stuffed it into her mouth. Only then did she stand up with satisfaction. Only after eating would she have the strength to work. "Miss, this servant has fetched some water and placed it here for you." Aunt Lou came in a hurry, put a basin of hot water in the room, and left. It seemed like she didn't know that Yushu had been beaten last night. Yushu closed the door, took a towel, and squatted by the basin of water. She rolled up her sleeves and untied the gauze on her arm. The bruises from last night had already formed small brown scabs. The bottom of her arm was green and purple. It looked quite horrifying. She frowned and dipped the towel in the hot water to wipe the wound. Then, she rolled up her sleeves and went to Yu Xiaoxiu's bed to look for medicine. She lifted the bed curtain and bent over. This was the second time she had touched Yu Xiaoxiu's bed. The difference was that she had just arrived, but this time, it was above board. In this small room that was less than 20 square meters, Yu Xiaoxiu's bed was equivalent to his room. Since he took the initiative to let Yushu approach his territory, it was enough to show that he had let go of his prejudice against Yushu. Yu Xiaoxiu's bed was about the same size as Yushu's. The quilt was neatly folded and placed at the end of the bed. The thin layer of blue mattress was laid out neatly, and there was a dry smell of honey locust. Obviously, it hadn't been washed for long. The pillow was also placed neatly at the head of the bed. Outside the pillow was a wooden block the size of a fist. She didn't know what it was used for. What was interesting was that on the inner corner of the bed, there was a fluffy doll that looked like a small mouse. It had a pair of black beady eyes, and it kept rolling around like it was real. Old mouse? After looking at that pair of black beady eyes for a moment, Yushu decisively called out, "Squeak!" She screamed because of a physiological reaction, and the mouse screamed because it was scared by her. However, after the scream, neither of them moved. It was fine if Yushu didn't move. Her hand was injured, and she was afraid that the mouse might be infected, so she didn't want to catch it. But the mouse was amused. It curled its two small front paws and held the thing in its arms. It stood with its back against the wall, and foolishly did not move. No, it moved very slightly. It just took one more step to the side, and the other followed with a whoosh. It was so fast that Yushu couldn't see it clearly. Yushu also moved. She quietly knelt on the bed with one leg, and reached behind her to take off her shoe. She stared at the mouse without blinking, ready to attack. Holding her breath, she suddenly pulled out her shoe and raised her hand. The mouse trembled in fear. With a soft "pah" sound, the thing in the fur on its chest fell out and rolled on the bed. It was a small silver and white piece, the size of a fingernail, lying by its feet. It looked down at the thing that fell and then looked up at Yushu. It puffed up its belly and rubbed its two little paws in front of its chest. It seemed to be uneasy, as if it was a thief who was caught first. Yushu's hand that was holding the shoe stopped in midair, and she stared at the small silver white piece. Her eyes widened, and in the end she threw it at the yellow-skinned mouse like a knife. She smiled sinisterly and said, "So it was you, little thief, who framed me." The night before yesterday, Yu Xiaoxiu said that the silver under the pillow was missing. He suspected that it was her, so he quarreled with her. If she did not see it with her own eyes, she would not believe that the thief was a palm-sized mouse. It was true that when the house was big, there were all kinds of mice. They stole food, drinks, and even stole money. Yesterday, Yu Xiaoxiu's snacks were stolen. It must be the little thief's doing. With the new hatred and old hatred added together, Yushu's eyes scared the mouse so much that its hair stood up. At first glance, it didn't look like a mouse, but a hedgehog. Sweet. The little mouse saw that the situation was not good. It bent down to pick up the silver particle at its feet to protect its chest. With 3 feet on the ground, it ran away. "Where are you going?" Yushu whipped it with the sole of her shoe, but she didn't hit it. She slapped it a few more times. The mouse jumped up and down. Although it wasn't hit, It was carrying something in its arms. With 3 feet on the ground, it was not as flexible as 4 feet. Yu Shu was anxious and pulled up the quilt. She wanted to cover it, but it jumped onto her shoulder, stepped on her back, and slipped to the ground outside the bed. It didn't stand firmly on the ground and fell. The silver in its claws fell out, and it jumped on the ground twice. The little mouse got up, kicked its hind legs, and stretched out its front claws to pounce on the silver. However, its body froze in the air for a moment. It didn't jump an inch before it fell back to the ground with a bang. It turned its head and looked back along its butt. A huge shoe was stepping on the tip of its tail. Sweet. There was a scream. Yu Shu bent down and grabbed the yellow-skinned mouse's tail. She swung it a few times in the air with pride until it was dizzy and disoriented. Only then did she pick up the piece of silver on the ground and grab it by its tail. She found a large bowl behind the door that had a hole in it, flipped it over, and placed it under the bowl. Hearing the sound of the bowl scratching the wall, Yu Shu laughed happily. She tossed the silver in her hand and knocked on the bottom of the bowl with her fingers. Chapter 37. Yu Shu stood outside Jingshi Hall, looking at the plaque hanging high on the door and the dark door on the steps. She scratched the back of her hand. So Jingshi Hall was not a pond? She hesitated for half a step, walked up the steps pressed by blue and white stones, and walked into Jingshi Hall. As soon as he entered, his line of sight suddenly widened. In the center of the hall, which was nearly 300 square meters in size, there was a huge compass placed diagonally. In the center, there was a lifelike yin-yang fish, and the outer rings were connected to the other. On the ceiling, which was at least 5 meters above the ground, there was a large skylight. Sunlight shone in at an angle, illuminating the golden circles of complicated characters on the compass. A pitch-black needle floated in the center of the compass, pointing in one direction. There were narrow skylights in the front and back of the hall, and light shone through them, shining on the east and west walls. She didn't know what was on them, but they were densely floating like gears. Yu Shu squinted her eyes and looked carefully. She was surprised to find that they were actually countless small compasses, with dark red bottom, golden rings, and black needles pointing in all directions, dazzling her eyes. Several middle-aged men dressed in green and gray robes, with their hair combed into buns, and white hair ribbons, were holding pen and paper, wandering among the countless compasses, muttering to themselves as if they were calculating something. "Who is it?" Someone noticed Yu Shu at the door, stopped his work, and asked. The echo instantly rang in the empty hall, and the others turned to look at Yu Shu at the door. Yu Shu recovered from the amazing picture on the wall, and stood inside the door, saying, "Matriarch punished me to do the cleaning." The man hesitated and whispered a few words to his companions, and then said to Yu Shu, "There is a bucket at the back of the house, go get a bucket of water first." Yu Shu said, "Oh," and went out to find a bucket. As soon as she left, the people in the room began to chat. "How long has it been since someone was punished to clean here?" "The last time was a year ago when 4th young miss made a mistake and was sent here." "I haven't heard of any young master in the family making a big mistake." "From the looks of that little girl, she looks like a maidservant. Whenever a maidservant makes a mistake, she will be sent to us. The matriarch must be confused. Who knows? Since she didn't give us any special instructions, we don't need to discipline her. Let's just give her some cleaning work." Ahem. A light cough sounded from the corner of the hall. A few customers who were chatting among themselves heard it. They looked at each other and gestured for him to keep quiet. Then they dispersed and went about their own business. After the time it took to eat a meal, Yu Shu came back with water. The nearest well was not far from here, but she had an injury on her arm, so it was very strenuous for her to walk back with a bucket of water while swaying. Just as he panted and put down the water in the hall, someone pointed to a corner and instructed, "Take 2 pieces of cloth from that box and wipe it from the east wall. Be careful not to damage the instrument needle. Wipe the divinatory disc with a wet cloth first, and then wipe it with a dry cloth again. Be sure not to leave any water drops." Yu Shu glanced around at the hundreds and thousands of compasses hanging on the wall of the hall and complained secretly. She couldn't help but confirm, "Do I have to wipe all of them?" "Of course." She was an old lady. It was better to let her wash the pond. After all, the beating yesterday was considered a light punishment. This was the real corporal punishment. Yu Shu resigned to her fate and walked to the box in the corner. She opened it and was surprised again. She took out a soft cloth and touched it. It was a good cotton cloth. She couldn't even afford to wear it. How could she use it as a cleaning cloth? Opposite Chao Zixin's Mianzhai was a silk and satin shop. Shopkeeper Wu, who used to order her around for free, would occasionally come to visit. She had asked about the price of the cloth when they chatted. Such a box of cotton cloth might cost at least 20 taels of silver. What a waste! Why did she feel distressed? This was Ji family's money. Thinking of this, Yu Shu suddenly felt comforted. She took out a large piece of cloth and wet it in the bucket. She wrung it out and wrapped it around her palm. She carried the bucket to the east wall of the hall and wiped the first compass in front of her. After wiping it, the problem came again. She was still a child and was not tall enough. The top few pieces of each row were crisscrossed. She couldn't reach them even if she stretched out her hands and jumped. She didn't stand there foolishly. She glanced around the hall and saw a short ladder under the opposite wall. She ran over and moved it over. Without anyone's guidance, she leaned the ladder against the gap of the compass and climbed up to continue wiping it. She didn't idle while she was working. She took this opportunity to see what the compass looked like. Yu Shu had seen Mr. Liu use the compass to explain Yili and divinatory diagrams in class. She didn't understand it, so she wasn't interested. Now, she saw the small compass on the wall. Each one had the same shape. A compass had 5 circles. The innermost circle was painted with yin and yang, and the outer 4 circles were separated by 8 divinatory diagrams. Each grid was written with words, such as heavenly stems and earthly branches, star positions, Qiankuan Bagua, life, death, rest, injury, and so on. After wiping more, she found that the words on the 5 circles of the compass were not the same. The direction of the pointer was also different. The only thing that was the same was the shape. Yu Shu was annoyed that she didn't know enough traditional Chinese characters, and she didn't understand Yili at all. She couldn't understand what was written on these compasses. Once she thought about it, she got things done quickly. She wasn't one to dawdle. She wiped the walls one by one, wetting them first and then drying them. She went out to change 3 buckets of water. When the black needle of the compass in the middle of the hall stopped at Tai, she finally finished wiping a wall. She counted a total of 600 compasses. She wiped them until she was sweating all over. The bruises on her hands were sore, and her fingers were red and swollen from soaking in the water. She rested for a while with the help of the ladder. She took the clean bucket of water and walked to the other side. When she got closer, she found a bamboo bed in a shady corner of the hall. The bed was covered with a quilt. A person was sleeping on the bamboo bed with his back facing her. He curled up his legs and used his arms as a pillow. He was sleeping on the bamboo bed, which happened to block more than a dozen compasses in that small space. What was going on? Was there someone living in this damn place? Yu Shu walked over with the bucket in puzzlement. She stopped by the bed and looked back at the people who were working in the hall. She found that no one was paying attention to her, so she put down the bucket and put the rag on the side of the bucket. She wiped the water on her body and bent down to look at the person lying on the bed. She never thought that just as she lowered her head, that person would turn around and his wrinkled old face was just a few inches away from her. A pair of bright eyes stared at her, scaring her into taking 2 steps back. With a bang sound, she kicked over the bucket behind her. Then her feet slipped and she fell on her butt. She fell hard and sprawled on her back. She gritted her teeth in pain. The man on the bed just laid there, looking at her with his eyes wide open. He grinned and laughed out loud. Chapter 38. Yu Shu was startled by the old man on the bamboo bed and slipped to the ground. Half a bucket of water splashed on her and she was lying on the ground in a sorry state. Hearing a burst of laughter, she embarrassedly got up from the ground and wiped the water off her face. She glanced at the overjoyed old man with a gloomy expression and lowered her head to wring out the water on her body. Yu Shu was depressed. "What's so funny? Why are you laughing so loudly? It's just a fall." Is it worth gloating so much? You're so annoying. When the old man on the bamboo bed heard the noise, he only looked back a few times, but no one came forward. The old man on the bamboo bed laughed enough. He supported his head with his palm, stretched out one leg and bent the other. He lay comfortably and looked at Yushu. This casual posture did not match the moon-white Taoist robe he was wearing. Are you a descendant of the Ji family? Yushu wrung out the water on her body, picked up the rag, and squatted on the ground to wipe the water. When she heard his sudden question, she hesitated for a moment before answering, sort of. If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. What do you mean by sort of? Then you aren't. You say yes and now you say no. Are you or are you not? Yushu was annoyed by his nagging. She threw the wet rag into the bucket, said, and turned to the opposite corner to get a clean cotton cloth. If you are, then you are. If you are not, then you are not. Yushu had good taste. To be able to put a bed in this place and make such a big commotion, no one came up to question him. This old man must have some seniority in the Ji family. The other party was just making fun of her. Even if she was not happy, she could not take it seriously. When Yushu came back with a large ball of clean cotton cloth, the old Taoist changed his posture. He crossed his legs and put his hands behind his head. He tilted his head to look at Yushu and said with a smile, "Who asked you to work here?" "Old Lady Ji." "Why did she send you here?" "I made a mistake. The matriarch punished me to clean here for a month." Yushu answered him while squatting on the ground to suck up the water and wring it into the wooden bucket. Anyway, the wet floor wouldn't be cleaned in a short time, so she just chatted with him to kill time. Made a mistake? What mistake? The old Taoist raised his eyebrows curiously. What does it have to do with you? What's wrong? Are you embarrassed to say it? Yushu rubbed the floor twice. I hit young Master Li. The old Taoist must have known who the young master she was talking about was. When he heard her say that, he was instantly amused. He turned over and winked at her, saying, "You're so young, but you've got guts. The old lady of the Ji family is the most protective. You hit her grandson, but she didn't whip you to vent her anger?" Yushu thought to herself, she didn't whip me, but the rattan was hit 20 times. Her hand still has the strength from the beating. Then she thought, that's not right. This old man isn't from the Ji family. Why did he call old lady Ji, the old lady of the Ji family? Yushu was suspicious, so she asked him what he had asked her at the beginning. Old man, aren't you a member of the Ji family? Me. The old Taoist pointed at his nose and smiled strangely. He rubbed his nose. I'm not a member of this family. Yushu heard him call himself and looked at the old man carefully. She immediately understood. No wonder she felt that he was dressed differently. He was a Taoist priest. So you're a Taoist priest. Sorry for not recognizing you. Yushu put down the rag and cupped her hands at him, pretending to be respectful. The Then dynasty respected Taoism and the Yishui. The Yishui was a study of practical application, while Taoism was a respected religious belief. The Yishui and Taoism were inextricably linked, but they were independent of each other. There were some Yishui families in the Dou and dynasty that originally belonged to a branch of Taoism. Later, they broke away and started their own businesses. In general, the biggest difference between the Taoist sects and the Yishui families was that one was not involved in the secular world, while the other was in the imperial court. The old Taoist waved his hand politely. He turned his eyes and asked, "Since you're not a member of this family, where did you come from?" Yushu thought that there was nothing to hide, so she answered truthfully, "My mother remarried to 3rd Master Ji as a concubine, so I moved in with her." "How old are you this year?" 15. "How many months were you born?" Yushu's mouth was stuttering. This, she really didn't know when she was born. Seeing that she couldn't answer for a long time, the old Taoist's eyes flashed. He actually sat up and crossed his legs. His smile inexplicably became more serious. "You can't remember when you were born, but you should at least know when you were born, right?" "Of course, I know," Yushu blurted out. The old Taoist's smile faded, and his eyes revealed some disappointment. He curled his lips and was about to lie down when he heard Yushu say proudly, Of course I was born 15 years ago. The old Taoist immediately sat up straight again. He rubbed the short beard on his chin, squinted his eyes and smiled. Which year was 15 years ago? This. Yu Shu was speechless again. She frowned and calculated silently. The day and year was calculated according to the lunar calendar, right? What year was this year? Last time, she heard from shopkeeper Chow that it was Jia Wu or Jia Wei. She was so focused on calculating that she didn't notice the old Taoist's pair of shifty eyes sweeping over her body. When she looked over, he retracted them in time, cleared his throat, and teased, "It seems that you're not good at arithmetic." Hearing this, Yu Shu's breath was stuck in her throat. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A dignified mathematical elite was actually laughed at by an ancient person for not being good at arithmetic. Shameful, too shameful. Your mother remarried. Do you have any sisters in your family? The old Taoist asked again. His tone seemed to be chatting with Yu Shu, but his sitting posture was no longer as casual as before. I have a younger brother. The old Taoist was stunned, and his face showed obvious disappointment. After a while, he wiped his face with all his might. His dry skin was rubbed red by him. He turned around and lay down on the bed again. With his back facing her, he waved at Yu Shu and said tiredly, "All right, go and play. This old Taoist is going to sleep. Don't stand here." Yu Shu put down her hands and stared at the back of the old Taoist's head in confusion. Was this old man doing whatever he wanted to do when he was old? Just now, he took the initiative to ask her all sorts of questions, but when he turned his face, he didn't like her anymore. Forget it, if he didn't like her, she still had a lot of work to do. Yu Shu squatted back on the ground, pulled out a ball of dry cotton cloth, and continued to touch the water stains on the floor. Slowly, she occasionally looked up at the bamboo bed, but she didn't see the old Taoist moving. She just thought that he was asleep. Suddenly, she felt that it was meaningless, so she quickly cleaned up the floor and left with the bucket of water. Without the rustling sound of friction behind him, the old Taoist on the bed sneakily turned his head to look behind him. When he did not see Yu Shu, he sneakily reached into his arms and took out something unknown. He placed it on his palm and looked at it over and over again. Finally, he pressed it on his chest and muttered to himself. One moment, he laughed foolishly, and the next moment, he let out 2 whimpers, as if he was hysterical. No, it's not it again. Senior sister, I can't wait any longer. I really can't wait any longer. Asterisk, 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 because she fell in the middle, she wiped the floor for a long time. When it was almost noon, Yu Shu hadn't finished the work. The water in the bucket was dirty again, so she took it out to change. Before she reached the door, she bumped into Yu Xiaoxiu who came from the yard. Before Yu Shu could ask why he was here, Yu Xiaoxiu questioned him unhappily, "What are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to stay in the house? I said I would do the work here. Why did you come? Your hand doesn't hurt anymore, right?" Yu Shu didn't know how to answer him, so she simply handed the bucket to him. She massaged her waist and ordered, "You came at the right time. Go, pour the water and bring a bucket of clean water back. I'm so tired." Yu Xiaoxiu glared at her, but he still took the bucket and slid it on her body. He frowned and said, "Why are your clothes so wet? You can't even do a little work. You're so sloppy. All right, you can go back now." Yu Shu automatically turned Yu Xiaoxiu's sarcasm into concern. She had been wiping the compass for the whole morning. Her body was sticky with sweat and dirty water. She really wanted to go back to take a bath and change clothes. Hearing what he said, she was tempted. After hesitating, she looked at the people inside who were still busy with their own work. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu out of the door and said, "Then I'll go back first. After you get the water, wipe the compass hanging on the back half of the west wall. The rag is in the box in the corner of the room. Wipe it with the wet one first and then use the dry one to clean the water." "I know." Yu Xiaoxiu interrupted her impatiently and pushed her shoulder to walk down the stairs. "Come back early after you finish." Yu Shu winked at him. Thinking of the yellow-skinned mouse that stole the silver, she smiled wickedly and said, "I'll show you something good when I get back." Yu Xiaoxiu was not interested in the good thing she said. In order to get rid of her quickly, he replied with a and sent her away. Yu Shu returned to the courtyard from the west courtyard alone. There was no one in the courtyard. The masters hadn't eaten yet. Aunt Lu was still helping to cook in the main kitchen. The door was closed and opened with a push. Yu Shu was actually quite concerned about the situation where she couldn't close the door, so she planned to buy a lock. Looking at the bowl behind the door, which was used to kill the mouse, Yu Shu closed the door while humming a nursery song. She went to the old wardrobe and took out a coarse cloth skirt and a short-sleeved shirt. She sat on the bed and changed while humming, "Little mouse," climbed up the lampstand, stole oil to eat, couldn't get down, called daddy, called grandma, couldn't get down, fell headfirst, and rolled down. After singing a few times, the bowl behind the door didn't move at all. Yu Shu thought that the mouse might have suffocated inside. No way, she still had to rely on it to find Yu Xiaoxiu's stolen money. She felt relieved and hurriedly put on her belt. She ran to the bowl, covered the mouth of the bowl with one hand to prevent the mouse from suddenly running out, and opened the bowl with the other hand. It's an old lady's bowl. Chapter 39. During lunch, Yu Shu was a little absent-minded and didn't talk as much as usual. Yu Xiaoxiu noticed and couldn't help but say, "If you're tired, don't do any work in the afternoon." Yu Shu shook her head. It wasn't because she was tired, but because the rat she caught in the morning ran away. She couldn't tell Yu Xiaoxiu that it was a rat that stole his money. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. "Why don't I do it for you? You tell me what work to do," Yu Xiaoxiu suggested. He was very concerned about the injury on Yu Shu's arm. At noon, he finished the rest of Yu Shu's work, and the first thing he did when he came back was to check her injury and apply medicine on her wound. "It's okay. I wanted to talk to the shopkeeper about buying paper yesterday, but I went to Vientiane Street with him and didn't get it. Today, I have to bring some paper and ink back." Yu Shu picked up some food for Yu Xiaoxiu with her chopsticks to stop him from talking. She changed the topic. "By the way, why are there so many compasses in Jingshang Hall? I think the headmaster only needs one. I can tell that you never listen in class." Yu Xiaoxiu stared at her, but still explained, "The Ji family is a special sect. Their divination mainly depends on the arrangement of the compasses. There are 360 days in a year, and there are 12 hours in a day. There are 4 hours in a day, and 1 hexagram compasses every 2 hours, which means there are 4,320 compasses. There are more than 1,000 hexagram compasses in Jingshang Hall, and all of them are useful. Do you think they're just decorations? So troublesome. It's not easy to make mistakes this way. Although the flexible compasses are convenient, the slightest mistake will cause a mess." Flexible compasses? What's a flexible compasses? After coming back from Wanxiang Street yesterday and witnessing the e-school raking in money every day, Yu Shu's interest in e-school had increased. It's a hexagram compasses that can be rotated. There are 24 solar terms in a year, and each period is 15 days. Every 15 days is 1 yuan, and each period is divided into upper, middle, and lower yuan. Each yuan can be represented by a flexible compass, divided by the 9 escapes of yin and yang. 18 flexible compasses can represent the pattern of the whole year. Yu Xiaoxiu's explanation was detailed enough, but Yu Shu lacked basic knowledge. She could barely understand the gist of it. Instead, she thought of something else and asked, "By the way, the headmaster assigns us to test the rain every day. Do we need a compass? We don't have one at home. How do you calculate it?" The method of arranging the compasses is taught in the book. Without a ready-made compass, we just need to draw it. It's more troublesome and easy to make mistakes, that's all. Yu Xiaoxiu said it lightly, but Yu Shu knew it was not that easy. After all, she had been wiping the plates for a whole morning. She knew it was 1,008 sets of hexagram compasses. The situation was ever-changing, not 1,008 numbers. It was not easy to do it. To be honest, the lessons in Sanju's study house were quite rigid. Yu Xiaoxiu must have put in a lot of effort to learn to draw the compasses and calculate by himself. "Xiaoxiu, you're so smart." Yu Shu praised him sincerely. Once again, she felt that this new little brother was not bad. He was hardworking and kind-hearted. It was rare that he was a diligent and studious child. Unexpectedly praised by her, Yu Xiaoxiu squeezed the chopsticks in his hand uncomfortably. he lowered his head and urged, "Hurry up and eat. The dishes are getting cold." "Oh." Yushu pretended not to see his blushing face. She picked up the bowl and slowly ate the rice. Lunch was stir-fried vegetables and a small plate of pickled melon. It was so vegetarian that not even a speck of oil could be seen. It was also Yushu's fault. After eating mutton for the first time the night before, she became greedy. Eating bland food made her stomach uncomfortable. She wanted to make something more fragrant, but she didn't have much money in her pocket. As she ate, her mind started to wander. Last night, she had gone to old matriarch Ji's place to receive a beating. When she passed by the courtyard's small garden, she had seen a nest of carps in the pond under the veranda. It was spring, the time for them to spawn. They were big and fat, and the thought of them made her salivate. She loved eating fish the most. After lunch, Yushu went to find Aunt Lu. "Aunt Lu, do you have shrimps in the main kitchen?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Can you make me some shrimps when you come back tonight?" Yushu gestured with her fingers. "Just a little will do." Aunt Lu thought she was greedy at first, but when she heard that she wanted shrimps, she thought it was not the case. She asked, "What do you want that for?" It was not convenient for Yushu to explain to her. In spring, carps like to eat fish, especially shrimps. She fooled her. "I need it. Just tell me if it's okay." "Okay." Aunt Lu is so nice. Yushu grinned and pretended to be a good girl. She asked her for a thick needle for sewing mattresses. Returning to his room, he rummaged through the small box he had seized the day before. After rummaging around for a while, he picked out a handful of long, thin red threads and tied them together one by one. He inserted the needles into the wooden seam of the bed, twisted the end of the needle, and tied the red thread securely to one end. After pulling hard several times to test his strength, he was satisfied with the thread and tucked it under the mattress at the end of the bed. Yu Xiaoxiu was lying on the bed reading a book. Seeing her fiddling, he said, "You have to go out to work later. Stop playing and go to sleep." "Okay, I'm going to sleep now." Yushu closed the box and kicked it to the end of the bed. She put her feet on it, squinted her eyes, and stopped fiddling. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at her for a while. Seeing that she was not fiddling anymore, he closed the book, smoothed the corners, and pressed it against the head of the bed. He pulled up half of the curtain and closed his eyes to dream. After a short nap, when Yushu arrived at Mianzhai, she was a quarter later than usual. There were 2 customers in the shop who were picking out paper. Chao Zixin was accompanying them. When he saw Yushu enter the door, he only froze for a moment. He didn't even greet her, then turned his head and continued to introduce his new jade paper to the customers. Yushu didn't feel anything was wrong at first. Seeing that he was busy, she didn't say anything. She walked behind the counter with familiarity, took out the account book, pulled out the abacus, and opened the account book. She found the most recent account and looked at it for a while. She didn't come this morning, but the shop's business was good. They made about 1 tael of silver, which was better than 2 days ago. Yushu remembered that Chao Zixin went to Wanxiang Street to invite a feng shui master yesterday. She thought that he should have come to take a look in the morning. She looked around the shop with the account book in her hand. On the counter at the entrance, there was a jade beast that she couldn't name. It was palm-sized, green with a hint of yellow, and had a square base. It was squatting obediently on top of the counter. The evergreen at the entrance had also been moved into the shop and placed under the shelf. It didn't take up much space, but she could still see it when she entered the shop. While Yushu was looking around, Chao Zixin sold 2 more sets of paper. He sent the customers to the door and returned to the long counter to collect money. Yushu saw him put a few pieces of silver into the money box. She rested her hand on the counter and tilted her head with a smile. "The person I invited this morning came to take a look, right? He's really fast. Business is good." Chao Zixin closed the money box and turned to tidy up the shelf, as if he didn't hear her. Seeing this, Yushu was puzzled. She just came here not long ago. Did she offend him? Yushu and Chao Zixin had become familiar with each other these days. She didn't mind his cold face. She put down the account book and followed him to ask, "Shopkeeper? What's wrong with you? You don't want to talk because your throat is not feeling well? Did you eat something salty at noon?" "I know." The feng shui master you hired must have cheated you. You're not happy because you spent too much money. As Yu Shu spoke, she was the first to laugh. Ignoring Chao Zixin's darkening expression, she followed behind him and muttered, "You're a good girl. I saw you bought a piece of jade. It's not cheap, right? To tell you the truth, when I went back to Wanxiang Street for the first time yesterday, the things there were really expensive. You know the trading house of the Kong family? A broken rope there costs a dime. At that time, I thought that if I worked here for a month, I could only buy 3 ropes. It's not even long enough to hang myself. It's such a scam, don't you think?" Chao Zixin sighed and put the inkstone on the shelf. He turned around and said with a straight face, "Where did you go yesterday afternoon?" "Ah." Hearing his question, Yu Shu couldn't help but feel strange. She said, "Didn't I go to Wanxiang Street with you? Then we got separated. I wandered around the street and went back by myself." The more Chao Zixin heard, the angrier he became. "This brat, I've been looking for him for the whole afternoon yesterday, but he just went back and doesn't even know the way. It's a shame that I didn't lose him." Yesterday, the two of them met a swindler who sold fake paintings under the memorial arch of Wanxiang Street. Yu Shu extorted a box of fake paintings from him. Because of this, Chao Zixin and Yu Shu quarreled. In a moment of anger, he turned around and left. He didn't go far when he found that Yu Shu didn't follow him. He quickly went back to look for her, but she was gone. Recently, Yang City wasn't peaceful. There were often teenagers who disappeared for no reason. Some rumors spread from the yamen. Chao Zixin heard about it. He was afraid that Yu Shu had been harmed. Last night, he couldn't find her and didn't know where Yu Shu's home was. So he went to the yamen first. Later, he slept in the shop for a night and didn't dare to go back home. He thought that if Yu Shu got lost and didn't go back home, her family would come looking for her, so he could know that she was safe. He slept like this until dawn. No one came looking for her. Then he was relieved and slept for a while. "Shopkeeper, are you angry that I didn't wait for you and went back first?" Yu Shu finally saw some clues. "Then you misunderstood. Yesterday, I was looking for you on the street, but the street was too big. I couldn't find you for a long time, so I went back." Listening to her eloquent words, Chao Zixin said in a deep voice, "Since you don't know the way, why did you run around? Why didn't you stay where you were and wait for me? Recently, there are often boys who get lost in Yang City. Didn't you hear shopkeeper Wu say the day before yesterday? If you were kidnapped by bad guys, didn't you think about what would happen to you?" Being reprimanded by him, Yu Shu was stunned. After a while, she came back to her senses and looked at him carefully. It wasn't difficult to find that this face, which was always smiling and elegant, was now full of depression. There was no elegance to be seen, but for some reason, it was much more pleasing to the eye than usual. Yu Shu was indeed narrow-minded, but the more narrow-minded a person was, the easier it was for them to feel that others were good to them. "Shopkeeper, are you worried about me?" Chao Zixin was dumbfounded by her sudden question. He wanted to say yes, but he was still angry. He wanted to say no, but he was indeed worried all night. He didn't know how to answer when Yu Shu patted his shoulder a few times. "Shopkeeper, you're really a good person." Before Chao Zixin could understand the strange meaning of this praise, he heard Yu Shu say seriously, "Don't worry. The next time we go on the street, I definitely won't wander around. If I get lost, I'll stand where I am and wait for you to find me. Don't be angry." Shopkeeper Chao was, after all, an adult and could not bicker with a child. Hearing her words, although Chao Zixin vaguely felt that he had forgotten something to tell her, he still softened his expression and said, "Don't worry." Chapter 40. Behind the counter of Mianzhai, the shopkeeper and the young clerk stared at each other. "Well, shopkeeper, my house is not far from Changmenpa Street. It's just in the south." Yu Shu pointed to the direction casually, intending to fool him. "Where is the south?" Chao Zixin crossed his arms, took a step back, and waited for her to explain clearly. "It's in the south. Go south after leaving South Street. Turn into the alley on the right at the first intersection. Keep going until you turn north and keep going. Turn east at the next intersection. You'll see an alley. That's it." Yu Shu gestured seriously. Facing Chao Zixin's questioning eyes, in order to win his trust, she didn't blink and tried to look innocent. Finally, when the doubt in his eyes dissipated, she looked away and saw him turning to continue to organize the shelves. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard him laugh. Isn't that just a full circle? Ah Shu, you're lying to me. His laugh was a little helpless, but it was not an accusation. However, when Yu Shu heard it, she inexplicably felt sorry. Originally, she only regarded Chao Zixin as a boss who paid her wages. They were involved in interests. She did the work, and he paid. It was very fair. It was not a big deal to lie to him. However, he was clearly taking care of her. No matter how much it was, he was sincere. It seemed that she was heartless. To be honest, it had been a while since she came to the ancient times. She had met a lot of people. Apart from Yu Xiaoxiu and Aunt Lu, the one who was good to her was shopkeeper Chao, who was not related to her. But should she tell him clearly that she was not Ah Shu, but Yu Shu, a burden of a concubine in the Ji family? She lived in a servant's room, and a girl disguised as a boy to work for him. Don't be kidding. She would not do such a stupid thing. Ah! Yu Shu laughed and pretended to be stupid. She swayed behind the counter with her hands behind her back and continued to check the account. Chao Zixin didn't ask any more questions. He tidied up the items on the shelves, walked to her side, and sat down to drink tea quietly. The atmosphere was harmonious. For a while, there was only the sound of the abacus clicking until another customer came in. Before closing, Yu Shu and Chao Zixin had discussed it. She would use half a month's salary to buy a stack of cut hemp paper, 2 brand new brushes, a bag of broken ink, and an ink stone that had been smashed and damaged. This time, Chao Zixin did not suggest giving it to her for free. After getting along with Yu Shu for a few days, he knew that she was a person who liked to earn her own living. Giving it to her for free might not make her happy, so he took her half a month's salary as an advance payment. Yu Shu wrapped the paper and brushes in oil paper and put them under her armpit. She stood at the door of the shop and waited for Chao Zixin to lock the door. On the street dyed with dusk, their shop was the first to close. However, today's business was surprisingly good. They made 20 taels of silver in a day. Before closing, a rich customer threw a silver ingot, took a stack of jade paper, and left without counting the paper. This made Yu Shu, who was skeptical about feng shui, believe it was a coincidence. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? 2 days ago, the shop was deserted, but as soon as the feng shui was changed, the shop became prosperous. When the last piece of the door was put in place, Yu Shu seemed to be able to see the back of the jade beast on the counter glistening with a green light. She wasn't sure if it was a reflection, but it was a little strange. It's still early. Come with me to eat something first? Chao Zixin suggested at the door of the shop. Seeing Yu Shu's hesitation, he sighed. I haven't eaten anything since last night. Since he said so, Yu Shu didn't hesitate. She could guess why he hadn't eaten anything. She raised her chin and signaled him to lead the way. Chao Zixin smiled, pointed at the alley diagonally opposite, and led her to the north. When they passed by the door of the cloth shop, shopkeeper Wu held an abacus in his hand and stopped him. Hey, shopkeeper Chao. What's the matter, shopkeeper Wu? Chao Zixin took a few steps back and asked. Yu Shu stopped by the roadside to look at the kites and paper kites on the stall, but she was listening to their conversation. It's like this. You see, I bought goods yesterday, and I have accumulated a sum of money this month. It's a mess. The boss wants to check the account tomorrow, and I really can't do anything about it. Why don't you let Ah Shu stay and help me with the account? I'll treat you to a drink at Dongyun restaurant tomorrow. Not all the shops on Changmin Street were opened by the shopkeepers themselves. Some were like Chao Zixin, who rented the shop and became his own boss, and some were like shopkeeper Wu, who had a boss above them. It was just a fork of several cloth shops in the city. Shopkeeper Wu was a slippery person, and the account for a month couldn't be settled in a short time. If he wanted to settle the account with Yu Shu, he had to discuss it with Chao Zixin openly. It seemed that he was respecting shopkeeper Chao, but in fact, he was bypassing Yu Shu and directly asking Chao Zixin to give him face. They were neighbors and business should be friendly. Besides, Chao Zixin was a nice person. Once he agreed, he wouldn't be afraid that Yu Shu would refuse. Yu Shu knew what shopkeeper Wu was thinking. She snorted. Shopkeeper Wu had a good idea. If he begged her directly, she wouldn't be able to respond to him. After all, he had hit her with a broom and tricked her into working for free. However, if Chao Zixin agreed, she couldn't say no. It seemed that she couldn't go back early today. She picked up a kite with a swallow's body and asked the price. How much is this? Spring was a good season for kite flying. In the past, the place where she lived was full of electric poles, so she couldn't fly freely. She had to find time to take Yu Xiaoxiu out to play. It wasn't good for boys to stay at home all the time. They were all homebodies. Shopkeeper Wu, it's not good to let outsiders see the private account of your shop. Ashu is a child, and he doesn't know the importance of the account. If he gives you the wrong account, he can't afford to lose money. How about this? I know an old fortune teller on Vientiane Street. I'll write a letter and you can send someone to invite him over. You can spend a few more taels of silver and let him calculate for you. At least you can be assured, right? Little brother, the kite in your hand only costs 20 taels. If you want to buy it, I will give you a piece of rope. How about it? Yu Shu turned her head and stared at Chao Zixin's back in surprise. He could sell a favor with just a few words. He actually refuted shopkeeper Wu's request and didn't push her out as a favor. She grinned. She didn't know why, but she felt a little happy. Shopkeeper Wu probably didn't expect that Chao Zixin would refuse. His face was a little stiff. He coughed and looked at Chao Zixin's amiable smiling face. He didn't know what to say, so he said embarrassedly, "That's not necessary. It's too troublesome to go back and forth. I'll be busy tonight." Chao Zixin nodded and didn't say anything. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu looking at him with a smile. She still had a kite in her hand. He asked, "Want to buy a kite?" "Oh, just looking around. I don't have the money to spend." Yu Shu put the kite back on the stall and led the way to the side of the alley. "Let's go. Didn't you say we were going to eat?" Chao Zixin glanced at the variety of kites on the stall and smiled inexplicably. He followed Yu Shu with his long legs. On the south street of Chengmenpa Street, there was a small section full of restaurants and tea houses. There were also many food stalls set up in the alley. There were rice cakes, jujube cakes, sesame balls, fried buns, shredded chicken noodles, meat pancakes, bean balls, wonton soup noodles, and all kinds of hot snacks. The street was filled with fragrance. Unless one was really full, no one could walk the street without looking sideways. Chao Zixin took Yu Shu to sit down at a stall selling wonton at the intersection. Yu Shu turned her head and looked around. There were 3 sets of long stools and short tables. They came at the right time and occupied the last table. Smelling the fragrance from the table next to them and tilting her head to look at the chopped vegetables floating in the bowl, Yu Shu couldn't help but salivate. She swallowed. She was craving meat. She hadn't eaten meat for days. The lady-in-waiting was cooking the soup next to the pot. She looked to be in her early 30s and had a floral handkerchief wrapped around her head. When she saw the two of them sitting down, she smiled at Yu Shu before greeting Chao Zixin. "Shopkeeper Chao, do you still want to eat chicken soup today? Would you like 2 bowls?" Chao Zixin didn't rush to answer. Instead, he asked Yu Shu, "This wonton has enough fillings, the skin is good, and the soup is very tasty. Would you like to try it?" Yu Shu sat casually with one hand on her knee. She smiled and said to him, "Since you are willing to treat me, there is no reason for me not to eat. Then I'll have a bowl." Chao Zixin smiled. He appreciated the young man's energy. He was neat and not pretentious at all. It was comfortable to get along with him. "Sister Zhao, 2 bowls of wonton. The usual. Don't put coriander in my bowl." "Okay, I'll put it in the pot for you." As soon as the lid of the pot was lifted, white smoke billowed out. The woman called Big Sister Zhao skillfully scooped a basket of wrapped wontons into the pot. The splashing sound of the wontons falling into the water sounded like it was being heated up. The skin of the wonton was thin and it was very easy to cook. After a while, Sister Zhao put 2 big bowls in front of Yu Shu and Chao Zixin. She said, "Eat it while it's hot. If the soup is not enough, ask her to add more." Then she went back to work. A big bowl of wonton was full. The chicken soup was just right. It smelled more fragrant when one was close to it, but it was not greasy at all. There was a layer of green coriander floating on the top, which looked very appetizing. Eat quickly. Go back early after eating. Okay. One was hungry and the other was greedy. Chao Zixin and Yu Shu didn't talk much during the meal, but they ate very comfortably. The hot wonton was so hot that people were obedient. Yu Shu drank all the soup in the end. She breathed a long sigh of relief. Her forehead was full of sweat, as if the anger of being beaten by old Lady Ji yesterday came out together with the sweat. Watching Chao Zixin pay the bill, she thought about when to bring Yu Xiaoxiu here to have a taste. This wonton was really delicious. In the evening, Yu Shu returned to the yard. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Yu Xiaoxiu squatting at the door and writing on the ground. She walked over with a paper bag under her armpit. Yu Xiaoxiu was drawing a plate and calculating attentively. He didn't notice that Yu Shu had walked to his side. She kicked her shoes and looked up. Don't draw on the ground. Yu Shu patted the paper bag in her hand. Get up, go into the room, and write on the table. Yu Xiaoxiu knew at a glance that she had bought paper and pen. When he stood up because he squatted for a long time, his head was heavy and his feet were light. He swayed back and forth, and Yu Shu supported him so that he didn't fall. He was anemic because he ate too vegetarian and couldn't keep up with the nutrition. Yu Shu saw it but didn't say anything. She just pulled him into the room, put the paper and ink bag on the table, and took a towel from the rope at the door to wipe his hands. Yu Shu walked to the bed and untied her short robe. Because the inside was neatly covered with a white lining, she didn't mind that Yu Xiaoxiu was also in the room, so she put on the small jacket and skirt. Chapter 41. Before dinner, Yu Shu strolls to the east courtyard alone. She avoids people all the way and observes the topography around the pond that caught her attention. She also appreciates a group of live carps swimming happily in the pond. Satisfied, she returns to the yard when it gets dark. After eating wonton on the street, Yu Shu only drinks half a bowl of porridge for dinner. Watching Yu Xiaoxiu, whose face has turned yellow, gulps the soup, gnaws the flatbread, and eats a small plate of pickled vegetables, she feels upset. She really wishes that the bowl of wonton she ate in the evening goes into Yu Xiaoxiu's stomach. She has no money to let Yu Xiaoxiu eat well now, and she doesn't want him to make do with it when he is growing up, so she can only think of a crooked idea. Yu Xiaoxiu doesn't know what Yu Shu is thinking about. After dinner, he cleans up the bowls and chopsticks and goes out to wash his face and sleep. The ancient times are not like the modern times. There are fewer entertainment activities. At night, the poor can only turn off the lights and sleep. Yu Shu washes her face behind Yu Xiaoxiu's head and brushes her teeth carefully with a willow branch. She goes back to bed, disheveled her hair and combed it over and over again with a broken comb. She always feels that this long hair is troublesome, but it feels quite comfortable when she washes it and dries it. The long hair drapes over her shoulders and hangs over her chest. When she shakes it, her beautiful hair is like a waterfall, very elegant. She feels good about herself and satisfies Yu Shu's maiden feelings that have been forgotten in some corner. Are you done? I'm going to blow out the light. Yu Xiaoxiu closes the door and unbolts it from the inside. He turns his head and sees Yu Shu showing off. He curls his lips and goes over to turn off the light. Yu Shu is not afraid of the dark. She squeaks and throws away the comb. She pulls the quilt and lies in it. Then she pulls down the curtain. With a whoosh, the light went out. Yu Shu closed her eyes. She heard Yu Xiaoxiu lie down with a thud and turn over. After a while, she said, Xiaoxiu, let's go out to play in a few days, okay? Going out to play? That's right. I'm either cooped up at home or in private schools. I want to go somewhere else. Why don't you come with me? After a moment of silence, she said, I have to go to the private school in the morning, and you have to work in the afternoon. It doesn't matter. I'll talk to the shopkeeper. It's fine to rest for a day. Are you going? Hee, then I'll find a day when I'm free. Let's go out and play. Let's sleep. Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu turned over and lay on his side. Across half of the room, he looked at the blurry figure on the opposite bed. He closed his eyes, opened them again, closed them again, and opened them again. After confirming that there is indeed a person lying on the bed and not just him in this small room, he closed his eyes again after a while. His sister has really changed. It's really good like this. It doesn't matter if life is a little hard, at least there is someone willing to accompany me. Yushu almost woke up late. Hearing the rooster crowing at the back of the room, she turned over and almost fell asleep again. She pinched her thigh hard, gritted her teeth, and sat up on the bed. She looked at the window and saw that the sky outside was dark. It was just past midnight. She quietly put on her clothes and tied her hair into a ponytail. She tucked the pillow under the quilt and felt around for something under the bed. She tiptoed over to the door and saw that Yu Xiaoxiu was quiet. She gently moved the stool that was blocking the door and opened the door to leave. There is still no light, and it is very cold outside. Fortunately, she had the foresight to wear an extra layer of clothes. The door of the kitchen in the corner of the courtyard is open. After Yushu went in, she rummaged on the stove for a long time before she found the flour and wheat bran. She wrapped a little with paper, took a bucket and a shoulder pole, went around the back of the house, and picked up a few chicken feathers from the place where the chickens often walked. At this time, even the servants in the main kitchen who make breakfast are asleep. It is quiet inside and outside the courtyard. Yushu walked alone on the road to the east courtyard. It is dark, but she is not afraid. She just feels cold on her neck because of the breeze. She shrunk her head and trotted for a while before her body warms up. Avoiding the main road, Yushu did not meet the patrolling servants. When she reached the edge of the small pond in the garden, there is a faint white light in the sky. She climbed the long corridor, stepped on the lawn, and walked to the edge of the pond. She squatted down, put down the bucket, and took out something to make bait. The fish in the pond have just woken up, and they are swimming slowly. The water is clear, and some images can be seen at the bottom of the pond. Fish in spring love the smell of fish, especially carps and crucian carps. A little sticky shrimp skin and a layer of wheat bran is ready-made bait. Yushu had a friend who studied finance in the past who liked fishing very much. Occasionally, he would take a few people to the wild pond in the countryside to fish. Yushu followed them and was bitten by many insects, so she learned something. After making the bait, she takes out the rope hook she prepared yesterday, wraps the rope on one end of the shoulder pole, and ties it to the hole. She also ties half a chicken feather on the red rope as a float. Fortunately, it is the springtime for fish to spawn, and fish like to swim near the water. She can catch it without a long pole. It is the best time to fish at this time. Domestic fish need to be fed by people, and they are the hungriest when it is almost dawn. Domestic fish are much more stupid than wild fish, and they will come to fish as long as you give them fragrant bait. It is the best time to fish here at this time. Looking at the chicken feather floating on the water, Yushu has begun to plan how to eat the first fish. Braised? Steamed? Barbecued? A gust of wind blows, and she holds her breath to hold back a sneeze. Half a chicken feather on the water moves. At dawn, Yushu hides the bucket with 2 carps in the weeds outside the courtyard. She doesn't know how the fish in the pond are carefully raised. They have red backs and silver waists, are very beautiful, big, fat, and silly. These 2 fish are squeezed in a wooden bucket, and they don't know that their good days are coming to an end. They are still chasing each other and flirting with each other. Thinking that these silly fish are raised in Old Lady G's yard, Yushu's revenge is really satisfied. You hit me with 20 rattans, so I will eat 20 of your fish. 1 fish for each time. Just right. After hiding the fish, Yushu hides at the gate of the yard. When no one passes by, she sneaks in and leaves the shoulder pole and the bucket by the well. She enters the house, takes off her dirty clothes and puts them under the bed. Then she sneaks into bed. As soon as she lies down, she hears Yu Xiaoxiu talking in a daze. Are you awake? Yushu doesn't say anything. After a while, she hears Yu Xiaoxiu get up. Before breakfast, Yushu goes back to sleep. When Yu Xiaoxiu wakes her up, it is already dawn. Eat first, then change the dressing. If you have to do heavy work in Jingshangtang, do it slowly. I will go and replace you after school. After leaving these words, Yu Xiaoxiu takes his school bag and leaves. The brother and sister are 4 years apart, and he seems to be the older one. After breakfast, Yu Shu doesn't hurry to go out. Instead, she takes out the 2 books she seized in Vientiane Street the day before yesterday. One is Chimin and the other is Yishuan. She prepares a brush and ink. While reading, she scribbles some words that she doesn't know. She is going to ask Chao Zixin in the afternoon. When the sun comes out, she cleans up the table, puts the book Chimin, closes the door and goes to the west courtyard. Today, there are only 3 people keeping records in Jing Shangtang. The old Taoist who was sleeping on the bamboo bed in the corner is gone. The bed is still there, but no one knows where he went. Yesterday, she cleaned more than 1,000 compasses, but today she only needs to clean the floor. Yu Shu feels that the people here are just looking for something for her to do. They are not deliberately making things difficult for her. Otherwise, when Yu Xiaoxiu helped her yesterday, they would have said something. The wound on her arm still hurts today. If it weren't for the medicine Yu Xiaoxiu got from Uncle Zhou Lu, it would be strange if she didn't get swollen after soaking in water yesterday. The hall was too spacious, and the floor was made of solid wood. The only difference was the smoothness of the high-grade flooring she had seen before. She had to change 6 buckets of water before she could wipe the floor clean. She sat on the spotless floor, panting, and rested for a long time before she felt better. It is still early, so she moves to the center of the hall and sits cross-legged next to the huge bagua plate. She takes out the book in her arms and continues to read. She doesn't know the meaning of more than half of the words in the book, and the whole sentence is even more obscure. But she knows that haste makes waste, so she can only take it slowly. What book are you reading? The light above her head is blocked. Yu Shu looks up and sees that it is the old Taoist. She is not surprised. She directly holds the book up and shows him the 2 words, Chimin, on the cover. Unexpectedly, the old Taoist takes the book from her hand. He tilts his eyebrows and flips a few pages. Then he closes the book and throws it into Yu Shu's arms. He turns around and sneers, walking towards his bamboo bed. You can't learn shit even if you read this in 10 years. Yu Shu picks up the book and says behind him, you can't even understand this. You can't learn shit even if you study for 100 years. The old Taoist stops. It is hard to tell if he laughs or snorts. He steps back and squats down in front of her. He carefully observes her young and tender face under the sunlight. His eyes move around. Yu Shu doesn't like being stared at like this, especially when the other person is an old man. She lowers her head and continues to flip through the book, ignoring him. Tsk, you don't have the root of wisdom, your spirituality is too poor, and your foundation is not good. You are far worse than Xingxuan. Apart from fate, there is nothing comparable. Alas, alas, I am so unlucky. If I knew that one is worse than the other, I would rather. When Yu Shu heard him muttering and comparing her to others, she couldn't help but feel unhappy. Although she usually liked to joke around, she was actually a proud person. Only she looked down on others. How could a stranger judge her and look down on her in front of her? The old Taoist is still muttering, but Yu Shu rolls up the book, glances at him, stands up and walks out. Little girl, stop. Why are you leaving? I haven't finished talking. Yu Shu walks to the door and turns her head back. She looks at the sloppy old Taoist and ridicules, go back and learn shit. After saying that, she turns around and walks away, leaving the old Taoist squatting next to the bagua plate in shock. After a while, he laughs out loud. Under the probing eyes of the few people in the hall, he shakes his head and lies back on the bed. Yu Shu rolled up the book in her hand as she walked on the path. She tried her best to recall the name, Xing Xian Lass, that the disheveled old man had mentioned. She seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Chapter 42. In the Sanja study room, Yu Xiaoxiu was sitting in the last row, listening to the class. When school was about to end, there were few students in the private school who were not absent-minded. However, he was a little older than 10 years old and was at the age where he was naughty, but he was patient and sat for the whole morning. After the headmaster left, he followed the crowd and found his returned homework on the podium. He sighed secretly and walked to the back row to leave. As he walked, he looked at the homework paper to find the mistakes. He was called twice before he reacted. He turned around and saw Shuewenjia striding towards him. He was puzzled. Why did he call him? Yu Xiaoxiu. Shuewenjia walked to him with a long face, but his eyes were looking away. He said in a slightly angry tone, "Where is your sister? Why didn't she come to class these days?" Yu Xiaoxiu did not have a good impression of Shuewenjia. He knew that Yu Shu used to like Shuewenjia, and because of this, she was ridiculed in front of her. Yu Xiaoxiu's memory was full of Shuewenjia's disgust and despise for his sister. Now that his sister had changed and was no longer flattering Shuewenjia, he did not want her to change back. So he became vigilant and looked up at Shuewenjia, who was a head taller than him. "It's none of your business." Shuewenjia felt uncomfortable being stared at by Yu Xiaoxiu. He wanted to say that he was going to have a birthday banquet in the restaurant the day after tomorrow and invited the poor sister and brother. He stuttered and felt wronged. When he was about to lose his temper, someone behind him answered for Yu Xiaoxiu. "She hit my cousin. Grandmother won't allow her to come to school." Ji Zhu walked up from behind and said lightly, She hit Ma Weibo?" Shuewenjia was surprised. "Really?" As she spoke, she looked towards the pavilion, searching for Ma Weibo's figure. When Yu Xiaoxiu saw that Ji Zhu had arrived, he folded his homework and left without a word. "Why would I lie to you?" Ji Zhu frowned. She and Shuewenjia had known each other since they were young. They had a good relationship, so she spoke freely. Shuewenjia didn't see Ma Weibo, so he asked Ji Zhu, "So she won't come here anymore?" Ji Zhu sensed the nervousness in Shuewenjia's words and couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. She said mockingly, "Don't you hate her? Why do you care?" "Who said I care?" Shuewenjia denied loudly and said angrily, "She insulted me last time. I haven't settled the score with her yet. If she doesn't come, who am I going to vent my anger on?" He didn't care about that annoying girl. He just felt that she was quite pitiful. She was dressed in rags and didn't have a single good piece of clothing. She probably didn't even have enough to eat. That's why he wanted to ask her to come on his birthday. He wanted to show her his style and then humiliate her. Ji Zhu's eyebrows relaxed and she smiled. She changed the book in her other hand and her voice softened. "My fourth sister came back with a letter. She said that she left in a hurry last time and couldn't have a small gathering with us. When she comes back next time, she will call you and Wenwen. We will go for a river trip." Shuewenjia was stunned for a moment. He suddenly smiled and his handsome face was suspiciously red. He couldn't help but change his tone of voice. "Really? She said so in the letter? She said that the next time she comes back, she will go out with us?" "Of course it's true. I will bring her letter to you tomorrow." Ji Zhu saw that he didn't pursue the matter of Yu Shu anymore. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She pulled his sleeve and walked out. "But you have to treat me to the lotus cake from Yuan Kuai house. Let's go." "Okay, Hao, let's go." Shuewenjia was happily pulled away by her. He completely forgot about inviting Yu Shu to his birthday party. It was not noon when Yu Shu came back from Jingshangtang. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't come back. Aunt Lu and the two servants next door were helping in the main kitchen. The kitchen in the small courtyard was empty. Yu Shu went into the kitchen with a bucket of water. She locked the door from the inside and began to work. She killed the fish, removed the scales, and removed the internal organs. She lived in her grandmother's house when she was a child, so it was easy to use a firewood stove. She lit the stove and put the big pot that Aunt Lu used to cook in on the rack. She found a bowl of sticky oil on the stove and sniffed it. There was no strange smell. She poured some into the pot, peeled some onions and ginger, and smashed them with a blunt knife. When the oil was hot, she picked up the tail and put the fat fish in. Sizzle, she accidentally spilled a drop of oil on her wrist. It was so hot that her hand trembled. She quickly lowered her head and licked it. Seeing that one side of the fish was almost fried, she changed the other side. When the smell came out, she added half a pot of hot water and covered the fish. She added salt and ginger, covered the pot with a lid and simmered it. She turned around and quickly cleaned up the internal organs and scales on the ground. She took the remaining fish in the bucket and ran out to hide behind the tree that she saw yesterday. The fried fish was easy to cook. Yushu stayed by the pot and smelled the fragrance. She couldn't help but taste the milky white fish soup. It was so fresh that she almost bit her tongue. Even she was surprised. How could the fish soup that was made by cutting corners taste so good? Yushu didn't know that the pond of koi in Old Lady Ji's courtyard was carefully raised with a feng shui array. There was an 8 treasures array eye in the pond, which was personally arranged by Old Master Ji. It drew the chi of the sun and the moon and gathered the essence of the morning fog. The koi became the 8 treasures fragrant carp, so it was naturally delicious. Eating the 8 treasures fragrant carp not only brightened the eyes and nourished the skin, but it could also increase one's good fortune. Every month, on the 15th day of the family's banquet, only one fish would be killed and placed on the main table. This fish and 8 bowls of soup weren't something that just anyone could drink. Everyone in the Ji family knew about this, so they didn't deliberately send people to watch the fish in the pond. They didn't expect that Yushu, the greedy cat, would take advantage of the fact that the sky was still dark and everyone was sleeping to secretly catch the 8 treasures fragrant carp in the pond. Yushu covered the pot, hummed a poem, and began to clean the kitchen. She calculated the time just right. As soon as she entered the house with the fish soup, Aunt Lu came back with the others to cook. Afraid that the soup would get cold, Yushu covered the bowl of fish soup with a bamboo grate to cover the fragrance. She squatted at the door and read the book, The Art of Wonders. From time to time, she would look at the entrance of the courtyard. Not long after, she saw Yu Xiaoxio's thin figure. Xiaoxio. As soon as Yu Xiaoxio entered the courtyard, he heard Yu Shu calling him. He looked up and saw her waving at him at the entrance of the house. He thought that something had happened and hurried to her. As soon as he reached the door, he was pulled into the house by her. What's wrong? Yu Xiaoxio looked at her in confusion. She closed the door and put down the bolt. The room immediately became half dark. Come on, sit down. I'll give you something good to eat. Yu Shu coaxed Yu Xiaoxio to sit down at the table. She removed the grate on the bowl and white smoke rose. She directly piled the bowl of fish soup in front of him and handed him a spoon, saying, "Eat it while it's hot. Drink the soup first and then eat the fish. Be careful not to get stuck by the thorns." Yu Xiaoxio stared at the big fish lying in the bowl of white soup in a daze. At first, he didn't feel touched, but he swallowed and said in surprise, Where did the fish come from?" Yu Shu thought for a moment and stuffed the spoon into his hand. She patted his shoulder and said, "You eat first. I'll tell you when you're done." She guessed that if she told him, he would lose his appetite. The smell of the fish soup was very strong. After sitting in the private school for a whole morning, Yu Xiaoxio was hungry and thirsty. He couldn't help but scoop a spoonful of soup and drink a mouthful. The fresh soup entered his throat and was exceptionally delicious. When Yu Shu saw his eyes light up, she knew that he liked it. She was happy, but she still wanted to hear his praise, so she deliberately asked, "Is it delicious?" "It's delicious." Yu Xiaoxio licked his lips and nodded. He handed the spoon to Yu Shu and said, "You drink it too. You eat. I'll go to the kitchen and get another spoon." Smelling the soup, Yu Shu was also hungry. Thinking that he couldn't finish such a big bowl by himself, she ran to the kitchen and got another spoon. The siblings finished the bowl of soup and the fish. In the end, there were only white fish bones left in the bowl. However, they didn't know that even their stepfather, the third master of the Ji family, Ji Hyotani, had never eaten the 8 treasure fragrant carp so happily. Yu Shu picked her teeth with the fish bones. Yu Xiaoxio burped again, wiped his mouth and asked, "Now you should tell me, where did you get the fish?" It was said that a fresh fish on the street cost 1 tael of silver, and it was such a big fish. Where did she get so much money? She didn't buy it. About the fish, Yu Shu didn't want to lie to him, so she told him everything. It happened that Yu Xiaoxio was a shallow fish in the Ji family. He didn't know so many stories, so he didn't know how powerful the 8 treasure carp was. He just cared that Yu Shu caught the fish in the old lady's garden, so he blushed and said, "What if the fish in the pond are counted? What if someone finds out that you stole the fish? What's there to count? It's a pond full of fish. Do you think I can fish them out every day and count them?" Yu Shu smiled. She was a person who wasn't afraid of doing something and wouldn't do it if she was afraid. Yu Xiaoxiu was still worried. The taste of the fish was still in his mouth, and his stomach was warm. It was too comfortable that he felt uneasy. Then have you cleaned up the kitchen? Don't throw the wash things in the yard. Throw them on the street in the afternoon. Children who matured early were careful. Yu Shu nodded and opened the door to let the smell of the fish soup dissipate. She hid the fish bones behind the door, planning to throw them away in the afternoon. Yu Xiaoxiu went to get a cloth to wipe the table. There's one fish left, right? Can I put it back at night? Yu Shu was unwilling. Why should I put it back? It took me so much effort to catch it. It's so delicious. I'll cook it for you next time. She was waiting for the opportunity to braise the remaining fish. She didn't want to let it go. Yu Xiaoxiu was also hungry. Hearing her words, he struggled for a while and compromised. Then hide it well. Don't let anyone find it. Don't worry about me. Yu Xiaoxiu secretly rolled his eyes. He thought of something and asked suspiciously, by the way, when did you learn to cook fish soup? Hi, it's easy. Aunt Lu was working in the kitchen. I just stood there and watched. It's called self-taught. Do you understand? Yu Shu began to brag after she was full. Anyway, she didn't need to file tax returns, so it was a waste not to brag. I was wondering why you dared to kill fish. You used to be afraid of killing chickens when you saw Aunt Lu. Yu Shu's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, I killed fish, not chickens. How can it be the same? Of course it was different. She had changed people. What was there to be afraid of? Oh, and today, Yu Shu was afraid that he would ask more questions. She quickly interrupted him and pushed him out of the door. Why are you so nosy? Let's not talk about it. Go wash your hands and come back to read a few words for me. Yu Xiaoxiu took a few steps out and looked back at her. He originally wanted to say that Shui Wenjie asked about her in the morning. But on second thought, if his sister knew that the gigolo was thinking about her, she might go back to her old ways and curry favor with that annoying guy. Chapter 43. What? You want to pay me? Yu Shu held the abacus and tilted her head to look at Chao Zixin, who was drinking tea at the counter. Well, I'll give you an extra 10 copper coins every day. But Yu Shu didn't lose her mind when it came to such a good thing as a raise in salary. She didn't believe in the free lunch. She needed a reason first. Chao Zixin said, You see, after you came, I've hired one less waiter and one more person to do the accounting, which saves me a lot of trouble. Shouldn't I give you 2 shares of money anyway? 20 copper coins a day was only 60 taels of silver a month. For a shop with a monthly income of dozens of taels, it was not too much to spend 60 taels of silver to hire someone to help. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and reached out to him. Then, do you want to give me a part of my previous salary first? She meant it as a joke, but Chao Zixin nodded and said, You can calculate it. Yu Shu knew that he meant what he said. She hesitated for a moment, then went to the abacus and made a series of calculations. She said, Just give me 70 copper coins. But, you took half a month's salary from me to buy pen and paper. Deduct this 70 copper coins. You can continue to pay me my salary in 4 days. We don't calculate it like this. Deduct what should be deducted and pay what should be paid. Chao Zixin put down the teapot and took out a string of coins from the money box. He untied it, counted some, peeled it off, tied a knot, and handed the rest to her. How could Yu Shu not see that Chao Zixin intended to help her? Although she was a little unhappy to be pitted, she didn't pretend to be noble. She took the money and thanked him. Seeing that she was willing to accept it, Chao Zixin hid the persuasive words he prepared and teased, You've been wearing this robe for a few years. The sleeves have almost shrunk to your elbows. I have a few old clothes. If you don't mind, I can bring them to you tomorrow. Take it back and find someone to make it smaller. You can wear it. This time, Yu Shu firmly shook her head and said seriously, Your clothes are too gaudy. They are either yellow or green. I'm not used to them. When I have money, I'll ask my auntie to sew another one for me. I won't pick up your old clothes. Her salary was earned through her hard work. If she took his clothes for free, it would be considered charity. The meaning was different. She was still a person with some principles. Chao Zixin didn't bring it up again and continued to drink his tea. He greeted the guests when they arrived. Yu Shu made a quick plan. She only helped when there were a lot of guests. When she was free, she asked Chao Zixin to teach her how to read. She copied all the words on a piece of paper from the Chiman. In order to prevent Chao Zixin from noticing something, she deliberately picked words that were not on the same page to ask. When the shop closed, the kite vendor across the street was still there. While Chao Zixin was closing the shop, Yu Shu took the opportunity to bargain with the vendor. She spent 20 copper coins to buy a beautiful kite with the body of an eagle. She also asked the vendor to make a bundle of string and a handle. Chao Zixin locked the door and saw her happily playing with the newly bought kite. He walked over and asked, "Are you going for an outing?" "Yes, with my brother." Yu Shu told him the truth and took the opportunity to ask for leave. "Manager, can you find a day when I'm free and let me rest for an afternoon? My brother is too tired from studying every day. I want to take him out to play." Chao Zixin thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow. I happen to be visiting a friend. I'll close the door at that time. You don't have to come tomorrow afternoon." "That's great." Yu Shu clapped her hands and thanked him with her white teeth. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Chao Zixin saw her smiling brightly, revealing a sharp little canine tooth at the corner of her mouth. Her carefree look was very infectious. An idea came to him and he couldn't help raising his hand to pat her head. Halfway through, he changed his direction and pointed to the intersection and said, "I'm going to get a pot of wine. You should go back quickly. Then I'm leaving. I'll come earlier in the afternoon the day after tomorrow." Yu Shu waved at him and left briskly. She didn't go home directly. Instead, she took the remaining money and went to South Street to buy a few pieces of cake. She planned to eat them on the outing tomorrow. After dinner, Yu Shu sat on the bed and counted the money. Yu Xiaoxiu sat at the table and concentrated on writing. He wasn't disturbed by her clanking. 1, 10, 15, 20. Not long ago, she got 1 tael of silver from second young Master Ji, who had an affair with a concubine in her stepfather's yard. She bought some snacks and the rest of the money she had earned these days. She had 50 cents of silver and a handful of copper coins. She would return the 30 copper coins to the old shopkeeper of the bookstore tomorrow. Sister Zhao's wontons cost 10 cents of silver for 2 bowls. Then she would go out to play the day after tomorrow and bring 20 cents of silver and this change. Yu Shu divided the money into 2 portions. She put 1 portion into a small bag sewn by Aunt Lu and put it into the copper jar where she usually put things. She took out the kite that she had hidden before and walked quietly behind Yu Xiaoxiu. She raised her hand and stretched it out in front of him. "Xiaoxiu, here you go." Yu Xiaoxiu stared at the gray eagle that suddenly appeared in front of him. He reached out to take it and touched it over and over again. He lowered his voice in surprise. "Where did you get the kite?" Children in ancient times were not fun, especially poor people. In Yu Shu's view, the temptation of a kite was equivalent to a remote control plane. "I bought it with my salary today." "Didn't we say that we were going out to play? I can't just run errands and do nothing." She also bought pastries. She would take him to eat wontons when she came back tonight. "Go out to play?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked confused. "Did you forget?" Yu Shu lifted her leg and squeezed him to sit down on the bench. "Didn't we agree to go out the night before yesterday? I told our shopkeeper that I won't go to work tomorrow afternoon. Don't say that you don't want to go out." Of course, Yu Xiaoxiu didn't forget, but Yu Shu had said many times before that she would take him out to play. Usually, it was because she did something bad and needed him to take the blame. She didn't keep her promise. After a few times, he didn't believe her anymore. He didn't expect that she was serious this time. "What's wrong? Say something. Are you going?" Yu Shu gently bumped Yu Xiaoxiu with her shoulder. Because he answered too quickly, Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and played with the kite in his hand. He whispered, "But I don't know how to fly a kite. I've only seen others do it." "It's okay, I know." Yu Shu reached out and put her hand on his thin shoulder. She said affectionately, "Don't be afraid. You'll learn it if you run more. I'll teach you tomorrow." Yu Xiaoxiu touched the kite in his hand again. He secretly confirmed that it was not fake. He was indescribably happy, but he also wanted to cry. His eyes were sore. He didn't know why. Then go home early tomorrow after school. We'll go out after dinner. I've asked around. There is a large open space by the river in the east of the city. We can fly a kite. By the way, did you do your homework today? Will it rain tomorrow? It's sunny. Yu Xiaoxiu paused, put down the kite, and carefully picked up the pen and paper again. I'll calculate it again. Chapter 44. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu went out together after breakfast. One went to the private school, and the other went to Jingshang Hall for labor reform. It's a nice day. It's windy in the afternoon, so it's best to fly a kite. Yu Shu stood at the gate of the courtyard and looked up at the clear clouds above the mansion. Yu Xiaoxiu looked up at the sky with her for a while, then he lowered his head and twisted the strap on his shoulder. I'm leaving. Come back soon. Oh. Yu Shu fed the carp hiding behind the tree, and then walked to the west courtyard. She came early, and there was only one customer wandering in the hall of Jingshang Hall. Yu Shu took the initiative to greet him and asked what he was going to do today. Wipe the floor. The man ordered casually, but his eyes were fixed on the divinatory plates. The wind blew a lot of dust through the skylight on the roof last night. The floor that was wiped the day before was only clean for 2 days. Yu Shu looked around the hall and found the bucket in the corner. Someone put the bucket she used yesterday next to the bamboo bed. The old Taoist was lying on the bed with one leg over the edge. He was snoring and sleeping soundly without a quilt. Yu Shu was a little confused. She put the bucket behind the door after using it yesterday. How did it go there? She walked over quietly and didn't look at the old Taoist. She took the bucket and left. She didn't expect that the moment she took a step, her clothes were pulled from behind. The old Taoist yawned and sat up crookedly. One of his hands was still holding the corner of Yu Shu's clothes, and the other hand was rubbing his eyes. He said unhappily, I was having a good dream, and you woke me up. Sorry, Taoist, please continue to sleep. Yu Shu quietly pulled the corner of her clothes out of his hands. She took 2 steps back, turned around, and walked quickly. She didn't hear anyone calling her from behind. She walked to the door and slowed down. She couldn't help but look back. The old Taoist was sitting by the bed and stretching. He didn't call out to her or follow her. Yu Shu felt that she was thinking too much. Maybe he didn't put the bucket on purpose. Walking to the well, Yu Shu put down the bucket and shook the rope for a while. When she felt that the water was full, she held the roller and shook it up. There was a lot of water, so she used all her strength to lift the roller. When the water came up, she carried the heavy bucket and put it down, panting a little. His aptitude is too weak. Yu Shu stiffened her neck and turned her head. She could hear the sound of ka-ka coming from her spine. She saw a wrinkled face made of tree bark. Although he already knew that this old man was ugly, when he looked at him in broad daylight, the layers of dried skin on his face were even more obvious. His pair of overly protruding eyes were even more frightening. If this face were to be shown, it would definitely scare all the children in the city to tears. Without waiting for Yu Shu to retreat in fear, the old Taoist retreated to the side, but he did not walk away. Instead, he looked at Yu Shu and shook his head. He paced back and forth a few steps, then looked at Yu Shu again, sighed, and shook his head again, as if there was something he could not decide on. Yu Shu originally wanted to stand with him for a while out of courtesy, but when she saw the look of disgust on his face, she immediately dispelled the idea and left with the bucket. Stop, come back. Yu Shu pretended not to hear him and walked on her own path. She didn't think that the old Taoist would look for her for something good. She didn't want to find trouble for herself. However, after 2 steps, she was grabbed by the collar from behind. Her body shook and the water in the bucket spilled out. Because she was holding the bucket in front of her, half of the water spilled on her dress. In a blink of an eye, the water seeped into her dress and made her knees cold. Yu Shu almost lost her temper, but the old Taoist didn't notice. He grabbed her collar and pulled her to the side rudely. She didn't have time to put down the bucket in her hand, so the water kept spilling out. He wouldn't stop until her whole dress was wet. What are you doing? Let go, let go. Ignoring Yushu's struggles, the old Taoist walked to a secluded corner at the back of the room. Only then did the old Taoist let go of Yushu and threw her aside. Looking at her frantically splashing water, he blew at his beard and said in a gruff voice, "Kneel and kowtow to the old Taoist. Kowtow, kowtow your head." Yushu squeezed the water on her dress and tidied it up. She looked up and stared at him gloomily. She thought that she had met a psycho. No wonder her eyelids kept twitching this morning. Seeing that she didn't move, the old Taoist changed his posture impatiently. "Hurry up and kowtow. If you are slow, don't blame me for changing my mind." "Huh?" Yushu was so angry that she laughed. She straightened her wrinkled dress and raised her eyebrows. "You'd better change your mind. Hurry up and change it now." The old Taoist didn't like her very much. Seeing her unruly look, he was even more unhappy. His face turned serious and looked even uglier than before. "I have my reasons for asking you to kowtow. If you don't kowtow now, don't regret it." Regret? She had done a lot of regretful things in her previous life. She had tasted all kinds of suffering and bitter results. If she had to do it again, as long as she didn't go against her conscience, there was nothing in this world that could make her regret. Yushu straightened her clothes and snorted. She stared at the old Taoist in front of her. Her gaze was extremely calm, fearless, and free. The old Taoist who was blowing his beard and glaring at her was stunned and in a trance. When he came to his senses, she was already gone, leaving only a puddle of water on the ground. Hiss! The old Taoist stretched out his hand to cover his chest and gasped. The feeling of fear just now was still there. God knew that he didn't see the whites of her eyes at that glance. Ancestors of the three pure ones, what was that? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yushu wiped the floor of Jingshang Hall clean. When she went back, she didn't see the strange old Taoist again. On the way back, she thought about what had happened just now. Her anger subsided and she felt it was ridiculous. According to her experience of watching TV and reading novels in the previous generation, the old Taoist was probably some kind of otherworldly master. He asked her to kowtow probably to teach her some skills. However, the old Taoist was arrogant and looked down on her poor talent and lack of spirituality. He hesitated for a long time and finally made a decision to put on airs in front of her. It was really ridiculous. Who begged him to like her? If he didn't like her, he shouldn't force her. He even threatened her. This was the most annoying thing. Probably guessing most correctly, Yushu didn't feel it was a pity. She lived again to enjoy life and pursue it. At the same time, she could teach her younger brother and cultivate him into a man. If she was destined, she could find a good man who was easy to control and get married and have children. She just wanted to live happily and freely for the rest of her life. Those good things that fell from the sky were not suitable for her. After returning to the courtyard, Yushu changed her wet clothes and hung them up to dry. She also took back the 2 sets of clothes she had washed yesterday, folded them, and put them in the cabinet. Then, she began to pack the things she would take with her in the afternoon. After wrapping a few pieces of pastries, she asked Auntie Lu to find a bamboo tube for her to fill with water. She also brought her purse and a book, stuffing them all into her little flour bag. When she was almost done, Yu Xiaoxiu came back from school. When he entered the door, he saw her packing things for the trip. He looked a little happy, but he didn't show it. He pretended to not care and put the bag on the table. "What do you want for lunch? Aunt Lu hasn't come back yet?" "I don't know. Can you ask?" Yu Xiaoxiu went out and came back after a while. "Noodles." Yushu took out the map of Yang City that she asked Uncle Saturday to draw yesterday. She spread it on the table and called Yu Xiaoxiu over to have a look. The sister and brother knelt on the bench and put their heads together to study it. "Look, the G Mansion is here. This is Changmenpu Street. This is the private school. This is the river I mentioned. This is the east, this is the south, this is the west, this is the north. Tell me, which way should we go?" "You don't even know the way?" "I am. Don't change the topic. Tell me quickly." "This way." Aunt Lu came to the door. She wanted to ask them if they wanted to eat soup or fish noodles. Seeing the situation, she smiled and didn't have the heart to disturb them, so she went back to the kitchen. Aunt Lou, we are leaving. We won't be back for dinner tonight. Miss, young master, be careful. Stay away from the river. It is dark at night. Come back early. Got it? See you, Aunt Lou. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu went out with a small bag and a kite. According to the map, they walked half a circle in the east of the city and found the river bank. The scenery was much more beautiful than Yu Shu had imagined. There was a plum forest across the river bank. It was blooming for the last time before it withered. Red and white interweaved, thick and light. When the wind blew, it rolled up the fallen flowers on the ground and overflowed with an intoxicating fragrance. Looking at it for a long time, under a tree in the forest, a vague white shadow condensed. It was like a fairy spirit born from the plum forest, which made people's heart beat fast. Yu Shu blinked and the white shadow disappeared. She secretly laughed at her blurred eyes. Standing by the river and looking at the other side, she liked the scenery so much that she wanted to cross the river. Yu Xiaoxiu called her twice and then reluctantly withdrew his eyes. Here, I don't know how to do it. Yu Xiaoxiu gloomily handed the kite with the string to Yu Shu. Yu Shu tied the string quickly and handed the kite to Yu Xiaoxiu. She stepped back and stretched the string of the kite. When the distance was close, she shouted to Yu Xiaoxiu. Run with me. When I say let go quickly. Okay. Raise it higher. It's running away. Yu Xiaoxiu obediently raised the kite high. Hearing her shout, he hurriedly followed. Let go. She loosened her hand and the gray eagle flew up with the wind. Before Yu Xiaoxiu shouted, it tilted its head and fell down. Yu Shu screamed. The two of them ran over and picked up the kite. Seeing that it wasn't broken, they heaved a sigh of relief and continued to fly it. They tried a few times but failed. Just when Yu Xiaoxiu looked at them suspiciously and Yu Shu was about to lose her composure, the wind started to blow on the riverbank again. Hurry up, run faster. Let go. It's flying. It's flying. Xiaoxiu, come here. Coming. Chapter 45. It was a sunny and windy day. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu played happily for the whole afternoon. They flew kites, climbed trees, washed their feet by the river, and picked up stones. At first, Yu Xiaoxiu was still a little reluctant, but under Yu Shu's constant teasing, he gradually relaxed his smiling face and played with her. The two played for a while by the river. Yu Shu pulled off Yu Xiaoxiu's hair rope with her long arms and legs, messed up his hair, and then turned around and ran away. Yu Xiaoxiu, with disheveled hair, chased her all over the river bank. Come on, come on. Short legs, you're so slow. Give it back to me. Yu Xiaoxiu chased her crazily and shouted in exasperation. Oh. Extreme joy turned to sorrow. Yu Shu ran backward with the hair rope in her hand, grinning and laughing. She accidentally tripped over a stone and fell to the ground on her butt. Her laughter turned into a cry of pain. Sister. Yu Xiaoxiu stopped in his tracks and quickly ran over, trying to help her up in a fluster. But Yu Shu waved her hand, gritted her teeth and said, I'm fine. Then she lowered her head and lay back on the soft lawn, panting. I'm done. I'm exhausted. Seeing that she was fine, Yu Xiaoxiu sat down beside her and grabbed the hair rope in her hand. When he was about to comb his hair, Yu Shu pulled him back by the collar and made him lie on the ground. The grass was very soft, and the small blades of grass rubbed against his ears, tickling and very comfortable. Yu Shu pointed to the sky for him to see. As the sun set, clouds of sunset rose into the sky and were burned red by the sunlight. Like a furnace fire, the clouds in the sky were ignited, surging with life at the last moment. Looking at the magnificent sunset, there seemed to be something stirring in people's hearts. Yu Shu turned her head and looked at Yu Xiaoxiu. Perhaps it was because her change had lightened his burden, but he rarely revealed a gloomy expression in the past few days. At this moment, his young and clean face was flushed red by the sunset, and his eyes shone with light. He looked more like an 11-year-old boy. She put her hands behind her head and suddenly said, I want to learn well and open a e-shop in the future. I'll have endless money, I'll be able to eat whatever I want, play whatever I want, and I'll be respected by others. No one will be able to confine me or whip me with rotten. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't help laughing, and then he heard Yu Shu ask, Xiaoxiu, what do you want to do in the future? Since Yu Shu started the conversation, Yu Xiaoxiu's head moved, and he thought for a while before answering awkwardly, we have our own house, we can support ourselves, we won't be bullied, we won't be looked down upon. Okay. Yu Shu answered with all her strength. She grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu's hand, raised it high, and announced loudly, then from now on, the two of us will learn well and open a e-shop in the future. We will make a lot of money, eat well, and live in a big house. We will be respected, we won't be bullied, and no one will dare to look down on us. She turned their wishes into a common wish. Yu Xiaoxiu heard the difference. Looking at her raised hand, he turned his head and met Yu Shu's sparkling eyes. Enthusiasm, kindness, and sincerity, it was so different from the way his sister looked at him in the past. As if realizing that this was not an ordinary promise, he quickly made a choice. He moved his fingers and held her hand tightly, saying firmly, okay. The siblings looked at each other and couldn't help but grin. Yu Shu sat up and pulled the thin Yu Xiaoxiu up from the grass. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. My hair, come, I'll tie it up for you. Let me tell you, the wonton shop on Changmenpu Street is very delicious. The skin is thin, and the stuffing is fragrant. Yu Shu promoted the wonton sold by Sister Zhao to Yu Xiaoxiu along the way. Not only did she expose Yu Xiaoxiu's gluttony, but her stomach also sang 2 empty words. There were still 2 cakes left in the bag. She asked Yu Xiaoxiu, but he didn't eat them, so she put them away. When they walked back to Changmenpu Street, it was already dark. Lanterns were hung at the end of the street. People were coming and going, and the fragrance of tea and food made the street lively at night. Sister Zhao's business was as good as ever. The 3 sets of tables were full of customers. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu stood on the side and waited for a while before they sat down. Because Yu Shu had come here with Chao Zixin once and talked to Sister Zhao, she was afraid that it would be troublesome if she recognized her. So, she deliberately wore Yu Xiaoxiu's short robe when she went out in the afternoon. She only painted her eyebrows. Fortunately, it was dark and no difference could be seen. Sister Zhao had good eyesight and recognized her. She went forward to wipe the table, smiled at her and said, sit down, why don't I see shopkeeper Chao? The shopkeeper has something to do. The shop is not open today. I brought my brother here to eat wonton. Auntie, give us 2 bowls of chicken soup. Last time, when Yu Shu came to eat, she followed Chao Zixin and called the boss's wife, Sister Zhao. But Sister Zhao laughed at her and said that a 30-year-old woman like her couldn't afford to be called sister. She only asked Yu Shu to call her auntie. Yu Shu and Sister Zhao exchanged greetings. Yu Xiaoxiu sat aside in a somewhat reserved manner, not moving or looking around. Sister Zhao said yes and reached out to touch Yu Xiaoxiu's head. This is your brother. What's his name? Yu Xiaoxiu bowed his head uncomfortably. Yu Shu answered for him. His name is Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu, greet him. Auntie. If Aunt Lu were here, she would be shocked. Yu Xiaoxiu had never been so obedient to Yu Shu before. Sister Zhao seemed to like children. She looked at Yu Xiaoxiu with soft eyes and said, good boy. Sit down. I'll go and cook it for you. There are a lot of fillings today. It's guaranteed to be delicious. Sister Zhao turned back to cook. Yu Xiaoxiu whispered to Yu Shu, how much is a bowl? Well, are you afraid that you can't afford it? Here, let's settle the bill first. As she said, she took out her purse, took out a dime of silver and put it on the table. Then she gave the purse to Yu Xiaoxiu. Take the money. Yu Xiaoxiu pushed it to her. She didn't want it, so she took it for the time being. She took out 2 copper coins and threw them on the table. Yu Shu was bored, so she turned her head and looked around. Her attention was attracted by the magnificent restaurant across the street. She pointed at the plaque on the door of the first floor, touched Yu Xiaoxiu and asked, is it written, Drunken Fragrance House? Yu Xiaoxiu raised his head to take a look, then lowered his head to continue throwing copper coins. Coincidentally, as soon as Yu Shu recognized the plaque, she saw a group of young boys and girls walking out of the restaurant. They stood at the door and said goodbye. She looked carefully and found that they were all acquaintances. Master Shui, today's meal was really comfortable. The meal at your house during the day was boring. There were so many elders and we couldn't drink. It was better for us to eat out. I haven't tasted the drunken immortal duck for 2 months. Next time I treat, I'll choose this place. Hey, can you afford it? The table just now cost at least 20 taels of silver. Your mother won't pay you. I'm talking to Master Shui. Why are you interrupting? All right. Shui Wenjie was surrounded by a group of people who were talking at once. He had drunk too much during the banquet and felt dizzy. He waved his hand to stop them from arguing and said with a slurred tongue, "Let's disperse and go home early." Seeing them coming out, several carriages came to the door immediately. Some took the carriages and some walked away. Only Jiju was left. She looked worriedly at Shui Wenjie, who was standing with his hands on the pillar, and said, "Why didn't anyone come to pick you up? Why don't you take my carriage first?" "No." Shui Wenjie waved his hand. His eyes were blurred. He squinted at Jiju's 2 heads and said, "My uncle is having a drink nearby. He said he would come to pick me up. You go home first." No need to send me," the coachman urged. Jiju had no choice but to leave him in the carriage and leave reluctantly. Yu Shu compared young Master Shui's drunken appearance as he hugged a pillar and rubbed himself against it with his high and mighty demeanor in the private school. She found it amusing, so she took a few more glances. Out of the corner of her eye, a customer eating wonton at the next table stood up and strode towards the restaurant across the street. She saw the tall and thin man walking toward Shui Wenjie. Her sight was blocked for a moment. She didn't know what he said to Shui Wenjie. When she looked again, Shui Wenjie had been carefully supported by the man and was walking towards her. Young master, this way. Be careful." The two of them walked past Big Sister Zhao's stall and directly into the dark alley behind it. Yu Shu didn't turn her head. She just stared at the two until they disappeared. She frowned. Her intuition told her that something was wrong. According to Yu Xiaoxiu, Shui Wenjie was the young master of the Lu family. His father was a senior official in the capital. In order to learn he lived with the Lu family. For a young master, it should take more than an hour to walk from Changmenpu to the east of the city. Why didn't he have a carriage to pick him up? Even the daughter of a concubine, Jiju, had a carriage to pick her up. So strange. 2 bowls of wonton. Enjoy. Sister Zhao put 2 full bowls on the table. Not a drop of soup was spilled. The bowls were filled with fragrance. The amount was 2 or 3 more than the normal amount. Yu Shu came back to her senses. She was about to thank her when she heard a clang. The copper coins in Yu Xiaoxiu's hand were empty. He jumped to the ground and rolled backward. "Hey," Yu Xiaoxiu whispered. He stood up and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, he ran into the alley. Yu Shu was stunned for a moment. She smiled and lowered her head. She picked up the spoon, blew on it, and drank 2 mouthfuls of soup. She raised her eyes to look at the alley. She vaguely heard a small noise. Inexplicably, she panicked, put down the spoon, stood up, and rushed into the alley. "Xiaoxiu!" She called out in a low voice, but no one responded. Her intuition told her that something was wrong. She stuck close to the wall and ran forward a dozen steps. Suddenly, she saw a few vague figures in front of her. She squinted her eyes and looked hard. Not far away, under the dim light, a tall, thin man was carrying a person on his shoulder and holding another person under his arm. He was talking to another person in a low voice. "Got it? Why is there another one? We were seen. Take him with us. It's a boy. He might be useful. Shoo, someone is coming." The hair on Yu Shu's body stood up. The first thing she wanted to do was to shout. This was Changmenpu. There were so many people coming and going. Shouting was the safest thing to do. But in fact, as soon as she opened her mouth, she was hit by a palm from behind and fainted. "You two are too careless. Brother Feng Wei." Chapter 46. Under the curtain of night, a carriage drove out of the city gate and went far away to the suburbs. There was a large river flowing outside Yang City. It was an official road from the south to the north, with dense forests on both sides and rivers flowing around it. In the past, rich families often built courtyards in the suburbs, occupying the stream and using it as a place to cool off in June. Some families moved away, and the courtyards were left empty. As the years passed, they became more and more dilapidated and became the habitat of refugees and beggars. The carriage crossed a forest and went deep into the forest. Occasionally, the fluttering of birds could be heard. The moon in the sky was so dim that it could not be seen, but there was a fire ahead. The coachman stopped in front of a dilapidated courtyard. Immediately, two people came forward with torches to illuminate the place. They were two well-dressed young men with upright faces. Two men jumped out of the carriage one after another. One was tall and thin, and the other had a scar on his face. "Senior brother, you're back. Master is angry. Why haven't you got the people yet?" "They're in the carriage. I'm going to see Master. You guys get them in." The scar-faced man ordered and hurried into the courtyard. A young man holding a torch opened the curtain of the carriage and saw three people lying inside. He could not help but ask the tall and thin man curiously, "Didn't Master ask you to find the children of the water dragon Sunrise? Why did you bring back three?" "Don't mention it. I wasn't careful. I was seen when I took them, so I brought them back. Anyway, they're all boys. Looking at their shabby clothes, I can tell that they're still children. If the Taoist priest made a mistake and killed one or two of those children, they can still count, right?" Humph, Master takes this religious ceremony very seriously. If you let him hear this, even 10 lives won't be enough. "Hey, don't be angry, little master. I just said it casually. How can a powerful person like the Taoist priest make a mistake? Didn't he say that he's waiting inside? Let's go in quickly." They fished out Yu Shu, Yu Xiaoxiu, and Shui Wenjie from the carriage and carried them into the dilapidated courtyard. Smelling an unpleasant stench, Yu Shu's nose twitched, and she slowly woke up from her coma. Instantly, the dull pain from the back of her neck froze her body. She didn't move recklessly, but opened her eyes a little and looked at the environment she was in at the moment. It was very dark, and the only light came from the opposite window. This was enough for Yu Shu to see what was going on, and her heart sank. More than a dozen people were lying on the ground in this dark room. They seemed to be unconscious, and judging from their figures, they seemed to be children. The door was closed, and an unpleasant smell of urine and feces filled the air. Obviously, these people had been locked up for more than a day or two, and they were not treated well by the other party. She suddenly remembered that a few days ago Chao Zixin had mentioned that a lot of boys went missing in Yang City. They were about her age. It seemed that she had run into of human traffickers. She turned her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu lying next to her legs. She reached out to touch his warm neck and calmed down a bit. Only then did she perk up her ears to listen for any movements outside. There was a voice outside the door. It was clear in the quiet night. "Sai, it's another night. How long do we have to stay in this broken place? Didn't they say that they got the water dragon boy? They are preparing to open the altar for the ritual. Maybe tomorrow we can go to the capital to eat and drink together." "Hey, what do you think is the origin of that sword that Master wants us to snatch? I see that there isn't even a blade on the body of the sword. Are we really going to take that thing to celebrate his birthday?" "Shu, you don't know what's good for you. I heard from Brother Feng that the sword is called Chun something. It's an ancient sword with thousands of years of history. Because it has been hidden for so long, it has lost its spirituality, which is why it looks so ordinary. That's why Master put in so much effort to resharpen the sword. If it really succeeds, that sword will be priceless. Even if you have money, you won't be able to exchange for it. So powerful." Yu Shu heard about 50 to 60% of their conversation. She was perturbed. These people were not human traffickers. It seemed that they didn't catch people to sell them, but to use them on the spot. What's more, they did it tonight. They didn't even give people a chance to escape. The water dragon boy must be the Master Shui. By the way, where is that guy? Yu Shu looked around the room again. After confirming that Shui Wenjie was not found, she turned over and lay on the ground. She approached the window at the back quietly. She knelt up and touched the paper of the window. She poked a hole in the window and looked outside. It was terrible. What were they doing? The trees in the backyard were all cut down. Several men were standing under the eaves with torches. There was an offering table in the middle of the yard. It was full of fresh fruits, incense burners and candles. A man in a gray Taoist robe was standing with his back to her. He was holding a peach-wood long sword in his hand. He was murmuring to burn talismans and put them into the bowl. Suddenly he turned around and showed a middle-aged face. His eyes were sunken and very gloomy. Yushu was so scared that she shrank her head. She thought she was discovered by him. Yushu was too shocked. The middle-aged Taoist didn't find her. He turned around and dipped the sticky blood in the bowl with a wooden sword. Then he drew an array on a flat open space behind him. Go and pick 7 people. Yes, master. This order was clearly heard by Yushu. She didn't know whether the 7 people the Taoist wanted to pick were dead or alive, but she was sure that it was not a good thing. Glancing at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was lying at the entrance of the door, she thought for a moment and quickly went back to his side, trying to pull him inside so that he wouldn't be taken away by someone who entered the door first. However, she couldn't move him even after dragging him twice. Afraid that he would make too much noise, she could only cover his mouth with one hand and pinch his philtrum with the other. She hurriedly whispered into his ear, Xiaoxiu, wake up. Xiaoxiu? Yu Xiaoxiu was not drugged. He was just knocked out. Being called by Yushu, he grunted and woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes and was about to call out, Yushu pinched his ear and poured her voice into his ear. Shu, don't make a sound. It's my sister. Xiaoxiu, don't be afraid. Don't make a sound. We've been caught by the bad guys. Don't think about anything. Listen to me, and you'll be fine. Listen to me, okay? Yushu repeated her words. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded in a panic. In the dark, he held Yushu's hand tightly and trembled slightly. He still remembered that when he was eating wontons with Yushu at the stall, he dropped his money and ran into the alley. He only saw that there were people inside. Before he figured out what was going on, he was knocked out. Get up. Come with me and hide inside. Yushu pulled him into the room. On the way, they tripped over several pairs of legs. She could feel that Yu Xiaoxiu was trembling violently. Fear was contagious. She was also a little scared. She just said that to comfort Yu Xiaoxiu, but in fact, she didn't even know where they were. There were so many people outside, and they seemed to know martial arts. It was impossible for them to escape safely with the help of 2 half-grown children. As a person who used to work in the insurance industry, she quickly analyzed the current situation. Under various probabilities, she helplessly came to a conclusion. The safest thing to do now was to hope that these people would not kill them to keep their mouths shut. After the ritual was over, they would abandon them and leave, sparing their lives. As soon as they dragged Yu Xiaoxiu to the corner, they heard footsteps outside the door. Yushu looked around at the children with messy hair and dirty faces. She reached out and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu's hair rope. She messed up his hair like she did in the afternoon, but she was not in the mood to play. The siblings lay side by side on the ground. Yushu scratched her hair and held Yu Xiaoxiu's hand tightly. She said in a low voice, "No matter what happens later, don't make a sound. Pretend that you've fainted, okay?" Yu Xiaoxiu gritted his teeth. His eyes were sore as he smelled the stench in the room. Yushu was afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu would expose himself. She hesitated for a moment. When she heard the sound of the door opening behind her, she did not hesitate anymore. She raised her hand and half lay on Yu Xiaoxiu's back, covering him under her body. "Sister, Shu, listen to me. It's okay." The next moment, the dark room was filled with light. "There seems to be a sound? It's a mouse, right? It's really stinky here. Hurry up, pick the person and leave. This, carry them out." There was a sound of movement in the room. Yushu waited anxiously. She counted the number of people they had moved. There were exactly 7. She was about to feel lucky when she heard bad news. "TSK, one of them is dead. What should we do? Let's change to another one. The one over there." Hearing the footsteps approaching, Yushu squinted her eyes. She repeatedly said, "Don't come over, and look over there, in her heart. Unfortunately, the heavens did not go her way. One of her arms on Yu Xiaoxiu's back was pulled up by brute force. Damn it, do you know how to pick? There are still a few lying there. Yu Shu cursed in her heart. She was carried out as if she had no bones. She did not even dare to open her eyes to look at Yu Xiaoxiu. She was afraid that this brat would suddenly go crazy and stand up. Fortunately, nothing happened until she was carried out and the door was closed again. The room turned dark. Yu Xiaoxiu crawled up, trembling. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at the closed door. In the darkness, his eyes flickered not only with fear, but also anger and shame. The 7 children were carried to the backyard. The middle-aged Taoist had already drawn a formation on the ground. He pointed to the positions and asked his disciples to place the children in the correct positions. Yu Shu was thrown on the ground. She tilted her head and smelled a fishy smell. She recognized it was the smell of blood. As soon as she thought that it might be human blood, her stomach turned sour. She bit the tip of her tongue hard to stop herself from vomiting. Up in the altar. It was already late at night. Lying on the cold ground, listening to the little Taoists ringing the bells and the middle-aged Taoist muttering obscure sentences, it was so eerie that it made one uncomfortable. Yu Shu's eyelids opened a slit. From her current angle, she could only see his shoes and trouser legs. Initially, she was a little afraid. However, the middle-aged Taoist mumbled for a long time without taking any further action. Gradually, she became impatient. Her eyeballs moved. The children around her were lying down in a daze. She was the only one whose ears had to suffer this kind of torture. She was so annoyed. Hurry up to the next step. Boom! A spring thunder exploded in the sky, which made Yu Shu shiver. Fortunately, the people standing around were paying attention to the Taoist and did not notice her movement. Disciple! Bring the water dragon boy here. Hurry! Yu Shu felt uncomfortable because of the thunder. She moved her eyelids and saw someone enter a room in the backyard diagonally across from the Taoist's trousers. He carried a white person out. Why is it white? Because the person is not wearing any clothes. Yu Shu quickly closed her eyes. She was not embarrassed, but she was afraid of getting a needle in her eye. Moreover, what was there to see about a white chicken? During this period, there were 2 more thunders. She endured it for a long time before she opened her eyes again. She was stunned when she saw the middle-aged Taoist holding a long metal sword. He waved it twice and pointed it towards the sky bravely in this stormy weather. Boom! Chapter 47. Boom! As soon as the deafening thunder came, Yu Shu closed her eyes tightly. She hoped that the gray-robed Taoist would be struck into pieces by the thunder. However, she didn't hear the scream that she imagined. After a moment of silence, she heard the confused voice of the Taoist. How could it be? How could it be? Impossible. Master, are you okay? Don't come over. Yu Shu squinted her eyes and looked up. She saw the Taoist priest holding his sword in a daze as he chased away a few young Taoists who were about to approach him. He was mumbling incantations and shouting loudly as he pointed his sword towards the sky again and again. Ha! However, nothing happened. The thunder seemed to be brewing, but the Taoist did not give up. He stubbornly repeated the same action. 10 times, 20 times. The scene suddenly changed from dangerous to funny. Yu Shu almost couldn't stand it anymore. Did this person want to be struck by lightning to be happy? Maybe the sky was getting impatient. Drops of rain fell one after another. When the wind blew, one of the drops went into Yu Shu's nostrils. The sudden itch caught her off guard. She opened her mouth and sneezed. Achoo! Oh no! Yu Shu wanted to cry but had no tears. She really wanted to slap herself. Looking at the gray-robed Taoist who suddenly turned around and stared at her, it was too late for Yu Shu to close her eyes and play dumb. She could only climb up from the ground and step back. When the Taoist walked towards her with a gloomy face, she suddenly widened her eyes, pointed behind him and shouted. There's someone there. Everyone in the courtyard, including the gray-robed Taoist priest, turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction that Yu Shu was pointing. Yu Shu took the opportunity to run a few steps back, but she did not forget to look back, because there was indeed a person on top of the dilapidated courtyard wall. Surprisingly, he was dressed in a white Taoist robe and stood there lightly. In the night, he was very conspicuous, but because it was too far away, she could not see his face clearly, but from the size of his body, she was sure that it was undoubtedly a man. Who is it? The gray-robed Taoist was horrified. When did that person stand there? He actually didn't notice it at all. The newcomer did not panic when he was discovered. He scanned the courtyard and glanced at Yu Shu, who had discovered him first. Then he floated down from the wall. When he landed, he took 2 quick steps forward. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind as if he was stepping on clouds. His footsteps were light. Yu Shu blinked her eyes in surprise. If it weren't for his movement when he landed on the ground, she would have thought that she had seen an immortal. No one could fly. The person who suddenly appeared was dressed in a white Taoist robe. His hair was tied up in a bun and he carried 2 swords on his back. He was obviously a Taoist. However, compared to the guy who deserved to be struck by lightning, his aura was like that of a righteous person. Who set up the formation just now? The white-robed Taoist questioned with a serious tone. From his words, it wasn't hard to tell that he had just arrived and wasn't observing from the shadows. The gray-robed Taoist didn't answer but asked, "Who are you? Tell me your name." The rest of the people in the courtyard did not need his order. They all pulled out their weapons and switched their positions in tacit understanding, surrounding this uninvited guest at a distance that was neither too close nor too far away. The white-robed Taoist did not care about their actions. He took 2 more steps forward and appeared in the firelight, revealing a young and solemn face that was unexpectedly handsome. The 28th generation disciple of the Taoism of Celestial Masters of Longhu Mountain, Jingchen. Why do you know how to use the Shaoyang 7 stars formation of our sect? His voice was clean and full of energy. 4 big words appeared in front of Yu Shu's eyes: awe-inspiring righteousness. The gray-robed Taoist's expression immediately changed. As a layman, Yu Shu didn't know how powerful it was, but as a Taoist, he knew it very well. He didn't doubt the identity of the person who could accurately identify the formation he used. He cursed his bad luck for attracting this person. He quickly sheathed his sword, twisted a smile, bowed and said politely, "Greetings, Taoist Jingchen. I am an unorthodox Taoist. I have offended you by disturbing you while I was setting up the formation." So this formation is called the Shaoyang 7 Stars Formation. To be honest, I only came across the formation book by chance and decided to try it out today out of curiosity. I didn't know it was learned by the Taoism of Celestial Masters and I didn't mean to abuse it. Please forgive me for my ignorance, Taoist. Yu Shu didn't find it funny that the gray-robed Taoist was bowing to a young man. As the victim, how could she not know that the Taoist was lying? However, she was in a den of thieves and didn't dare to interrupt. She could only look at the young Taoist named Jingchen first. Jingchen glanced at the naked young man placed on the altar, then shifted his gaze to the 6 unconscious children in the formation. Finally, he glanced at Yu Shu who was standing behind him and asked, "Where did these blessed children come from?" "They are all my disciples," the gray-robed Taoist hurriedly explained. "Please don't misunderstand, Taoist. They did it willingly. I only took some of their blood essence and didn't hurt them." As he spoke, he gave a look to the side. Someone retreated and quietly approached Yu Shu. They didn't forget that she was a survivor. Yu Shu was already prepared. Seeing their actions, she knew that she couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb anymore. If she was captured, they would definitely kill her. She quickly shouted at Taoist Jingchen, "Don't believe him, master. We were all captured by him. We are not his disciples. There are many people locked up in the front yard. Some of them were even killed by them." The scene fell silent. Only the rain didn't stop. Jingchen turned to the gray-robed Taoist and asked with a frown, "Did you kill indiscriminately?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and held the hilt of the sword behind his back. It was as if he would attack the moment the other party answered yes. Seeing this, the gray-robed Taoist knew that he couldn't be merciful anymore. He pointed the sword in his hand and a group of his disciples immediately surrounded Meng Qi. His expression changed. "So what if I did? Kid, I advise you not to be a busybody. Leave now and I will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." He was half coaxing and half scaring Meng Qi because he was afraid of the other party's sect. If he could scare Meng Qi away, he would be spared a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he would have to leave Meng Qi's life here to prevent the other party from seeking revenge in the future. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a buzzing sound. Meng Qi didn't see Meng Qi draw his sword, but a cold light flashed before his eyes, heading straight for his face. Meng Qi was terrified and quickly retreated. However, Meng Qi suddenly stopped his momentum and used his steps to attack with an empty palm. When it was about to reach his shoulder, Meng Qi bent his finger and hit his acupoint. A numbness spread from his head to his toes. Before he could make a sound, he was lying stiffly on the ground. "I don't kill recklessly. Master! Master!" The crowd was a little late. After a few shouts, they turned around and attacked the white-robed man angrily. For a moment, the courtyard was in chaos. Weapons clashed, clanging and clashing, which was very ear-piercing. Yu Shu saw that they suddenly started fighting and was stunned. She didn't have the time to watch the show, so she quickly ran to the foot of the wall when no one was paying attention to her. She ran forward with her waist bent. Once she was out of the backyard, she quickly ran. The group of thieves had been lured to the backyard. There was no one guarding the front yard. Just as Yu Shu found the small house where the children were imprisoned, she heard the sound of the door being pulled open. Sis. It was Yu Xiaoxiu. "I'm outside, Xiaoxiu, don't panic." Yu Shu pulled the lock on the door, but she couldn't open it. She saw that the door handle was old and loose, so she said, "Xiaoxiu, get out of the way, hide to the side." Yu Xiaoxiu responded from inside. "Did you dodge?" "I dodged." Yu Shu took 2 steps back, raised her foot, and kicked the door with all her might. Bang, 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 crack. The lock was directly broken by her kick, and the whole piece fell off. The door opened inwards, and a foul smell hit her face. She missed her step and almost fell vertically. Fortunately, she held the door frame to steady herself. Then she saw Yu Xiaoxiu flash out from inside and hug her. He knocked her back a step before she could stabilize herself. She heard him crying and shouting, "Sis, are you okay?" Yu Shu thought that he was scared, so she hugged his thin body, squinted her eyes, and smelled his stinky hair. She patted his back a few times. It's okay. We don't know who will win if they fight later. Let's go before they finish." After saying that, she pushed him away and grabbed his wrist instead. Looking left and right, she chose a path and dashed towards the pitch-black door. It was late at night, and there was no one outside. The good news was that there was an empty carriage parked at the door. The bad news was that Yu Shu didn't have a driver's license for such a vehicle. She lifted the curtain of the carriage and pushed Yu Xiaoxiu into the carriage. Her original intention was to try driving the carriage, but she changed her mind. She turned her head to look at the courtyard, but she could no longer hear the sounds of fighting. She was afraid. If that Taoist Jing Chen couldn't defeat them, these bandits would definitely not let her off. If she didn't run away now, they would catch up to her, and she would most likely die. "Sis, your bag." Yu Xiaoxiu found Yu Shu's flower bag in the carriage. He poked his head out, but Yu Shu pulled it down. "Get off. Let's not take the carriage." Yu Shu tore off the reins that were tied to the tree and moved further away. She found a big rock on the ground and threw it at the horses, but she watched as the carriage ran into the forest in front of them in a panic. Only then did she pull Yu Xiaoxiu and run in the other direction. Run. Okay. It was raining outside. It was so dark that they couldn't see their fingers in front of them. The road was muddy, wet, and slippery. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu fell several times, but they didn't dare to stop until they couldn't run anymore. The two of them leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Yu Shu spat out 2 mouthfuls of saliva, and Yu Xiaoxiu directly vomited it out. After spitting out some bitter saliva, he sat down on the wet grass and began to sob. Yushu didn't coax him. She wiped her face with her sleeve and stared at the direction where they ran from. After a while, when she was sure that no one was chasing them, she squatted down with the help of the tree trunk. Her legs were trembling because she ran too fast just now. Yu Xiaoxiu was still crying. Yushu went to coax him. She patted his shoulder and comforted him. Okay, don't cry. Let's find a place to hide nearby. When dawn comes, we'll find a way back. Yu Xiaoxiu was still sobbing. Yushu comforted him for a while, but it didn't work. She was a little annoyed, so she slapped the back of his head and scolded, "What are you crying for? It's all right now. You're a man, but you're not as good as me, a little girl." "I didn't cry. Why you crying all the time? You're a good for nothing." Yu Xiaoxiu raised his head with a hiccup and choked. "You're right. I'm a good for nothing. I'm a coward. I'm useless." Yushu stared at him and thought, "You're right. I'm a good for nothing. I'm a coward. I'm useless. I'm useless. I caused you to be caught by the bad guys, and I still need you to protect me. I watched them pull you away from me, but I didn't dare to make a sound. I was afraid, so I didn't dare to make a sound. I'm useless, boo-hoo." Listening to his intermittent crying, Yushu thought for a while and finally knew what he was upset about. She immediately calmed down. This child was overthinking because he blamed himself too much. When he couldn't get over it, he felt wronged and hated himself. As a caring sister, of course, she couldn't let this matter become a knot in his heart and affect his healthy growth in the future. After thinking for a while, she put her hand on his shoulder, stroked his hair, and cleared her throat to enlighten him. At the end of the day, it's those bad guys who did evil. What does it have to do with you? Let's learn from it. Everyone has their blessings and misfortunes. This is called unavoidable. Besides, I'm your sister. If I don't protect you, who will? I'm a few years older than you, so of course, I'm braver than you. This doesn't mean that you're timid. It's normal to be afraid when you encounter this kind of thing. Do you think I'm not afraid? My legs are still trembling now. If you don't believe me, you can touch them. Yushu grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu's hand and pressed it on her knee. She was really trembling. Yu Xiaoxiu stopped crying and leaned toward Yushu. He whispered, "Sister? Are you still afraid now?" "I'm scared," Yushu said with certainty. "But with you by my side, I'm not so scared anymore. If I were alone, I wouldn't be so brave. I'd definitely cry even more miserably than you. I'd be even more useless." She was such a serious and responsible sister. In order to comfort her brother, she didn't hesitate to tell such a big lie. God knew that she hated crying the most. In her previous life, when she was almost 30 years old, the number of times she cried was probably less than 5 times. She cried once when she was born and once when Yulei was paralyzed. How many times did she cry? Yu Xiaoxiu was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he pulled his hand out of Yushu's arm and stretched out his arm to hold her shoulder. He half-squatted and hugged her tightly. He whispered, "Sister, I'm sorry. If you're afraid, just cry." "Then you won't cry?" "No, I won't cry." Yushu grinned and reached out to hug him back. She smiled and said, "Let's not cry anymore. Let's find a place to hide from the rain. Don't stay under the tree. It'll be bad if there's thunder later." Yu Xiaoxiu wiped his tears and stood up with Yushu. The two of them turned left and right in the woods and found a stone cave. There was a small space under the cover of several boulders, which could accommodate the two of them. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu hid in the pit to hide from the rain. Their bodies were wet, but it was warmer to be together than to be alone, and they couldn't get wet from the rain. "Sister, who are those people who caught us?" "Taoist priests. Anyway, they're not good people." "What about the other people in the house? They must have been caught. Shall we go back tomorrow and report to the government and ask them to rescue them?" Little brother Yu was much kinder than Yushu. He had been afraid before, but now that he had calmed down, he thought of the other captured children and began to worry. Unlike Yushu, who was so carefree, he didn't even consider the safety of others. He even forgot about Xue Ying, who had been stripped naked and placed on the table as a tribute. He only cared about himself and ran away. "Let's go back and talk about it." Yushu held Yu Xiaoxiu's head and let him lean on her. Sleep for a while. I'll wake you up at dawn. Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu leaned against Yushu. He had wanted to ask her about the white-robed Taoist, but he had been watching from the window for a while. He had seen them fighting, but he was already feeling sleepy. As he thought about it, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Yushu waited for his breathing to be even before holding his head and letting him lie on her lap. She leaned against the stone and quietly watched the rain outside. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, she also lowered her head and fell asleep. The rain gradually subsided and stopped after midnight. A cold wind blew. Yushu shrunk her neck in her sleep, and a corner of her white robe hung down from the top of the stone cave. Chapter 48. At dawn, Yushu was woken up by the sound of birds chirping in the forest. She shivered in the cold of the morning and woke up all of a sudden. Her movements were too big, and even Yu Xiaoxiu, who was lying on her lap, woke up. Oh! It's dawn. Let's go out. Yushu's voice was hoarse and she was sore all over. Yu Xiaoxiu looked outside. The sky was bright. It was the time when he usually got up for school. Oh no, I can't make it for class. Yushu climbed out of the cave first. Her legs seemed to be filled with lead. She stood outside and stretched, moving her muscles and bones. She yawned and turned around. What class? It's good to go back safely. Yushu screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She stared at the young Taoist sitting cross-legged on the top of the cave. He was still wearing a white Taoist robe. It was so clean that it didn't look like he was drenched in the rain. Bathed in the morning light, his eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were bright, and he looked handsome. Although he was not outstanding, Yushu was so scared that her hair stood up. Jingchen raised his hand and was about to speak, but he was stopped by Yushu's scream. What's wrong? Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly came out. When he saw the person on the top of the cave, he also screamed. He peeped from the window last night and recognized the Taoist in the white robe. Yushu cried out guiltily, while Yu Xiaoxiu was surprised. The two of them stood together crazily, staring at each other like two frightened animals. Jing Chen mistakenly thought that he had scared them, so he hesitated for a moment and said, I'm sorry, but I didn't say anything. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. The surprise was only a blink of an eye. Yushu realized that she had lost her composure just now. She quickly grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu and stepped back. She pressed his head and bowed deeply to the Taoist Jingchen. Thank you for saving us last night, master. Yushu whispered in her heart. Why did this person chase them here? What does he want to do? Does he want to repay their kindness? Who cares? I'll call him Da Xiao first and coax him to feel better before anything else. Yu Xiaoxiu also thanked her. Thank you, master. Don't be so polite. I was attracted by their magic circle, not to save people. However, Jingchen did not accept their thanks. He did not sleep for the entire night, but his face was still clear and bright, as if he had been washed by the spring rain. It was clear that he was a person outside of the secular world, too far away from it. Yushu thought that he was just being polite. He was the most polite and easygoing Taoist priest she had ever met. She straightened her back and asked carefully, Master, what happened to those bad guys last night? If Jingchen was more worldly, he might be able to see Yushu's selfish nature from this sentence. After something like that happened, she did not first ask about her benefactor, nor did she ask about those trapped children. All she cared about was whether the group of thieves had been cleaned up and whether they would come to find trouble with her in the future. Jingchen didn't think much. I sealed their acupoints. They will be unsealed after 24 hours. Isn't it too easy to let them off? They killed and kidnapped people, and only got detained? For her own safety, Yushu couldn't directly say that he didn't handle it well, so she euphemistically said, there are still some people locked in the yard. When I left, they were still unconscious. I don't know if they ran away. Jingchen said, they were not unconscious. They were drugged. When I left, I woke them up and let them all go. Yushu said, what if those bad guys get free and come out to hurt people again? Jingchen shook his head. The laws of nature were natural. This time, he was the one who encountered it. If there was another disaster, then it was up to the heavens. But Yushu took his shaking head as a denial. She thought that he said those people would not come out to hurt people again. She almost asked why. But on second thought, those people were all evil. When they met the righteous sect in front of them, they turned against each other and didn't kill them. When they woke up, they would be busy running away. How could they dare to stay in Yang City and continue to commit crimes? Yes, so they would not come out to hurt people again. At least, they would not hurt people in Yang City. With such a misunderstanding, Yushu looked at Jing Chen again. There was more admiration in her eyes. This Taoist was young, but he was very smart. Yu Xiaoxiu watched from the side as his sister and the white-robed Taoist finished their conversation, then interjected. "Taoist priest, why are you following us?" The child spoke thoughtlessly. He asked the question that Yushu wanted to ask but did not dare to. Yushu secretly thought that it was a good question. Then she saw a blur. This Taoist Jing Chen floated down from the stone cave and stood in front of them. He glanced at them with a strange look and took the lead to walk forward. "It's just some lucky chance. Let's go. I will send you back. This forest is remote. Don't get lost again." Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu looked at each other. After a moment, they held hands and trotted to follow him. They did not notice that around the cave, on the wet soil after last night's rain, there were a few traces of animal footprints. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu were hungry last night. After a night of fright, they fell asleep. When they woke up this morning, they walked in the forest for a while and were so hungry that they could not walk. Yushu remembered that there were still 2 pieces of pastries in her flour bag. She took them out immediately. Although they were a little wet, they were still edible. Yushu broke off a piece and tasted it. She looked at Jing Chen, who was leading the way. This person didn't have a backpack on his back, only 2 long swords tied with leather ropes. He didn't look like someone who would carry rations on a journey. Yushu didn't want to keep the cake to herself, so she gave Yu Xiaoxiu an intact piece of pastry. She had a crumbled piece wrapped in a handkerchief. She trotted forward and called out to the man, "Master." Jing Chen turned his head and saw Yushu holding a few pieces of cake in front of him. The cake did not look good. It looked wet and sticky, but it made his eyes light up inexplicably. Yushu did not notice his strange expression. She reached out and handed it to him. She said politely, "You can eat it first. It's still a long way from the city." Yushu's original plan was to be courteous with him and wait for him to decline before taking the pastry back for herself. She didn't expect him to stretch out his hand and take the pastry from her, thanking her seriously. "Thank you." After that, he pinched a piece into his mouth and ate it calmly. His movements were very elegant. It was not obvious that he had been hungry for several days. Yushu returned to Yu Xiaoxiu's side. She snatched half of the cake from him and stuffed it into her mouth. While the 3 of them were hurrying on the road in the suburbs, Yang City was in chaos. The disappearance of Shui Wenjie was not a trivial matter. His grandfather, the Lu family, was a big family in Yang City. Losing such a grandson caused a commotion in Yang City in the middle of the night. Several young masters and young ladies who had dinner with Shui Wenjie in the Drunken Immortal restaurant last night were taken out of bed by their parents. They carefully asked about the last young master of the Lu family they saw last night. The whole government office was alarmed. Many people in the city stayed up all night because of Mr. Shui. In contrast, only Aunt Lu was worried about Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu for a whole night. Chapter 49. The return journey was rather long. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu each had half a piece of cake to fill their stomachs. They drank a few mouthfuls by the stream, washed their faces, and tied up their messy hair. However, their muddy yellow clothes were still unsightly when they walked together with Jing Chen, whose white clothes fluttered in the wind. Only the footsteps of the 3 could be heard in the quiet forest. Yushu looked at Jing Chen's back. She used to be fascinated by Jin Yong and Gulong. When she was young, she also yearned for the martial arts heroes in the books. Now that she finally met a real person who could fly over eaves and run on walls, and also use a sword to seal acupoints, she was really excited and wanted to talk. So she took the initiative to start a conversation after walking for a while. Hero, are you a Taoist from Mount Longhu? Last night, she heard him introduce himself, saying that he was from Mount Longhu. She knew Mount Longhu. It was the place where the famous celestial master Zhang of the Eastern Han dynasty established his sect. Yushu was a layman, so she didn't know that as one of the 72 blessed lands in the world, Mount Longhu had more than one sect. Her question was too general. Jing Chen was leading the way. Hearing her question, he didn't correct her and only answered, I'm from Mount Longhu. Is Mount Longhu far from Yang City? Hearing that he was willing to answer and didn't put on airs, Yushu was secretly happy. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu a few steps faster and followed behind him. The Han dynasty replaced the Yuan and Ming dynasties after the fall of the Song dynasty. It had existed for 300 years. She only knew that Yang City was in the south, but she knew nothing else. It was rare to meet a foreign Taoist, so of course she had to have a good chat and broaden her knowledge. It's 10 days' journey. Is Mount Longhu in the east or west? Southeast of Yang. Hero, did you come out alone? No one went with you? I went down the mountain alone. Hero, you didn't ride a horse? Did you go on foot? I didn't ride a horse. I walked. Wow, you can really walk. Yushu asked one question after another. Jing Chen gradually felt that this young man was talking too much, but he did not show any impatience. Out of politeness, he still answered one question after another, but did not say anything more. It was rare for Yu Xiaoxiu to walk around in the suburbs. He curiously looked at the trees and flowers around him. Occasionally, he would tilt his head and listen to their conversation without interrupting. As a native of the Dan dynasty, he was taught to respect cultivators from an early age. Seeing Yu Shu so boldly talking to a Taoist priest, he couldn't help but admire his sister a little more. Yu Shu thought this man was good-tempered, knew martial art, came from an upright sect, and was willing to chat with her, a wild kid, whom she rescued along the way. It was said that Taoists were proficient in the art of changing one's appearance, so if Yu Xiaoxiu could receive a few pointers from him, he would definitely benefit a lot. When the time comes, he would teach her. She wanted to get closer to him, so she opened her mouth and said, Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Hero, my name is Yushu, and this is my younger brother, Yu Xiaoxiu. May I know your name? My name is Jing Chen. So you are Hero Jing Chen. Yushu thought that it was rare to see someone with the surname Jing, so it should be a Taoist name. The person in front suddenly turned his head. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu also stopped and looked at Jing Chen in confusion. The sun rose, and the morning light dazzled his slightly frowning eyebrows, making the brother and sister feel dizzy. Then they heard him say, Don't call me Hero anymore. I haven't done anything righteous, and I haven't done anything righteous. I don't deserve this title. He was clearly not being modest, but seriously correcting the title. Yu Xiaoxiu secretly pulled Yushu, a little nervous, for fear that his sister would make this Taoist priest angry. But Yushu didn't care and said, I don't think what you said is right. Isn't acting righteous and doing something righteous called a hero? Who made this rule? I was the one who called you hero. In my opinion, you stopped those bad guys and saved us. This is a chivalrous act. There's no need to judge. What's wrong with me calling you hero? 100 people have 100 eyes. As long as I feel that it's right, it's fine. Jing Chen looked perplexed. Ever since he was young, he had inherited the righteous teachings of the sect, and he had long had a general idea of what was right and what was wrong. Now that he heard this young man speak, he felt that he was right, but he also felt that he was biased, but he could not tell what was wrong. Seeing that he didn't speak, Yushu thought that he had said too much just now, so she cleared her throat and asked carefully, Hero Jing Chen, are you unhappy that I called you like this? Jing Chen shook his head. He just felt that it was wrong for her to call him that, but he wasn't unhappy. Yushu grinned, showing her canine teeth. That's it. I called you my name. Since you're not unhappy, I'll call you that. Jing Chen glanced at her, turned around and continued to walk forward. It's up to you. Yes, hero. Yushu winked at Yu Xiaoxiu, pulled him to follow up, and continued to talk. Yu Xiaoxiu felt strange. He always felt that the Taoist priest in front of him was fooled by his sister? The three of them walked all the way back to Yang City. The passers-by were being interrogated at the gate of the city. They didn't know what happened, but they could only enter but not leave. The brother and sister with dirty clothes were also stopped as if they were beggars from other places. If it weren't for Jing Chen, the Taoist priest, they wouldn't have been able to enter the city. Many people were blocked at the gate. Jing Chen wore a conspicuous Taoist robe. Wherever he passed, people naturally made way for him. He was so handsome that some young girls and women couldn't help but stare at him. They were so shy that they covered their faces with their handkerchief sleeves and peeked at him, but no one dared to point at him. Yu Shu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to walk behind. People also made way for them. Of course, they were disliked by the dirty and smelly people, so they took the initiative to avoid them. Yu Shu originally wanted to ask the passers-by what happened, but she couldn't help them. Finally, they squeezed through the crowd and reached a place under the city wall with few people. Jing Chen stopped and said to the two, "We've arrived at the city. Let's say goodbye." After that, he turned around and was about to leave before the brother and sister answered. How could Yu Shu let him go like this? She was anxious and reached out to grab his sleeve. "Hero, where do you stay in Yang City? Leave a place for us to go home and thank you when we go home." Jing Chen turned around and saw Yu Shu's sincere face. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm sleeping outside and have no fixed place." What should he do now? If he left, he wouldn't be able to find him again. How could he instruct Yu Xiaoxiu? While Yu Shu was in a daze, Jing Chen had already pulled his sleeve back from her hand. He was about to leave, but he caught a glimpse of a black handprint on the corner of his sleeve. He hesitated for a moment and said to the two of them helplessly, "If you need anything, you can find me in the plum forest in the east of the city." After that, he didn't stay any longer. He turned around and disappeared into the crowd. "Hey, duh." Yu Shu stretched out her hand and wanted to shout, but she stopped after a while. She turned around and asked Yu Xiaoxiu, "The plum forest in the east of the city? Where is it?" Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his hair and said, "There are several places." "Alas, forget it. Let's go home first. Aunt Lu must be worried to death." After they left, Yu Shu didn't have the mood to worry anymore. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and ran home quickly. What she didn't know was that Aunt Lu was not the only one waiting for her at home. It was the first time for Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu to go to the south of the city. They didn't know the way, so they took many turns and ran several streets before they found the Ji family's mansion. They went back through the back door. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Aunt Lu sitting under the tree and Uncle Saturday squatting beside her. "Aunt Lu, we're back." Aunt Lu turned her head and saw the two children. She immediately ran forward and hugged them, crying, "Where are the young master and the young lady? Why did you come back so late? I was scared to death. I was really scared to death." If it weren't for the difference between master and servant, Aunt Lu would probably reach out and beat them to calm down. Yu Shu was okay and laughed heartlessly. Yu Xiaoxiu was closest to Aunt Lu. When he got home and was hugged by her, he almost cried again. Aunt Lu's voice was so loud that the other two families in the yard ran out to see. Uncle Saturday got up and followed them. He looked at the brother and sister covered in mud and said, "Where have you been? Why are you like this?" Yu Shu had thought about it on the way. When she was about to make up a lie, she heard a servant said, "Since they are back, take them to see the third master quickly." Yu Shu didn't think that with their status, the third master would be alarmed if they were lost for a night. She went to ask Aunt Lu, "Aunt Lu, what happened?" Sixth Uncle Zhou explained from the side. Alas, the young master of the Lu family was also lost last night. He hasn't come back yet. It is said that children often go missing in Yang City recently. It happened that you two didn't come back last night, so I thought you were also kidnapped by human traffickers. In order to find the young master of the Lu family, the third master asked you to come back and tell him when you came back. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu, and Yu Shu thought to herself. The two of them had been hiding in the rain for an entire night and got lost. In the end, they were lucky enough to be sent back by Jing Chen. The rain was so heavy last night, and the others must still be trapped in the forest, lost and unable to return. So she winked at Yu Xiaoxiu and said to the others, Then let's go into the house to wash and change clothes first. It's disrespectful to see the third master like this. Aunt Lu hurriedly said, "Oh, you go back to the house first. I will bring you some water. There are steamed buns in the kitchen. Eat too. When we come back from the third master, Aunt Lu will cook something delicious for you." Yu Shu nodded and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu into the house. As soon as the door was closed, Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but say nervously, "Sister, what should we do?" Yu Shu knew what he was afraid of. Last night, they left Shui Wenjie behind and ran away by themselves. It was not a big deal. They didn't have time to care about others when they were running for their lives. But if the Lu family knew that they were caught with Shui Wenjie last night and ran back first, they would definitely be unhappy. It would be fine if Shui Wenjie was safe. But if something happened to him, wouldn't they vent their anger on them? However, if they kept it a secret, the Lu family would not be able to find Shui Wenjie. If something happened to Shui Wenjie alone in the forest, wouldn't it be the same as harming a life? Yu Shu thought for a while and her eyes lit up. She put her arm around Yu Xiaoxiu's neck and whispered in his ear, "Let's talk like this later." The more Yu Xiaoxiu listened, the weirder his face became. Finally, he hesitated and said, Is this okay? Why not? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been in danger. If it weren't for us, he might be a ghost now. Half of his life was saved by Master Jingchen, and the other half was saved by us. Chapter 50. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu were led to Ji Hyotani. Yu Shu took the initiative to tell him what had happened. Last night, she and Yu Xiaoxiu were having dinner on Changmenpu Street. They happened to see a suspicious person taking away the young master of the Lu family. They felt something was wrong and followed them. They wanted to save the young master, but they were knocked unconscious and taken away by the thief. Later, when they woke up, they were put on the altar. Yu Shu thought that the evil Taoist wanted to kill Shui Wenjie, so she interrupted him so that he couldn't succeed. Coincidentally, a decent Taoist passed by. After subduing the group of thieves, he left. She saw that Shui Wenjie and others were still in a coma and couldn't be woken up. It was raining at night, so she and Yu Xiaoxiu went out to find a way to ask for help. They got lost in the forest and finally returned to the city. Speaking of this, Yu Shu swallowed her saliva and said hurriedly, "Third Master, Mr. Shui is still in the suburbs. Please inform the Lu family and send someone to pick him up." She just changed a few words, and the siblings became Shui Wenjie's rescuers instead of two cowards who didn't save him and ran away. Yu Shu didn't feel guilty, but Yu Xiaoxiu secretly blushed because of her cheekiness. He lowered his head and listened to her nonsense. Ji Hyotani's sharp eyes glanced at them. He was a shrewd businessman with a meticulous mind. How could he not notice many doubtful points in Yu Shu's words? Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head. Yu Shu only pretended to be anxious. She knew that Ji Hyotani would be suspicious, but she didn't worry. After all, it was the matter of the Lu family. The young master of the Lu family had nothing to do with the Ji family in terms of interests. Instead, he followed her lie, which could benefit the Ji family. As long as Ji Hyotani was not stupid, he would follow her words. Sure enough, Ji Hyotani just looked at them a few times and then waved his hand to call a servant. "Inform the Lu family quickly. Tell them the whereabouts of Mr. Shui have been found." After the servant left, Ji Hyotani then asked Yu Shu, "The Taoist priest who saved you, did he leave his name?" Yu Shu pretended to think for a while and said uncertainly, "He said he came from Mount Longhu." Ji Hyotani's expression changed. He leaned forward with a hint of eagerness. Mount Longhu? Which sect did he belong to? Mount Longhu was a paradise. Most of the sects belonged to the Taoist sections. They usually didn't care about the secular world. It was rare for someone to enter the secular world. This was a big deal. If they could find this person and introduce him to the Ji family, even if he was a guest for a few days, they would benefit a lot. Yu Shu originally didn't want to talk about Jingchen. Seeing his eagerness, she made up her mind to mislead him. She said confusedly, "It was too chaotic at that time. I didn't hear it clearly. I only heard that he came from Mount Longhu." She thought to herself, "Okay, how much saliva did I waste to hook up with him? Why would I introduce him to you for no reason? Ji Hyotani didn't give up. He asked again, did you see what he looked like and what he was wearing? He was wearing a blue robe. He seemed to be a middle-aged man with a beard. It was too dark at night, so I couldn't see anything else. Yushu lied. She was deliberately misleading him. Hero Jingchen was too conspicuous. She was afraid that if she mentioned a white robe, the Ji family would be able to find him in Yang City. The Lu family wanted to send people to the suburbs to look for him. If they caught the thieves, they would interrogate them. They would definitely find out something. She said this to confuse them. Yushu had her own plans. Ji Hyotani also had his own plans. He sat up straight and reminded Yushu, regarding this Taoist priest, don't say anything when the Lu family asks about him. Ji Hyotani thought that he would send someone to look for the Taoist priest who came down from Mount Longhu. He had to invite him to his home as a guest. He couldn't let others get ahead of him. Ji Hyotani was in a good mood, so his attitude towards Yushu and her brother was gentle. You two must have been hungry all night. There are snacks on the table. First, when we find Master Shui, I will ask the kitchen to make a good meal for you. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu thanked him together. They were also given a seat by Ji Hyotani. After waiting for a meal, the Lu family came impatiently. The young master of the Shui family was found. He was in the wild forest outside the city. It was all thanks to Yushu's guidance. Before this, they met 4 children who escaped from a rundown courtyard in the forest. They saved them one by one. When Shui Wenzhe was found, he was lying on the bank of a small stream, half dead and half alive. He was wearing clothes that did not fit him, and it was unknown who had taken them from him. It was as if he had been fished out of the muddy water. Fortunately, he was still breathing and he was alive. The Lu family came out in a hurry, so they didn't bring many people with them. When they saw Shui Wenzhe in this state, they hurriedly took him home for treatment. They left a master to continue the search with the soldiers. Ji Hyotani personally went out and sat in the same car with Yushu. He asked her to lead the way into the forest to find the group of human traffickers. They only found the rundown courtyard after noon. Yushu gathered her courage and followed the constable inside. What she found was not only a group of wild Taoist priests who had their acupoints sealed and were lying in the rain for a whole night, but also the corpses of 3 children. The sight was chilling. The master of the Lu family, who was also Shui Wenzhe's second uncle, turned pale on the spot. He was terrified. Ji Hyotani knew how to behave. He took the opportunity to comfort him. Brother Jingtai, are you all right? Lu Jingtai sighed. Xiaogu, thank you so much for your concern. Otherwise, how could I explain to my brother-in-law's family? On the way, the Lu family had already listened to Ji Hyotani's account of what happened. It was similar to what Yushu said. It's good that he is safe. Lu Jingtai shook his head repeatedly. You don't know this, but I was careless this time. Aunt had long since foreseen that Wenzhe would encounter a calamity. Just recently, she had prepared a great deal of good fortune in advance. She had even made 3 protective talismans for him to wear. Even when he went out to celebrate his birthday yesterday, I deliberately followed him and told him to wait outside for me to pick him up. Fortune is hard to seek, disaster is hard to avoid. We are all learning from the Yi family's descendants. Since young, we have been taught this saying. Now that the matter is over, no one will blame you. There is no need for you to worry about yourself. Ji Xiaogu consoled Lu Jingtai with a few words, and Lu Jingtai's complexion finally improved a little. He said, "Oh right, I still have to thank those 2 juniors of yours. If not for their quick wits, Wenzhe might not have been able to escape." Ji Hyotani smiled casually. He wanted to call Yushu over to talk to him. Looking around, he did not see Yushu. He frowned and said, "You are too polite. Perhaps they are safe because of Wenzhe's good fortune." Lu Jingtai smiled bitterly. He will not take his words seriously. In his heart, he owes the Ji family a debt of gratitude. Where is Yushu now? When no one is paying attention, she sneakily rummaged through the loot collected by the bailiffs at the entrance of the rundown courtyard. She found the unassuming ancient sword, and carried it to the outer wall of the courtyard. She hid it under a tree and covered it with grass. She made a mark and waited to pick it up the next day. She clearly heard what the two young Taoist priests said last night. She knew that this sword had a significant background. Although she did not know whether it was real or not, she was indeed a money grubber. If it was real, it would not be taken away by the yamen for no reason. She did not know whose hands it would end up in. It was better for her to hide it herself. When she had the ability, she could verify its authenticity. That way, this treasure would not be buried. "What are you doing?" As she was patting the soil, a bailiff suddenly shouted in her direction. Yushu quickly stood up and turned around shyly. She said, "I want to urinate." The bailiff awkwardly turned and left. Yushu stuck out her tongue and looked at the shapeless sword on the ground. She jogged back to the carriage and gulped down 2 cups of tea. Only then did her racing heart calm down. Fortunately, she was not caught. Otherwise, she would not be able to explain herself. After many twists and turns, they returned to the Ji residence. Ji Hyotani went to the east courtyard to report to the old matriarch. When he returned to his room, he was very happy. He asked Aunt Chui to accompany him for dinner. He told her about how Yushu and her brother helped save the Lu family's young master. After dinner, he rewarded her and promised to spend the night in her room. Aunt Chui was in a good mood after receiving a practical favor. She asked someone to bring the siblings to see her. She showed some concern for them and praised them. She even gave them 2 taels of silver each to spend. However, compared to Aunt Lu, who stayed up all night to cook and wash for them, Aunt Chui's superficial efforts were disappointing. Yu Xiaoxiu was quick-witted and responded with a smile. Yu Shu was too lazy to put on an act in front of this woman, so she responded indifferently. The two didn't stay long before they were sent away by Aunt Chui on the grounds that they needed to rest. In fact, she saw that it was getting late, so she was preparing to tidy up the room and wait on Third Master at night. When the siblings came back in the morning, they were still talking and laughing. When they came out of the Little West Pavilion, they were not in a good mood. Yushu found it hard to like Aunt Chui. She was not like a mother and had no means. She was stupid as a concubine and was easily framed. It was no wonder that her biological daughter was locked in the ancestral hall for several days and nights without even daring to plead for mercy. In the end, she was killed without knowing anything. She really didn't know how she survived in this deep house until now. Aunt Chui had been in the Ji family for several years, but she didn't have anyone to order around. Her only loyal servant, Aunt Lu, was sent to the kitchen to do odd jobs. She didn't know how to take care of her children and only wanted to give birth to a child for Third Master of the Ji family. She didn't think about whether she would still be able to live a happy life when the child grew up. The Yu Shu in the past had 100% similar to her biological mother. As for a good seedling like Yu Xiaoxiu, he must have taken after his father, right? Yu Shu thought about it and asked, "Xiaoxiu, do you still remember our father?" Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head with an indifferent expression. "I was only 3 years old when father died. How could I remember?" Yu Shu thought about it. Aunt Chui remarried into the Ji family 6 years ago. Yu Xiaoxiu lost his father when he was 3 years old. In other words, when Father Yu died, she was already 7 years old. She should have an impression of him. What about mother? Yu Shu asked tentatively. She didn't know the situation of their family of 3 before they were sent to the Ji family. But with Aunt Lu as a servant, they must not be poor. Mother? Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head in confusion. I don't know much about mother. She never talked about it. Aunt Lu doesn't like to talk about it either. You forgot that every time we asked her, she just brushed us off. Then I'll go back and ask Aunt Lu. Chapter 51. Yu Shu returned to the courtyard. Without going back to her room, she went to talk to Aunt Lu. Your mother. Aunt Lu recalled for a while, then got up to close the door. She pulled Yu Shu and said, Miss, you're all grown up now. This isn't something Aunt Lu should tell you, but I don't think she would tell you. Since you've asked Aunt Lu, I'll tell you. You'll have a good memory so that you won't go astray in the future. Yu Shu nodded vigorously, took off her shoes and sat on the bed, ready to listen to the story. When Aunt Lu finished, she cursed in her heart and began to summarize. The story goes like this. Aunt Chui was a servant girl in a big family, and Mr. Yu was a poor scholar. Because he had a good relationship with the master of the family, he stayed overnight in the rain and got together with Aunt Chui. They lived under the same roof and met several times. He gave her a poem and a handkerchief, and she was pregnant with Yushu. She was found out by the master and kicked out. Aunt Chui cried and found Mr. Yu and went back to his hometown with him. Mr. Yu's family used to have a small plot of land, a small courtyard, and a servant. But his father died of illness, and the family had no one to rely on. They didn't pass the provincial examination last year, so they stayed at home. After a few years, they gradually became idle and drank all day. Once, they drank too much and fell into the river, never to climb back up. Since then, Aunt Chui became a widow. Aunt Lu is also a poor person. Aunt Lu patted Yushu's hand and said, "She doesn't treat you well because she has a grudge against Master Yu. After all, a woman's life is wasted like this. She originally wanted to stay in that family, and it's not impossible for her to marry a clean man and live a peaceful life. Miss, be careful. Don't easily believe this man's words. Choose a good person, or you'll regret it when you're cheated." Yushu nodded repeatedly to show that she understood, but she didn't think much of it in her heart. She wanted to find a man. Love aside, it didn't matter if he had 3 wives or 4 concubines, but first of all, he couldn't be a weakling. Then, how did Mother get picked by the 3rd master? Aunt Lu didn't seem to want to answer this question, but she couldn't resist Yushu's coquettish and shameless questioning, so she reluctantly said it. She looked like she wanted to have it, but she couldn't resist Yushu chasing after her. 3rd master is a sentimental person. Once he rode a horse past our house, and was hit on the head by Inyang with the window pole. He invited us up to drink tea as an apology, and later on we got along. But this wasn't Shimin Qing and Pan Jinlian's first intimate contact. Yushu's head was filled with blood, and the pressure suddenly increased. Dizzily, she listened to Aunt Lu ramble, "Miss, although our dynasty is not as strict to women as the previous dynasty, women should still keep their chastity. Inyang isn't good at this, but you must keep your reputation. This year you're already 15, and it's almost time to discuss marriage. You should behave yourself and keep your distance from men. If you ask me, although the Sanju study room is a place for learning, but it's not appropriate for men and women to sit together." Yushu returned to her room with her head heavy and feet light. She didn't take off her shoes before lying on the bed. Yu Xiaoxiu was sitting upright at the table, catching up on his homework. Seeing her half-dead state, he put down his pen and asked, "What's wrong with you? What did Aunt Lu say to you?" Yushu waved her hand at him and said weakly, "It's nothing, I'm just writing." She needed time to digest the fact that her biological father was a softy who drowned in alcohol. Her biological mother was Pan Jinlian, and her stepfather was Shimin Qing. Even she herself was originally a fool. Sis. Yu Xiaoxiu was worried about Yushu, so he put down his pen and walked away. However, Yushu grabbed his hand and looked at the obedient and sensible Yu Xiaoxiu with a complicated expression. "Little brother, it's really not easy for you. It wasn't easy for this evil bamboo shoot to grow a straight bamboo. What are you talking about? Are you tired? Hurry up and sleep. I'll call you for dinner tonight." Xiaoxiu pushed her, afraid that she had a cold last night and was talking nonsense. After returning from the suburbs in the afternoon, Aunt Lu boiled 2 big bowls of ginger soup for him to drink. The main kitchen also cooked pig's trotters for him, so his stomach was still full. "I'm a little sleepy. You don't have to study. Sleep for a while first. Didn't 3rd master say that we should rest at home for 2 days? Yushu lay down and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu up. "Come here, let's squeeze together. My heart is so empty that I can't sleep alone." Yu Xiaoxiu hesitated, but seeing Yushu's friendly face, he couldn't say no, so he took off his shoes and lay down. Yushu covered him with a blanket, and the 2 of them lay side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Yu Xiaoxiu felt uncomfortable at first, and his body was stiff. After a while, he warmed up and gradually felt sleepy. Before he fell asleep, he heard Yushu say in a daze, "Xiaoxiu, I forgot that I didn't go to work in the afternoon. What should I do? Your manager, isn't he quite easy to talk to? He should be angry, right? Who's talking about that? I was thinking that I didn't get a day's pay. Money grubber. Yu Xiaoxiu muttered, but didn't make a sound. His head leaned slightly on Yu Shu's shoulder. But I didn't go for no reason. The manager must be worried. Sigh, how should I explain it to him tomorrow? Snoring sounds came from beside her, but Yu Shu couldn't fall asleep with her eyes wide open. One of the benefits of saving that kid Shuewenjia was that she didn't have to clean Jingshang Hall for the next 2 days. Third elder master begged in front of the old lady to let Yu Shu rest for a few days before going back to work. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiu could rest at home for 2 days and didn't have to go to school, but little brother Yu insisted on going to the private school the next day. Yu Shu didn't stop him. If he wanted to go, he could go. After all, he didn't have to break his legs. It wasn't good for a boy to be too delicate. Yu Shu didn't sleep in either. She took all her assets in the morning, disguised herself as a kid, and followed Yu Xiaoxiu out of the door. They went to Changmenpu Street, rented a simple carriage, and went to the suburbs to retrieve the sword. After successfully retrieving the sword, Yu Shu got off the carriage at Changmenpu Street and went to the courtyard through the back door. Aunt Lu and the others went to the main kitchen to work, so the courtyard was empty and it was convenient for her to hide things. Under the hot sun, Yu Shu was holding a ladle and digging a hole under the mud wall. The hole was about 2 feet long and was shallow enough to fit the sword. Because there was no scabbard, before burying it, Yu Shu carefully wrapped the sword with strips of cloth torn from the bedsheet. She didn't take a good look that day, so the sword had a thin layer of green rust. The sword hilt wasn't polished very smoothly, and there were even nicks. It wasn't well maintained. It looked like an old thing, otherwise she wouldn't have taken the risk to smuggle it. After burying the sword, she covered it with soil until no traces could be seen. Yu Shu squatted so hard that her waist was numb. Did you hide it? Hid it well. She suddenly looked up and saw the old Taoist priest squatting on top of the wall. She sat on the ground and pointed at him, stuttering, "You, why are you here?" The old Taoist priest said matter-of-factly, "You didn't come to work for the past 2 days, so I came to see you." Yu Shu rolled her eyes. Why did this old man have such a face? Didn't they make things clear the other day? Why was he pestering her again? Taoist priest, don't waste your time on me. Yu Shu clapped her hands and stood up. She raised her head and said, "I know you are an expert, and you have the heart to guide me. I can only blame myself for not having the fortune to do so. I think you should find someone else. Hurry up and leave." If she left, she could dig out the sword and move somewhere else. Sigh, so annoying. She worked for half a day for nothing. The old Taoist priest didn't explain his purpose of coming, and she rejected him bluntly. She guessed his purpose, but she was still stubborn. His expression was strange at first, then he sighed and said awkwardly, "The day before yesterday, I was a little too loud. You're just a kid, don't argue with me. Just think of it as me taking advantage of my seniority." Yu Shu looked at him suspiciously. "Are you trying to keep me company?" The old Taoist priest blushed and almost got angry again. What's wrong with apologizing? Don't say it out loud. Can't you save some face for an old man? He cursed in his heart, but he held back his anger. Let's just say so. Yu Shu was happy to see him being humiliated. She teased, "Yes means yes, no means no. What do you mean by, let's just say so?" The old Taoist priest gritted his teeth. "That's right." "Ha!" Yu Shu smiled. She felt relieved and looked at the old man much more pleasing to the eye. She put one hand on her waist and said, "Taoist priest, don't be unhappy. I'll learn whatever you want to teach me. But we've agreed that I'll only kowtow to you if you teach me well. Otherwise, don't think of taking advantage of me." Originally, if this old man had talked to her nicely earlier, she wouldn't have pushed away such a good thing that had been delivered to her door. The old Taoist priest said in surprise, "You're willing to kowtow to me?" Didn't she refuse to kowtow that day? How did she change so much in the blink of an eye and become so easy to talk to? Yu Shu asked in return, "Why wouldn't I kowtow? As long as you're sincere in teaching me, I'll respect you and kowtow to you a few times. But if you make do with me and look down on me, even if you want to teach me immortal spells, don't expect me to accept your kindness. In other words, it's your business whether you teach me or not. It's my business whether I learn it or not. Don't you think I'm right? The old Taoist priest squatted on the wall and tilted his face. After listening to her explanation, he felt that apologizing to her just now was only right and proper. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. The day before yesterday, he had put on airs and forced her without looking at whether she was willing or not. It was indeed inappropriate. He didn't expect that at his age, he still couldn't think as clearly as this little girl. His old bones had really been idle for too long. Now that he had spoken, the old Taoist priest looked at Yushu again and couldn't help but find her more pleasing to the eye. It didn't matter if she didn't have talent or intelligence. What was rare was that she had a backbone, a mind of her own, and a personality. She was just as useless and hypocritical as those things that Ah Fu fawned over. He didn't like her either. It was better this way, lest she was too stupid. In the future, Yushu got goosebumps from his stare. She called out, "Taoist priest? Taoist priest?" This old Taoist name is Qing Zheng. My sect has declined, so I won't mention it to you. I'll now recognize you as an anonymous disciple and pass on my skills to you. There's no need to be too formal. In front of others, just pretend that you're not familiar with me. Behind others, just call me master. Taoist Qing Zheng stroked his beard and said, "Steaming Taoist?" Yushu pursed her lips and secretly smiled. She stretched out her hand and bowed to the top of the wall. Yes, steaming Taoist. Taoist Qing Zheng didn't know that Yushu was secretly laughing at his Taoist name. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "It's not convenient during the day. Come find me at Jingshang Hall after dark. I'll tell you the details then." "Yes, Taoist." Yushu waved her hand and watched as the old man jumped over the wall and left. Only then did the smile on her face disappear. She squatted down and dug the soil. After a long time, she finally snorted. This old Taoist was strange. She didn't know what he wanted to do by hiding in the Ji family. She had to be careful when she got along with him. It would be best if she could learn from him. She also had to be careful not to be used by him. Yushu dug out the sword again and buried it in a different place. She went to put away the quilt that Yu Xiaoxiu had dried. As she folded the bed, she thought about finding a time tomorrow to go out and look for hero Jing Chen and get in touch with him. Chapter 52. In the evening, Ji Hyotani was having dinner at Aunt Chui's place. This was the first time Ji Hyotani had come to her place since she was wrongly accused of having an affair half a month ago and was kicked. Aunt Chui had bathed in advance and her head and face were covered with a layer of fragrant powder. Her appearance was good to begin with, and when she was scrutinized by the candlelight in the night, not even a single wrinkle could be found on her face. Her skin was soft and tender and beautiful. This caused Ji Hyotani, who had not seen her for a long time, to take a few more glances. Aunt Chui was secretly delighted and pretended to be bashful, blushing as she poured wine for him. It was just that this posture of hers was too vulgar and not as clean as before. Ji Hyotani withdrew his gaze and touched the wine cup, saying, "The Liu family's young master can be safe and sound thanks to that girl Yushu's cleverness." "Oh yes, is she over 10 this year?" Aunt Chui counted in her heart and answered after a while. Replying to Leoi's question, "She is over 15. Ji Hyotani nodded. "Then she is of marriageable age and is not young anymore. She should consider marrying into a family. Do you have any plans in mind?" Aunt Chui bit her lip. With her background, her temperament is not pleasing to the eye and she is stupid. Who would find a matchmaker? She is just taking advantage of the Ji family. This concubine only hopes that she can find a well-off family so that she does not have to worry about food and drink in the future. What else can she ask for? Even if she becomes a concubine of a rich family, it would be better than her living a poor life. Ji Hyotani pondered over what she said about temperament is not pleasing to the eye and she is stupid, and then recalled his impression of the stepdaughter. He laughed and looked at the woman in front of him who was not at all smart and said, "Since you have no idea, I will ask second sister-in-law to pay attention to see if there is any suitable family in Yang City. Tomorrow, you can give me her horoscope. The third branch had no legal wife and the backyard was full of concubines. Ji Hyotani did not care about trivial matters. After all, the supervisor was a servant and could not do anything. The three brothers of the Ji family had a good relationship. First grandmother had been in poor health these years, so old lady Ji gave the second branch the power. Second grandmother was in charge, so Ji Hyotani entrusted the marriage of his children to the second wife of the Ji family. Of course, he now handed over Yushu's marriage right to Yushu, an outsider, in a disguised way, giving the identity of the young miss of the Ji family. This was completely different from living in the Ji family. Aunt Chui was not too stupid. She knew that in this way, Yushu would definitely be betrothed to a rich family in Yang City. She immediately stood up and bowed to express her gratitude. "Master, this concubine thanks Master." In a few words, he handed over her daughter's marriage right. In addition to being happy, Aunt Chui was also a little relieved. After all, she did not have to bear the burden. She was worried that her daughter would not marry into a good family and would become a burden in the future. In the dark, Yushu sat on the steps of the door of Jing Shangtang. She supported her head with one hand and yawned. During the day, Taoist Qingjing asked her to come to Jing Shangtang after dark. She came after eating, but she did not see him. The door of the hall was locked and she could not enter. She waited at the door for at least an hour. If she did not see him, she would go back to sleep. In the afternoon, she went to Mianzhai. On the way, she prepared a whole set of words on how to explain to Chao Zixin that she was absent from work yesterday. Unexpectedly, when she arrived, Mianzhai was closed. Shopkeeper Wu, who was sitting across from her, told her that the ink shop was not open yesterday. Including the day before yesterday, when she asked for leave to travel, the shop was closed for 3 days. She didn't see Chao Zixin at all. Shopkeeper Wu took the opportunity to poach Chao Zixin and asked her if she was willing to help him in his shop. Yushu politely refused this profiteer and went home with doubts. She planned to go and see him tomorrow. When she asked for leave that day, shopkeeper Chao said he was visiting a friend. Could he be out of town? Looking up at the half moon in the sky, Yushu stood up and patted her butt, ready to leave. If the old man wanted to test her and make her wait in this cold night, she would not accompany him. Didn't he know how precious her time was? If she had time, she would read a few more words. As soon as she took a step, the old Taoist came. He was right on time and carried things in his hands. In a few steps, he came to her. He stuffed the things in his hands into her arms and went past her to take out the key to open the door. He went in and lit the wall lamp. Seeing that Yushu was still standing outside the door, he asked her to hurry in as if he was in his own house. "Come in quickly. Don't let anyone see you." Yushu went in with a pile of things. Qingjing closed the door behind her. She turned her head in alarm. Qingjing looked back and saw her guarded face. He snorted and took the things in her arms. He handed her the fire. "What are you afraid of? I don't eat people. Go and light the lamps." Yushu thought that he wanted to avoid being seen. It was understandable, so she went in and lit the lamps. She cleaned this place for a few days and knew it very well. Even if she was blind, she could find the candlesticks on the wall. She lit them one by one. From time to time, she turned her head to look at Qingjing. She saw him holding a pile of things in the open space in the hall. She didn't know what he was arranging. When she came here, she thought about what the old Taoist would teach her. However, she didn't know much about Yishui. She thought about it, but she couldn't even guess. After lighting up all the candles, the hall brightened up. Yushu climbed down the ladder and walked to the old Taoist priest's side. She watched as he held a large weasel bristle brush and mixed it with an unknown liquid in a bowl. He was lying on the ground and drawing some strange shapes. "Master, what are you doing?" Taoist Qingjing didn't seem to hear what she said. He continued drawing on the ground with full concentration. Yushu had no choice but to shut her mouth and wait to the side. Fortunately, his technique was experienced, so it didn't take long for him to finish drawing. He stood up with the bowl in his hand and examined it. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he raised his head and revealed a slightly tired face. He pointed at one of the circles and said to Yu Shu, "Come here and sit down." Yu Shu tiptoed over and lifted her skirt. She was afraid that the ground was not dry and she would step on it. When she sat down, she realized that the silver paint had already solidified on the ground. She couldn't even touch it with her hands. Qing Zheng also sat cross-legged in front of her. He breathed a few times and said, "From today onwards, I will teach you the Yi Shui. Because it's not recorded, you don't have to follow the rules of the school. There is only one thing that you must follow." Yu Shu said, "Master, please say it." Qing Zheng's eyes lit up and his eyes were like torches. "When you finish your apprenticeship, you must help me do something." Vulgar, too vulgar. Next, was this old man going to tell her a story of a blood feud that made her cry? Something about killing his wife and snatching his son, or how his brothers turned against each other, and then ask her to avenge him. "Master, can you first tell me what it is?" What a joke. He hadn't even taught her anything and he was already giving her conditions. What if she learned something trivial and this cheap master asked her to kill someone or set fire to something? She would do it, right? "Don't worry. I only want you to find something for me. I won't ask you to kill someone or set fire to something. There's no danger to your life." Taoist Qing Zheng seemed to be able to see through her thoughts. As Yu Shu looked at him awkwardly, he reached behind him and grabbed 2 chess bowls. He placed them between the 2 of them. There were ordinary go pieces in the bowls. One was black and the other was white. He closed his eyes and said, "If I don't show you some real skills, you won't be satisfied. Come, grab a handful." Yu Shu didn't know what he was going to do. She obediently grabbed a handful of chess pieces from the white bowl. "White 7. What? I said that you have 7 white pieces in your hands." Qing Zheng closed his eyes and said calmly. Yu Shu slowly opened her palm and glanced at it. There were exactly 7 white pieces. Before she could be surprised, she heard Qing Zheng say, "Grab again." Yu Shu grabbed another black piece. "Black 9. Yu Shu was silent. "It was 9. Grab again." Yu Shu reached her hand in and took it out. "Black 3. Yu Shu stared at the 3 black pieces in her hand. Her eyes were bright as if she wanted to see a hole in them. If it was once or twice, it could be said that she was lucky. But she guessed it correctly 3 times. This probability, grab 1 in each hand. Yu Shu licked her lips. Her heart was beating faster. She reached into the bowls with both hands and stared at Qing Zheng's closed eyes. She was more careful. She fiddled with the bowls with her fingers, making noises before taking them out. A white piece in the left hand, and no pieces in the right hand. "Pa!" Yu Shu's hand trembled, and the white piece in her left hand fell to the ground. She didn't know how silly her expression was at the moment. Qing Zheng opened his eyes and looked at the admiration on Yu Shu's face with satisfaction. When he was about to speak, he heard her say in surprise, "Master, your hearing is too good." With this skill, if this old man lived in the place where she lived in her previous life, he would be a gambler. Qing Zheng's beard trembled, and he said angrily, "Bullshit. Did I hear it?" Yu Shu wiped the saliva off her face. Her attitude was much more respectful than before. She smiled to hide the surprise in her heart. "Then how did you guess it?" Qing Zheng snorted. "Tell me, what is Yi Li?" Yu Shu said, "It's the study of Yi Li." If Mr. Liu in the Sanju study house heard her answer, he would definitely spit blood on her face. After learning for half a year, she couldn't even explain the basic meaning of Yi Li. How could she be so stupid? Taoist Qing Zheng glared at her fiercely, stroked his beard to calm down, and then said, "Simply put, Yi Li is the study of prediction and divination. Remember, Yi is calculation and divination. You can't escape from these 2. Yu Shu nodded, indicating that she would remember it. Just based on Yu Shu's answer, Qing Zheng also knew the level of this new disciple. It was too late to regret, so he patiently enlightened her. "You won't understand if I explain it to you in a difficult way. Let me explain it to you in a simple way. Calculation is arithmetic and is a skill. Divination requires the use of external objects, such as divinatory plates and Luyao coins. These are methods. Using techniques and methods to predict the future, this is the Yili of my generation, and also the most common Yili. Yushu suddenly understood. She had read so many books, but for the first time, she understood what Yili of the Dan dynasty was. Then she was confused. Just now, you guessed that the chess piece in my hand was also Yili? Why didn't I see you using any external objects? Old man Qing Zheng smiled proudly. What I used was the superior Yili. I can take one's heart and one's eyes, so I don't need any external objects. With my ability, I can judge fortune and misfortune, and determine life and death. It just takes a little more effort. Yu Shu's throat was a little dry, and her heart was itching. Previously, she was just playing house with this old man with a wait-and-see attitude, but now she really wanted to learn something. Master, you are so powerful. Chapter 53. Master, please teach me quickly. If you teach me, I can help you find things. Yushu urged. She saw the pride in the old man's eyes and snickered in her heart. It was just the first time he was defeated by her. Was it worth being so calculative? He was even more narrow-minded than her. Okay. Qing Zheng put down the 2 chess bowls, and the chess pieces were mixed together. He pointed at the pile of black and white and said, "Squint your eyes and catch them yourself." Yushu didn't understand. Qing Zheng demonstrated. He closed his eyes and reached out to catch a handful of chess pieces, 3 black and 5 white. He spread his hands, 3 black and 5 white. Catch them yourself and guess the black and white. It's getting late. Don't disturb my sleep. Yushu, what? You don't want to learn? Master, are you kidding me? Qing Zheng stared at her. Do I look like I'm kidding you? Are you going to learn or not? Yushu gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and reached out to catch them. Learn. Qing Zheng saw her obediently go to catch the chess pieces, then he bent down to pick up an oiled paper bag behind him, stood up and said, "I'm going to take a walk outside." "You're not allowed to be lazy." Yushu closed her eyes and waved her hand. "Master, go." Qing Zheng left. He locked the door behind him and leaped onto the roof. His footsteps were light as he stepped over the tiles. Without a sound, he sat down on the patio of the roof of Jingshang Hall. He opened the oiled paper bag and fished out an oily chicken claw. He stuffed it into his mouth and tilted his head to look down. Under the moonlight, the little girl sat on the ground and grabbed the chess pieces one by one. The array under her body glowed with a faint light. Looking down from above, it looked like the Northern Star Array. Sigh, if it weren't for your poor spirituality, I wouldn't have to waste so much effort. Well, this is fate. Qing Zheng muttered to himself as he finished gnawing on the 2 chicken feet. Wiping his hands on his clothes, he sat down cross-legged and began to breathe in and out. He wanted to replenish the true qi he had consumed while drawing the formation. Sis, the food is here. Let's eat before we go to bed. Yushu curled her lips and frowned. In a low, muffled voice, he said, "Step aside. Hurry up and get up. The food will be cold soon. No one will heat it up for you. Come on. Yu Xiaoxiu reached out to tug at Yushu's blanket, while Yushu used her leg to press down on it. After a while, Yu Xiaoxiu was the first to get angry. He went out to grab a towel and wrung it with the chilly well water, before returning to the room and using it to cover Yushu's face. What are you doing? Yushu tore off the towel on her face and glared at Yu Xiaoxiu with swollen eyes. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at her coldly. The 2 people stared at each other for a while. Yushu was the first to give up. She pulled her hair and got up from the bed dejectedly. Yu Xiaoxiu turned around to serve the rice. He had the egg soup this morning, and it was the most delicious when it was hot. After eating, Yushu burped and pushed the bowl away. She said angrily, "Yu Xiaoxiu, you can't do this. I'm your sister. Can't you wake me up gently in the morning? Who asked you to go out to play at night? If you go to bed earlier, you won't be unable to get up." Yu Xiaoxiu kept the bowl and chopsticks and took them out to wash. He didn't want to admit that he was angry at her for going out to play last night without him. Yu Shu gloomily shook the table. She didn't want to say anything. She didn't go out to play last night. She spent the whole night catching chess pieces in Jing Tang. 2 of her fingernails were broken. Unfortunately, the steamed old man didn't allow her to tell others. She could only hide it from Yu Xiaoxiu. She sneaked back from the west courtyard. She fell asleep immediately. She didn't know why catching chess pieces was so tiring. She didn't even have a dream that night. Yu Xiaoxiu wiped the table and left with his bag. I'm going to the private school. Yu Xiaoxiu left. Yu Shu originally wanted to go back to sleep, but she remembered that she planned to look for Jing Chen today. She had no choice but to go out to wash her face. Puff, puff, puff. After brushing her teeth and spitting out the mouthwash, Yu Shu quietly glanced at the sneaky figure at the entrance of the courtyard. After seeing it clearly, she felt strange. What is this guy doing here? She went back to her room and changed into Yu Xiaoxiu's robe. She tied her hair into a bun and wrapped it with a towel. She went out of the courtyard and looked around. She saw the little fatty who was not far away and was about to run away. She hesitated for a moment and shouted loudly, "Young master, where are you going?" Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Weibo stiffly stopped. He dawdled for a long time before he turned around and gave Yu Shu a smile that was uglier than crying. I didn't do anything." Seeing Yu Shu's dress, he felt strange. Yu Shu grinned and waved her hand. "Come here." Ma Weibo was scared and took 2 steps back. When he was about to turn around and run away, Yu Shu's face darkened and shouted, "Come here." Ma Weibo walked towards her with fear. When he was about 10 feet away from her, he stopped and refused to go forward. Seeing him being bullied, Yu Shu felt funny. What's wrong with me? Didn't I just beat him that day? Why do I look like a mouse seeing a cat again? Wasn't she quite rampant before? It's so early in the morning. Are you looking for me or Xiaoxiu? Ma Weibo immediately waved his hand. I'm not looking for you. It turned out that he was looking for her. Yu Shu interpreted his words and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Ma Weibo bowed his head and rubbed his toes. You, what? Yu Shu picked her ears. No, you. Yu Shu found that this little fatty was very angry. Are you a mosquito? Speak louder. I'm not the one who told Grandma that you beat me. Don't tell anyone that I peed my pants. Yu Shu covered her ears. She was almost deaf. She squinted at him. Not to mention, young Master Ma's face was red and his eyes were bubbling. His chubby appearance made him look like an easy target to bully. Damn it. This punching bag also bullied her Xiaoxiu. Oh. Yu Shu dragged her words. Under Ma Weibo's nervous eyes, she coldly snorted and snappily said, "How do I know it's not you? You caused me to be beaten up. Do you know that? Look, the mark hasn't even formed yet." Yu Shu rolled up her sleeves and stretched them forward. Her forearm was covered in a large patch of black and blue. It was the evidence of Matriarch Ji's beating. Compared to her slender wrist, the black and white were clearly visible. It was a frightening sight. Ma Weibo was shocked. That day when Yu Shu was beaten, he was also there. He didn't hear her cry out in pain. Who knew that she would be beaten like this? It was worse than the beating he received from Yu Shu. I really didn't say it. He cried and softly refuted. I was beaten anyway. You tell me what to do. Yu Shu looked angry on the surface, but she was amused. This little fatty turned out to be so stupid. It was really a waste of his muscles. Then what should I do? Yu Shu suggested. Why don't you let me hit him back? Ah? Ma Weibo was dumbfounded. Want to be beaten? Stand there and don't move. I will only hit you once. After that, I won't argue with you. Yu Shu raised her hand. Ma Weibo shivered. His eyes showed fear. He remembered the day when Yu Shu hit him with a pole. He was afraid of Yu Shu. He was more afraid of her than he was of his father. She was not afraid of him telling on her. She was not afraid of being punished by the adults. She really dared to hit him. Say something. Are you going to hit me or not? If you don't, I will tell everyone that you peed your pants. Yu Shu threatened. Ma Weibo looked at her raised palm. His legs trembled. He was about to cry, but he couldn't say a word. If you don't say anything, I will take it as a yes. Heh, see if I don't hit you. Yushu raised her palms and made a strange gesture. She waved her hands down. Ma Weibo was so scared that he squeezed his eyes shut. But the next moment, he opened his eyes in pain. The pain that fell on his face was not the same as being slapped. He howled and looked up at Yushu in panic. However, he saw that there was no longer any ruthlessness on her face. There was only a teasing look in her eyes. Yushu pinched the little fatty's cheeks and shook his face back and forth. Seeing his dazed expression, she couldn't help but laugh. She let go of her hands and gently patted his head, saying, "In the future, you are not allowed to bully Xiaoxiao. He doesn't have a father, his surname is not Ji, and he is not your relative. But he still has relatives and an older sister. If you bully him again, I will definitely beat you. As for you peeing your pants, don't worry, I won't tell anyone." After teasing the little fatty, Yushu waved her sleeves and walked away in a good mood. Little fatty Ma was left standing in the same place with a red face. Only when Yushu's figure disappeared did he lower his head and cover his burning cheeks. The previous fear had disappeared and was replaced by a flustered feeling. His mind was filled with the teasing smile of his older sister from the Yu family. From that day on, Ma Weibo felt that there was nothing good about the stinky brat surnamed Yu, who lived under his third maternal uncle's name. Except for one thing, he had an older sister, which made people very envious. Young master, where are you?" Ma Weibo ran to the Ji family early in the morning, but he was nowhere to be seen. Several servants searched the courtyard for him, afraid that he would be beaten again like last time. "Stop shouting, I'm here." Ma Weibo's thoughts were interrupted, so he turned his head and shouted at the people who came looking for him. He rubbed his face and angrily strode over, ready to teach those annoying stinky things a lesson. Yushu wandered out of the Ji residence early in the morning. The first place she went to was the riverside where she and Yu Xiaoxiao had flown a kite the other day. The day before yesterday, when she parted ways with Jing Chen in front of the city gate, he said that he wanted her to go to the pine forest in the east of the city to find him. Yushu didn't know how many pine forests there were in the east of the city, but she knew that there was a plum blossom forest by the river. She vaguely felt that Jing Chen was talking about that place. It wasn't good to go to see someone empty-handed, so when Yushu passed by Changmen Street, she bought a bag of jujube cakes. They were cheap and had a lot of jujube cakes. That day, when they came back from the suburbs, they ate this kind of cake. She thought that hero Jing Chen liked this kind of cake. Chapter 54. Standing on the other side of the river and looking into the distance, Shuyu didn't feel anything. When she got off the bridge, she found that the withered plum forest was quite big. She wandered around for a long time but didn't find Jing Chen. "Master Jing Chen? Master? Are you here?" Yushu raised her voice and shouted a few times, but there was no response at all. Disappointed, she picked up the jujube cake and prepared to go back. She inadvertently turned her head and saw a white shadow behind an old plum tree. Clearly, someone was sitting behind the tree. Yushu turned around and walked under the tree. When she saw the two swords on the back of the person under the tree, she knew it was the person she was looking for. "Master Jing Chen?" Yushu shouted again, but the person under the tree didn't move. She felt strange, walked around the tree and looked at the front. No wonder he didn't respond. It turned out that he was sleeping. The young Taoist priest was sitting cross-legged under the tree with his arms crossed. His eyes were relaxed, and he looked relaxed in his sleep. He did not look as serious as he did when he was awake. A flower petal was stuck to his loose forehead hair. It swayed when the wind blew, and it made people's hands itch. Yushu rolled her eyes and quietly squatted down in front of him. She first reached out and waved her hand in front of his face. Seeing that he didn't respond, she picked up a small handful of flower petals from the ground and bravely sprinkled them on his head. Looking at his delicate sleeping face that was reflected in the pink and white petals, she couldn't help but lower her head and laugh. But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. She didn't know when the closed eyes in front of her had opened. His clear eyes didn't seem to be blaming her, but it made her feel guilty. Hee. Yushu laughed dryly as she moved back. She really didn't mean to offend him, it was just that her hands were itching. Jingchen touched the top of his head and took a few petals. He looked at them and shook his head. 2 more petals fell down. He lowered his head and patted them, touched them again, and continued to pat them. Yushu wanted to laugh, but she held it back and reminded him, "It's clean." Only then did Jingchen put his hand down from his head. He looked at Yushu, but he was not angry. He didn't seem angry and didn't care about her teasing just now. He asked, "Why are you here?" Yushu sent the jujube cake in her hand forward and smiled sweetly. "Master, didn't you tell me that you lived in the plum forest in the east of the city? I came here because the weather was good today. Here you are. I saw that you liked the cakes last time, so I bought a bag as a thank you gift for sending me and my brother back to the city last time. I don't have any ability now, but I will treat you when I have money in the future." Jingchen took the paper bag from her, thanked her, and opened it in front of her. Looking at the few pieces of jujube cake wrapped in the paper, he was really hungry. Seeing that Yushu was squatting in front of him and had no intention of leaving, he hesitated for a moment, broke off a piece, and ate it by himself. That morning in the suburbs, Yushu was slightly surprised by his rude behavior. It was rare to see such a straightforward person even in the modern world in her previous life. What kind of good food was it? He just ate it in front of her. He couldn't wait. That morning in the suburbs, he ate a piece of cake as if he hadn't eaten for a few days. Wait, did he really starve? "Great hero, have you had breakfast?" Yushu asked eagerly. Jingchen shook his head, swallowed, and took another piece. "Did you have dinner yesterday?" Jingchen shook his head, slowly took a bite, and licked the crumbs on the corner of his mouth. "Did you have dinner yesterday?" Jingchen nodded and said, "You gave me a snack yesterday morning." Yushu suddenly felt that this young and powerful Taoist priest in front of her was not as smart as she imagined. Otherwise, how could he be so pitiful that he couldn't even eat a meal? He was a Taoist priest. In the Han dynasty, even if he didn't have money, he could just go to any house and there would be someone to entertain him. There was no need for him to starve. Perhaps he was too aloof and didn't want to eat and drink for free? That couldn't be right. If he was a person who cared about his face, he wouldn't have chewed the cake in front of her. Puzzled, Yushu had to tell him the truth. "Master, why are you hungry?" Jingchen ate a few pieces of cake and his stomach felt much better. When he heard Yushu's question, his face showed a trace of embarrassment. He avoided Yushu's line of sight and whispered, "This is the first time I went down the mountain. I didn't know the importance of money. When I went down the mountain, I lost it, so I had to sleep in the open." Yushu was surprised. The truth was that this person was not a master. Xia was just a little naive. He had been eating and sleeping in the open all the way from Mount Longhu to Yang City. How was she supposed to say this? Was it really a pity that he didn't starve to death? Ahem, Yushu cleared her throat and hid the stunned expression on her face. Squatting for too long was uncomfortable, so she sat down cross-legged. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Great hero, may I be so bold as to ask, do you plan to stay in Yang City, or do you plan to go somewhere else?" Jingchen said, "I have to stay here for a while." Yushu said, "Then do you plan to stay like this?" Yushu scratched her head and simply said, "Sleeping in the open like this in the woods. You don't have a meal. You can't always be like this, right? 1 or 2 days might not be a problem, but after a long time, you will definitely get sick. You have to think of a way. Let's eat first. If you don't mind, I can give you an idea." Yushu was not someone who liked to meddle in other people's business, and she did not have any extra kindness. If the person who was sleeping in the open was a refugee or a beggar, she might not even take a look, but this Xiaobai had helped her before and his character was not bad. He looked like a good person inside and out, and she did not know what to do with a good person. It was strange, she was not a good person, but she could not bear to see a good person suffer. Jingchen could feel that the youth in front of him was anxious for him. He was slightly moved and asked, "What idea?" Yushu said, "It's not really an idea. Maybe. You just said you Since it's my first time coming down the mountain, I'm probably trying to understand the people's livelihood. Most people respect Taoists. In Yang City, there are 3 clans that have learned Taoism. Great hero, you are from an upright sect. If you pay them a visit, they will definitely treat you with great hospitality. They will provide you with food and accommodation. Don't you want to stay in Yang to handle some matters? Why don't you stay with them for the time being and leave after you've finished your business? Yesterday, when Third Elder One asked about it, she hid her selfishness and did not want them to find Jing Chen. However, it was different now. She had recognized the old man Qing Zheng as her master. With someone to guide her, it was easy for her to learn. She did not need to have any ideas about Jing Chen anymore. It was better for her to stop thinking about it and be more convenient for others. No. It was rare for her to be kind, and he actually said no? Jing Chen shook his head. He didn't want to reveal too much, but when he saw the confusion on the young man's face, he explained, I have something important to do. Before I finish it, I can't contact too many people. If that was the case, Yushu laughed secretly. Then there was no other way. It was not that she wanted to hide him, but he did not want to meet people. He did not have the fortune to eat and drink well. This way was not going to work. Of course, she had to think of another way to let Jing Xiaobai starve. It was definitely not going to work. But Yushu did not have extra spare money. Even if she did, she could not guarantee that Master Jing Chen would be willing to use her for free. Money. Where could she get money? Yushu looked at Jing Chen from head to toe. Suddenly an idea came to her. She leaned forward and said, You're from the Dao sect. Do you have any items that can help you seek good fortune and avoid calamity? In the e-shop, any red string could be sold for a string of money. This robe that Jing Xiaobai was wearing was made of silk. Since it was made of pure silk, it should have some valuable accessories on it. Items? Jing Chen thought for a while. Then, he touched his waist and stretched out his hand to pass it to her. Will this do? Yushu looked at his palm, but it was a yellow bead the size of a longan. It didn't look like jade, but rather like it had been ground from a stone. It didn't look very impressive. What is this? She stretched out her hand. Jing Chen flipped his palm, and the bead fell into her palm. It was surprisingly cold, causing her to withdraw her hand. When she lifted it up to take a look, there was not even a hole for thread. This is a yellow frost stone. It is often rubbed in the palm to ward off evil wind. Jing Chen only mentioned one of the uses of the yellow frost stone. Hearing this, Yushu rubbed the stone bead in her palm. After a few rubs, her palm began to heat up, but the bead was still cold. It was very strange. She knew in her heart that this should be a good thing. Jing Chen looked at her curiously playing with it. He remembered that his junior brother was also mischievous and playful, so he said generously, This is for you. No, I don't want it. I want something from you. Yushu waved her hand, suppressing the greed in her heart. She said seriously, There are exchange shops and pawn shops in the city. Valuable things can be sold for money. If you sell this stone, you will at least have enough money to eat. Sell it? Jing Chen frowned. He took out another bead from his sleeve and gave it to her. Do you think this can be sold? This time it was a 100% jade bead. The color was very good. Yushu's eyes were not bad. She rubbed it twice in her hand and immediately nodded happily. Yes, this is also good. Jing Chen nodded. Then sell this. You can't sell the yellow frost stone. If you like it, keep it. Yushu squeezed the yellow bead and said shyly, How can I take your things for free? She thought, This guy is quite a good person. Jing Chen looked down at her with a smile in his eyes. Keep it. It may be useful. Yushu did not stand on ceremony with him anymore. She put the yellow bead away and handed it to him. I will take you to the pawn shop now. Let's go. Jing Chen sat on the ground and did not move. Can you help me? I have something to do later. Yushu nodded. Of course, as long as you trust me. Don't worry that I will take your bead and run away. Then I will have to trouble you, little brother. Yushu grinned. Hero, you can call me Xiaoyu. Calling me little brother is like treating me like an outsider. Xiaoyu. Jing Chen murmured. His words were very soft, but the last syllables sounded like a hook. When he called Yu Shu's pet name, it seemed inexplicably intimate. Yu Shu's previous name was Yu Jing. It was a very common name. There were 4 children in the first unit in their community. All of them had the nickname Jing Jing. When they called for dinner upstairs, 7 or 8 children ran back. In order to distinguish them, her parents gave her the nickname Xiao Yu. Her colleagues and friends called her Xiao Yu. The same sound, but the meaning was different. She did not know that Jing Chen had said it wrong. She smiled and replied, yes. Chapter 55. Yu Shu came back from the riverbank and went to the Changmen pawnshop. She went to the Mianzhai pawnshop first. The door was closed, so shopkeeper Wu's shop was deserted. When he saw Yu Shu, he called her over to talk. Yu Shu wanted to ask him about the pawnshop on the street, so she chatted with this profiteer for a while. Shu, shopkeeper Chow hasn't opened his shop for a few days. Is he going to shut down his business? If he closes his shop, where are you going to make a living? How about you come to my shop to settle accounts? I'll give you the same salary and I promise to treat you well. Shopkeeper Wu said with a friendly face. Yu Shu said, let's wait for shopkeeper Chow to come back. He can't just give up his shop. Then you have 2 days free. Come and help me settle old accounts. How about this? Before shopkeeper Chow comes back, you work in my shop. I'll give you 10 copper coins a day. Yu Shu secretly rolled her eyes. This profiteer. 10 copper coins was her net worth in the past. Now it has risen to 20 copper coins, and it's only for half a day's work. Forget it. I have something to do, so I have to go. After getting rid of this trouble, Yu Shu hurriedly passed through the alley and went to the back street to find the honest pawnshop that shopkeeper Wu mentioned. Even so, when she took out the jade beads, the other party couldn't help but lower the price. Yu Shu grumbled and gave him 20 taels as a death contract. Anyway, Jing Chen gave it to her casually. It didn't seem like he was reluctant to give it up. If he doesn't want to redeem it, then so be it. She asked the shopkeeper to exchange 10 taels of silver for 1 tael, 10 taels of silver, and a small string of copper coins. Yu Shu had never taken so much money. She was afraid that someone would steal it on the street. She couldn't afford it even if she sold herself. In the end, she hid behind the door of the pawnshop and put it in her underwear, which made the shopkeeper laugh at her. After leaving the pawnshop, Yu Shu went west to find the bookstore at the end of the street to return the money to the old shopkeeper. The old shopkeeper of the bookstore saw that she was dressed as a boy and didn't recognize her for a moment. After she reminded him, he remembered the credit that day and couldn't help but sigh. When Yu Shu gave him the money, he didn't refuse, but looked at her with affection in his eyes. Seeing that there were no customers in the shop, he took a pen and paper and asked her to write a few words, pointing out the way she held the pen. Yu Shu could tell that the old man was lonely, so she stayed with him for a while and took the opportunity to listen to his history. When it was almost noon, she said goodbye and left. She promised the old shopkeeper that she would come often. After the business is done, Yu Shu returns to the courtyard. Lunch is ready. Yu Xiaoxiu is waiting for her at the door, holding a branch and writing on the ground. When Yu Shu saw this, she muttered, "Isn't there a lot of paper? And you're drawing on the ground, don't you think it's dirty?" "I'm just drawing." Yu Xiaoxiu threw the branch away and fetched water for her to wash her hands. Aunt Lu has already eaten and is drying radish strips in the yard. She has finished eating the pickled vegetables and is going to pickle 2 more jars in the next 2 days. There is only 1 dish for lunch, which is light and tasteless. There are not many edible vegetables in spring, and they can't afford meat. Yu Shu chewed half a bowl of rice and couldn't swallow it. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu has cleaned the bottom of the bowl, she praised him, "You're really easy to feed." Then she took the opportunity to push the leftovers to him, "I can't eat any more." Yu Xiaoxiu didn't mind her saliva. He changed a pair of chopsticks and continued to eat expressionlessly. "By the way, I went to see Master Jingchen this morning. Guess where he is?" Yu Xiaoxiu's mouth was stuffed, and he hummed through his nose. He's at the river where we flew kites the day before yesterday. Isn't there a plum forest across the river? Yu Shu told Yu Xiaoxiu about her meeting with Jing Chen in the morning. Finally, she took out the yellow frost stone and handed it to him. Here, keep it. When you're free, rub it in your palm. You won't get sick. Yu Xiaoxiu shoved the last mouthful of rice into his mouth and wiped his hands on the table. He took the yellow bead and looked at it. He curled his lips and handed it back to Yu Shu. I don't want it. It's something for girls to play with. Nonsense, it's not like it's a hairpin. Take it. I don't want it. It's not for him. Yu Xiaoxiu refused to take it. He cleaned up the dishes and ran out to wash them. Yu Shu had no choice but to rub it in her palm a few times and put it away. After lunch, the two of them started writing on the table. Yu Xiaoxiu did his homework, while Yu Shu learned how to write. Both of them focused on their own tasks. Soon after, Yu Xiaoxiu spoke first. This morning at the private school, several people secretly asked me questions. What did they ask you? Yu Shu stiffly held the pen. She didn't like to use a brush. It was too soft. If she didn't write properly, her writing would be crooked and it would delay her progress. It seemed that she had to find a way to make a charcoal pen. Haven't you been going to school with him recently? Later, something happened to Xue Wenjie. Everyone said that you saved him. Then, I don't know who said it behind your back, but they said that you and Xue Wenjie were together. They asked me if it was true. Yu Xiaoxiu was very unhappy. Those few people poked fun at his sister, saying that she was a duck trying to climb a branch. They only dared to treat his sister like this. If it was another family's young miss, would they dare to speak so brazenly? Moreover, his sister would never be together with Xue Wenjie. That boy was so big for nothing. When something happened, he still needed his sister to save him. Useless. Nonsense. What do I have to do with him? Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. Hearing that she had an affair with a boy who was still wet behind the ears, she felt a chill down her spine. Yu Xiaoxiu looked up at her. Don't you like him? Yu Shu was about to refute, but suddenly thought that she had indeed liked that boy in the past. She said vaguely, that was in the past. Now I feel annoyed when I see him. Oh. It seemed that his sister really didn't like Xue Wenjie anymore. He really didn't like Xue Wenjie anymore. Yu Xiaoxiu was secretly happy. He didn't want to see his sister chasing after that brat. You didn't quarrel with them, did you? Yu Shu thought about Yu Xiaoxiu's temper and stopped writing. She didn't know much about the marriage customs in the morning, but she guessed that it was not a good thing if there was a girl gossiping. Could it be that Yu Xiaoxiu quarreled with others because of her? Yu Xiaoxiu said in a muffled voice, no. He was small and couldn't beat others. If they quarreled, things would get out of hand. In the end, it would be his sister who suffered. That's good. Don't pay attention to them in the future. Just concentrate on your studies. Yu Shu put down her pen. She sat up and patted his head. Then, she lay down on the bed and took an afternoon nap. Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his head. He felt a little better. He continued to bury his head in his homework. He had to study hard. One day, people wouldn't roll their eyes at him and his sister. ####. In the evening, Yu Shu went to Jing Shangtang. Qingjing didn't let her squat at the door. He had already drawn a spell and was waiting for her. He told her that she wasn't allowed to catch chess pieces today. Master, you have to tell me what's the point of doing this, right? Yu Shu asked. It wasn't that she didn't want to catch chess pieces. It was just that she didn't know how to do it. She was afraid that it would be useless. Just do as I say, Qingjing said as he laid lazily on the bamboo bed. Seeing that he wouldn't explain no matter what, Yu Shu didn't want to give up the chance to study. So she asked, then how long do I have to catch? Qingjing looked at the black and white chess pieces on the ground. When you can guess 10 times in a row, that's about it. 10 times? She had been catching for the whole night yesterday. She only got it right twice. If she wanted to get it right in a row, she might as well dig another eye out of her forehead. Although she was complaining in her heart, Yu Shu still obediently caught the chess pieces. She closed her eyes. She opened her eyes. She didn't get it right. She closed her eyes. She opened her eyes. She didn't get it right. She closed her eyes. Her hands were sore. She rested for a while. Then she continued. Qingjing didn't say anything. After catching for almost 2 hours, she was almost bored to her limit. Qingjing called for her to stop. Okay, let's stop here for today. Come here, I have something for you. When Yu Shu heard that, she immediately became energetic. She put the chess pieces into the bowl and trotted over. She smiled and said, "What is it, master?" Taoist Qingjing took out a bottle of medicine from the bed behind him and handed it to her. Take it back and apply it in the morning and evening. It will dissolve the blood and remove the bruises. The bruises on your arms are too eyesore. Yu Shu touched her forearm and took the bottle of medicine. She was a little touched. Old Lady Ji punished her with 20 rattan sticks. She was very particular about it. The bruises on her arms didn't seem to fade until now. Thank you, master. Go and wipe the ground before you go back. The bucket was full of water. Yu Shu took a piece of cloth and wiped off the drawings on the ground. She didn't know why the silver paint lost its color the moment it touched the water, so it was easily wiped off. After cleaning up, Yu Shu moved closer to Qingjing. Qingjing turned around and faced her. Why are you still here? Yu Shu said, Can I make a deal with you? I still need to catch these chess pieces every day. Can you teach me something else? Her progress was too slow. She still had extra energy and didn't want to waste it. Qingjing said unhappily, You can't even stand properly and you want to run away. Catch the chess pieces first. Unable to come to an agreement, Yu Shu immediately stopped smiling and said disdainfully, Do you only know how to catch chess pieces and nothing else? How could Qingjing not know that she was trying to provoke him? He glared at her, but he didn't want her to look down on him. Kicking his legs, he grumpily said, Your master knows a lot of things. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to learn them all. Then teach me one by one. Yu Shu squatted down and leaned on the edge of the bamboo bed. She said fawningly, First, teach me how to predict tomorrow's weather. In the Yishue lecture hall in the city. Chapter 56. It was late at night, but Yu Shu was still awake. An oil lamp was lit on the dining table. The light was as thick as a knuckle, barely illuminating her vision. Swish, swish, swish. Yu Shu was holding a simple charcoal pencil made from a willow branch in her hand. She was writing rapidly on the coarse paper. Her eyes were bloodshot because of the long night vision. However, at this moment, their owner's face was not filled with exhaustion, but excitement. Sister, why aren't you sleeping? Yu Xiaoxiu turned over and saw Yu Shu still sitting there. He couldn't help but call her. It had been almost half a month. His sister had been working late every day. He didn't know what she was busy with. He had seen the things she wrote on the paper, but they were all talismans that he didn't recognize. She wouldn't tell him when he asked her. Yu Shu ignored him. She focused all her attention on the calculation in front of her. She wrote faster and faster. She didn't have any extra energy to pay attention to the outside world. She was in a state of extreme excitement. She had turned from a modern person to an ancient person. This was the first time in a month that she had carried out such a high degree of mental calculation. There was no computer or calculator. She had to rely on her personal calculation ability to operate such complex data calculations. This was an unprecedented challenge for her. Her competitive spirit and unwillingness to admit defeat were all lured out and clamored for her to continue. The reason why she was like this was all because of the set of Qimen Duanjia that Taoist Qingjing taught her 10 days ago. In the house of Yishue, the occult sect used the divinatory disc as the starting point. The divinatory disc was based on the 8 trigrams. The divinatory disc was a medium for complex information. It included the heavenly stems, 9 palaces, 8 gates, and 9 stars and 8 gods. This was a divination based on time and space. Because the pattern of every hour of the year was different, the arrangement of time and space information was also different. For example, using the simplest application of the 8 doors of fortune and misfortune, the life door of the 8 doors could be used to seek wealth and medical treatment. Assuming that on the day of Jiwu in the year of Rinchou, The life door of the 8 doors was located at the ridge position, which was the west side. If one went west, there was a high chance that one would have good fortune. The book contained the general principle of Chimin Dun Jia, the song of the old fisherman in smoke waves. It had more than 1,600 words, and it taught people the rules of the divination arrangement. However, it was quite troublesome to learn it. In the Sanju study house, some students couldn't even memorize it, let alone arrange the divination according to the general principle. As for the set of incantations that Taoist Qing Zheng taught to Yushu, rather than saying they were incantations, they were more like lines of calculations. They were not calculations that were used to perform divination, but formulas that were specifically used to deal with the positions of the 8 trigrams. There was no need to arrange them clumsily, and there was no need to prepare 18 moving plates to calculate a complete hexagram plate. He could calculate whichever position he wanted. It was simple, convenient, and accurate. Yushu was quite surprised to learn such a specialized thing. Taoist Qing Zheng's original intention was for her to memorize this set of incantations, and then slowly teach her how to calculate. In his words, within 3 months, Yushu would be able to learn the 8 doors of fortune and misfortune and use it. 3 months was much shorter than 3 years. However, Qing Zheng had underestimated one thing. Indeed, Yushu couldn't even write well. She was a beginner in Yishui, but she was an elite in mathematics. The mathematical theory and knowledge that she had mastered far exceeded that of this era by more than 400 years. Yushu didn't show her surprise in front of Qing Zheng, nor did she refuse his rough guidance. Instead, she copied the set of incantations home. Out of curiosity as a mathematician, she carefully calculated for a few days and came up with a bold hypothesis. Since there was such a set of calculations to calculate the 8 doors of fortune, then all the information in the occult door could be substituted into the formula. The scope of application of the 8 doors of fortune and misfortune was limited. For example, all the information in the occult door could be substituted into the formula. For this reason, she specially asked Yu Xiaoxiu for advice on a hexagram. She wanted to know how to predict a sunny or rainy day from the hexagram. She used it as an experiment and substituted the incantations taught by Qing Zheng to find a formula to predict a sunny or rainy day. If her hypothesis was correct, then she could deduce a set of her own calculation method. To be more precise, it would be an equation. This was a crazy hypothesis. If it was successful, she had a hunch that it would be the biggest asset she had in this era. 3 months was much shorter than 3 years. However, Qing Zheng had underestimated one thing. Indeed, Yushu couldn't write well. She was a beginner in Yishui, but she was an elite in mathematics. The mathematical theory and knowledge that she had mastered far exceeded that of this era by more than 400 years. Yushu didn't show her surprise in front of Qing Zheng, nor did she refuse his rough guidance. Instead, she copied the set of incantations home. Out of curiosity, she carefully calculated for a few days and came up with a bold hypothesis. Since there was such a set of calculations to calculate the 8 doors of fortune, then all the information in the occult door could be substituted into the formula. The scope of application of the 8 doors of fortune was limited. For example, the prediction of a sunny or rainy day that Yushu wanted to know at the beginning could not be calculated. For this reason, she specially asked Yu Xiaoxiu for advice on a hexagram. She wanted to know how to predict a sunny or rainy day from the hexagram. She used it as an experiment and substituted the incantations taught by Qing Zheng to find a formula to predict a sunny or rainy day. If her hypothesis was correct, then she could deduce a set of her own calculation method. To be more precise, it would be an equation. This was a crazy hypothesis. If it was successful, she had a hunch that it would be the biggest asset she had in this era. Yushu was quite good at reverse calculation. She was especially proficient in statistical probability. She used all her spare time to deduce and record the changes of the weather every day. She made mistakes again and again, and fell into a dilemma again and again. Instead, it boosted her desire for knowledge. She could definitely succeed. Bang! Yu Xiaoxiu was drowsy when he suddenly heard a loud noise. He sat up in shock and turned his head. In the dim light, he saw Yu Shu excitedly pounding the table twice, scratching her ears and cheeks. She was holding a piece of paper in her hand with a look of ecstasy on her face. "Sister?" He put on his shoes and went down. Before he could get close, Yu Shu rushed over and hugged him. She picked him up and spun him twice on the spot. He was so shocked that he almost cried out. "What's wrong with you?" Although Yu Xiaoxiu did not know what Yu Shu was happy about, he was still infected by her. He hesitantly raised his hand and patted her back before laughing. "Ha, Xiaoxiu, you don't know. You don't know. Ha." Yu Shu hugged her little brother tightly and vented the joy in her heart. She held the fruits of her labor tightly in her hands. She finally calculated it. It was an equation to calculate Qingyu. It was accurate and simple. But this was just the beginning. She still needed to collect more calculation rules. Outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A blind star flashed in the north. Somewhere outside of Yang City, someone looked at the sky and frowned. Yu Shu was so excited that she only fell asleep when it was almost dawn. In the morning, Yu Xiaoxiu did not wake her up. She slept until lunch. Sister, don't sleep anymore. Wake up quickly. I have something to tell you." Yu Xiaoxiu sat on the bed and shouted. He did not even put down his bag. Yu Shu was already awake. She was just lazy in bed and did not want to get up. She turned around and rubbed her eyes. She yawned and asked, "What is it?" Yu Xiaoxiu took out a piece of paper from his bag and handed it to her. He said in a bad mood, "Shui Wenjie has recovered from his illness. Tonight, he's treating everyone to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. This is an invitation for you." Yu Shu took it and looked at it. Very good. There were two words that she did not recognize. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at her expression. "Are you going?" "Of course." Yu Shu said without thinking. "Of course I'm going. I'm eating and drinking for free. Why not?" Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head. "I don't really want to go." Chapter 57. "Oh," Chao Zixin curiously asked, "what kind of business are you going to do?" Yu Shu pursed her lips and smiled. "It's just a small business. It's not worth mentioning. I will show it to you when it becomes big in the future." Chao Zixin thought that Shu was a young man. He knew that it was difficult to do business, but he didn't pour cold water on her. He just said, "If there's anything I can help you with, just say it." Yu Shu didn't take his polite words seriously. "I don't need it now. Let's talk about it later." Chao Zixin nodded and said, "Since you don't want to do it in the future, then don't call me shopkeeper anymore. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Chao." Yu Shu readily accepted his advice. "Brother Chao." Then, Yu Shu asked him for the account book and began to check the entries of the past 2 days. She found 1 or 2 mistakes and took the opportunity to tease him. Chao Zixin grumpily accepted it and didn't argue with her. At dusk, Yu Shu went out and smelled the fragrance of food on the street. She suddenly remembered that Yu Xiaoxiu said that Shui Wenjie would treat them at Zuexian restaurant. So, she said goodbye to Chao Zixin and hurriedly ran home to change clothes. When she returned home, the sky was almost dark. Yu Xiaoxiu saw that she didn't come back, so he thought that she didn't want to go. He happily squatted at the door and ate the scallion pancake made by Aunt Lu. But Yu Shu slapped it down and it fell back to the plate. "What are you eating? Save your stomach for later. Hurry, go and fetch water for me to wash my face. If it's late, I'll have to eat the leftovers." Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly took the basin and left. Yu Shu went to the closet to look through some clothes. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a set of plain pink clothes on top of the closet. On a whim, she casually pulled it out. It was said that the Dan dynasty's women's clothing was similar to the Song dynasty's clothing. Most of them had 2 pieces. On the top, there was a short blouse, a small jacket, a left lapel, and a skirt. On the other, there were pleated skirts, horseface skirts, and short skirts. On the top, there were sleeveless or half-sleeved long clothes that could be worn by both men and women. According to what Yu Shu had seen on the streets these days, women preferred light colors. The more tender, the more beautiful they were, such as pink, yellow, and green. Of course, the color of the clothes wasn't the most important. It also depended on the person's appearance. Each place nurtured its own people. The south was moist, so even if the young ladies and young women in Yang City weren't all delicate and beautiful, there were very few who looked crooked. Yu Shu secretly looked at herself in the bronze mirror in Aunt Chui's room. Her current face was not bad. She inherited Aunt Song's double eyelids, round nose, and curved eyebrows. The only thing lacking was that her appearance was too lovable and obedient. No matter how hard she stared, her eyes weren't sharp. Compared to Yu Shu's previous life's strong female appearance, it was really too different. However, Yu Shu was quite satisfied with this kind of Lolita appearance. She could hide her real big sister's heart. This was a safe way to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Yu Xiaoxiu fetched water and went back to the house. When he saw her putting on the pink dress and shirt, his face stiffened. Then he saw her excitedly going out to look for Aunt Lu to comb her hair with a flower hairpin. His face became even more ugly. He thought that his sister was still interested in Shuewenjia. Otherwise, why would she dress up? She hadn't worn this dress for a month. However, he misunderstood Yu Shu. He didn't know that his sister was more disgusted by this pink dress than he was. It was just that she was in a good mood today, so she acted up. After tidying up, Yu Shu went back to the house and made an orchid gesture. She shyly and timidly asked Yu Xiaoxiu, "Do I look good?" Yu Xiaoxiu, ugly. Even if it looked good, he wouldn't admit it. Yu Shu smiled and raised her hand. "Pa! Ouch! Why did you hit my head? My hand was itchy." As far as Yu Shu knew, Drunken Immortal Restaurant was one of the best restaurants on Changmen Street. Its signature dish was Drunken Immortal Duck. It was said that when the emperor traveled to Jiangnan many years ago, he ate duck in this restaurant. Yu Shu dawdled at home. When she and Yu Xiaoxiu arrived at Drunken Immortal Restaurant, she didn't expect that a table of classmates was still waiting for them. She was really flattered. Shuewenjia booked a private room on the second floor with 2 tables. He only invited 7 or 8 people. When Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu arrived, 1 table was full, 1 table was empty, 1 table was full of food and wine, and the other table only had teacups and teapots. Master Shui was sitting in a good seat under the window. He was handsome with red lips and white teeth. When he saw Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu being led into the door by the waiter, his eyes fell on Yu Shu, who was dressed nicely. He was stunned at first, then turned his head and sneered, "Finally!" A group of people were talking and laughing. When they heard him speak, they all turned to look at Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu, but no one greeted them. However, Ji Zhu said to Shuewenjia, "Since everyone is here, we don't need to wait." Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaoxiu glared at Shuewenjia, thinking that this brat was really shameless. His sister had saved his life, and since he was treating them to a meal, why did he have to put on such a sour face? There wasn't even an empty seat on the table, so he must be planning to embarrass them. Yu Shu also felt strange. What was wrong with Mr. Shui? This was not the attitude he should have for his savior. Did he become stupid after being struck by lightning that night? Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaoxiu glared at Shuewenjia and thought that this guy was really shameless. Yu Shu was dressed vulgar and Yu Xiaoxiu was covered in dust. When the 2 of them stood in front of this group of people, they really didn't look like they were from the same place. Yu Xiaoxiu was about to pull Yu Shu away, but Yu Shu pulled him back. She pushed him to the empty table and sat down beside him. She waved at the waiter who was still at the door and pointed at Shuewenjia's table. She said straightforwardly, "Go, bring another table of dishes." Seeing that the waiter didn't move, Yu Shu followed the waiter's gaze and looked at the constipated faces at the next table. She frowned and said to Shuewenjia, "What's wrong? Don't you want to serve the dishes?" Shuewenjia looked at her coldly and didn't say anything. There was undisguised disgust in his eyes. "Can you afford the dishes here?" The one who spoke was Ji Zhu. She had a good relationship with Shuewenjia. She could see that he was in a bad mood after recovering from a serious illness. She guessed that he wanted to embarrass them, so she took the initiative to do it for him. As soon as she spoke, the people at the table showed disdain at the right time and aimed at Yushu in unison. It was a common enemy. Yushu felt that she should be angry at this time. But when she saw that these little kids who didn't even have their hair fully grown also wanted to bully her, she was so happy that she wanted to hit the table. Yushu pulled a long face and held back her laughter. She stood up and put on a provocative look. She looked at Jiju and said, "It's not your treat. It's not your turn to care about the money." She was not her mother's wife, so why did this little girl have to control her? Probably because she thought of something. Jiju blushed and glared at Yushu. Then she turned her head and complained to Shuewenja. "Why did you bring them here? Hurry up and drive them away. I can't eat when I see them. Don't you know that they live in the servants' room in our house? They don't even take a bath once a month. It's so dirty." The people at the table gritted their teeth and looked at Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu with an ugly face. Yu Xiaoxiu was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't refute. They lived in the courtyard, so it was true that they didn't have the conditions to take a bath. But it was not like what Jiju said that they didn't take a bath for a month. Even if he couldn't soak in hot water, he would wipe his body once every 2 days and wash the bedsheets once every half a month. How could it be dirty? As the host tonight, Shuewenja finally spoke. He looked at Yushu with disgust and said, "Okay, you can leave." Jiju looked at Yushu with a little complacency and said, "Did you hear that? Let's go." Yu Xiaoxiu was so angry that he turned around and was about to go out. But Yushu grabbed him with one hand and took the invitation from his arms with her long fingers. Then she turned around and threw her hand on the plate in front of Shuewenja. The soup splashed and a few drops of it splashed on Shuewenja's white collar, which made him widen his eyes. Jiju said, "Ah," and took out a handkerchief to wipe it for him. Then she turned around and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Yushu raised her eyebrows and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to the door. Then she turned around and sneered, "You can't even afford to serve the dishes. If you don't have money, don't try to be a host." After that, she lifted the curtain and left, ignoring the reaction of the table behind her. When she reached the stairs, she heard the sound of plates and bowls being smashed. She turned around and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "This ungrateful thing. Next time, he will be caught and stripped naked to attract lightning." Yu Xiaoxiu was angry and did not hear her clearly. He snorted, "I knew he was like this. Gold on the outside but rotten on the inside." Both of them talked and went downstairs. On the other side, in the private room, a group of people who were sitting around the table stood up and hid at the side, watching Shuewenja lose his temper. When he was done, they looked at each other and said their goodbyes one after another. Only Jiju and a young man who was close to him were left to persuade him. On the way home, the sister and brother pair were hungry. They thought of ways to scold Shuewenja and then analyzed, "Sister, do you think there is something wrong with him?" Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't figure it out. His sister didn't do anything to that brat. Didn't she just bring people to save him once? In any case, she saved his dog life. Yushu was also puzzled. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out what was wrong with Master Shui. Why did his attitude towards her become worse than before? She thought that he really wanted to treat her to a meal. He even swaggered over. What a disappointment. How would I know? Yushu was hungry and listless. "I don't know if Aunt Lu has cooked anything. I didn't bring any money with me. Otherwise, I would have eaten on the street." Yu Xiaoxiu licked his lips. "It would be good if there were fish. I can go back and cook fish soup." Yushu stole 2 fish from old Lady Ji's courtyard. A few days ago, she cooked and ate them behind others' backs. The taste was so delicious that she still wanted to drool when she recalled it. Yushu scratched her chin and said, "Then I'll go catch 2 more at night?" Old Lady Ji still owed her 18 fish. Yu Xiaoxiu was a little tempted, but he was afraid that she would be caught. He hesitated. Yushu squinted at him and knew that he was also hungry. She smiled and put her hand on his shoulder. "Why don't you go with me and help me keep a lookout? The fish are kept in the pond. It'll be a waste if we don't eat them. We'll only catch 2 at a time. No one will find out. What do you think?" Yu Xiaoxiu thought for a moment. "Okay. Go back and sleep first. We'll wake up when the rooster crows. At that time, there will be no patrols in the courtyard. We can go there from the small garden. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.